This is Zombie. Bro can literally split the earth in half with just his bare hands. At just 1% of his power, he can turn a weak girl into an absolute monster. Like, look at this dude. Bro straight up goes Super Saiyan 3. Seeing that kind of power, this baddie from the Security Association wants to recruit him. But she's not the only one. The villain squad's baddie wants him too. One wants to protect the world, and the other wants him to destroy it. Now both sides are fighting over who gets Zombie, and yeah, these girls are really about to throw hands over it. Meanwhile, my guy, total Chad. Bro's just out here chilling, living his life. But it wasn't always like this. To understand how he got here, we gotta go back a few years. So, this guy is a zombie. No one knows his age or how long he's been gone. He only remembers that one summer day, the whole world just went crazy with a zombie breakout. The apocalypse, you know? It all happened so fast he got bitten before he could escape. Ever since then, he'd just been chilling with the other zombies, kind of just part of the big group. Then one day, humans showed up. They had all these weapons, guns and missiles, and they totally wiped out the zombies. Some of the zombies got burned for fuel, and some were even forced by the humans to become perpetual energy machines, powering the human cities. Zombie never really got why zombies had to eat people, or why humans were so set on getting rid of them all. But he knew one thing: to keep going, he had to get way stronger. That's when he totally changed his life. Every single day, he was intense about fitness. He lifted weights, ran, swam, and jumped. He even ate protein powder for every meal. At night, he'd still be doing cardio. Eventually, Zombie became super powerful, almost unstoppable. Despite all that, he still had this big wish. He wanted to be buddies with humans. To make that dream come true, he started doing heroic stuff. Once, he saved some human kids from a massive fire. Another time, he stopped a speeding train with just one hand, preventing it from crashing into a family. To help his group get along better with people, he gathered all the zombies in an abandoned city. He made a rule that they had to eat eggs every day instead of consuming human flesh for protein. However, today was a bit of a setback. Zombie was at the supermarket grabbing eggs when he saw that his subordinate, Agu, was on a new wanted poster. At the same time, two reporters were secretly filming nearby. They didn't believe the masked guy, who they thought was human, could actually lift an airplane. But what happened next totally blew their minds. Zombie casually lifted a whole truck with one hand. Then, he jumped straight up, broke through the atmosphere with the truck, orbited the Earth, and finally landed right in his territory. The other zombies went nuts seeing him, but two young zombies were a little confused and asked why he didn't just drive the truck over. Zombie replied coolly that he didn't have a driver's license. Meanwhile, the various boss-level zombies inside were getting restless, but when Zombie opened the door, his crew immediately snapped to attention in two neat rows. Zombie slapped the wanted poster onto Agao and demanded to know why the humans wanted him again. Agao stammered an explanation, saying he just couldn't control himself when he saw humans. He pointed out that while their numbers were growing, they kept having to move their base to stay clear of humans. Another zombie, Varmint, suggested they should just start a conflict with the humans, complaining that his chainsaw was starting to rust from disuse. But just as Zombie was about to warn them about how terrifying humans could be, a huge roaring sound filled the sky. It was a military transport jet that had shown up right above them without anyone noticing. Inside the jet, the commander was this really sharp young woman, looking intensely at the data screen. Two subordinates reported that everything was set and they could proceed whenever the order was given. The girl tilted her head slightly and asked about the payload. It turned out the plane was carrying an armed nuclear warhead set to go off in 20 minutes. Down on the ground, Zombie immediately sensed the major danger. Varmint's eyes flashed, and he was ready to rush up and battle them until the very end. But Zombie quickly stopped him, explaining that Varmint always lost control around humans. He ordered everyone to evacuate the other zombies first, saying he would take care of the humans himself. Soon after, several armored trucks slowly rolled into the area. Their job was to look for any civilians on the ground and get them out. Just then, the military jet's door suddenly opened. A young man, completely decked out in gear, stood there, facing the huge crowd of zombies below. He wasn't scared at all. In fact, he boasted that he'd take down a boss zombie if one appeared. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man in a white robe was watching the whole thing on a screen. He noted to himself that the young man looked like he was from the Beyonders Academy. He smiled slightly, saying he wanted to have some fun with them. After that, he hit a red button. Immediately, a cage full of people dropped from the sky and landed right in the middle of the zombie crowd. At the same time, the human rescue team detected signs of human life and slowly moved forward with their weapons ready. A person in the rescue team pointed and wondered why a certain zombie wouldn't go down. They were looking at two young, shaking zombies huddled together, with Zombie standing right in front of them. Suddenly, the squad leader aimed a rocket launcher. The rocket flew fast and engulfed Zombie in a huge explosion in flames. Then, someone else suggested that the figure wasn't a zombie but actually a Beyonder. the masked hero who had been helping people lately. Hearing this, the squad leader was totally confused. He realized he had hit the wrong person. As the smoke cleared, Zombie stood there completely unharmed, scratching his head with a bewildered look. At that moment, the president on the military jet reported that a boss zombie had been detected and ordered the marshal to head to Zone B to intercept it. As soon as she finished speaking, the marshal leaped out of the military jet, dropping 100 meters through the air. While the rescue team started getting the civilians out, the man in the white robe was getting ready to cause more trouble. He observed that they had rescued almost all the civilians and admitted they shouldn't underestimate the heroes. The man smiled slightly and tilted his head, suggesting they should give the rescuers something interesting to deal with. The man with green hair instantly got the message. Soon, under his control, one of the zombies in the crowd started a terrifying transformation. Before long, that zombie had turned into a terrifying, mindless monster. Zombies sensed this change from a distance. Just then, the rescue team squad leader suddenly ran toward Zombie. While Zombie was still looking confused, the squad leader quickly grabbed him and ran back to the vehicle, saying saving a life was the priority. After tossing Zombie inside, the squad leader told the driver to go fast. Inside the armored vehicle, a girl asked Zombie why he always wore a zombie mask. Zombie looked nervous, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the other part of the rescue team ran into serious trouble. The newly mutated zombie lifted a whole bus and violently threw it at them. Luckily, the marshal showed up just in time and sliced the bus in half with a single strike. The crowd cheered, recognizing him as the marshal from the academy's swordsmanship department, saying they were saved. The marshal instructed them to quickly take the civilians and leave, assuring them he would handle the rest. Back at the evacuation center, the squad leader wanted a report on the situation at the site. Zombie, listening to the commotion, thought he recognized the voice of the mutated zombie. It sounded like his subordinate, Little Nine. The girl next to him turned to comfort him, but he had already slipped away. The mutated zombie suddenly let out a gut-wrenching scream. The marshal seemed to feel its pain. As the zombie lunged at him, the marshal drew his sword and made a simple crosscut. Numerous cracks appeared all over the zombie's surface. With a loud crash, it broke into countless pieces. However, just when he thought he was done, footsteps interrupted his thoughts. The marshal turned and saw that Zombie had somehow arrived right next to the shattered zombie. Zombie said apologetically that it wasn't the zombie's fault and explained that they simply couldn't control themselves. Hearing this, the marshal instantly assumed Zombie was one of the enemies and raised his sword to strike him. But in the next second, the marshal was somehow stripped of his clothes and left hanging on a utility pole. The short-haired girl on the military jet noticed something was wrong, reporting that the marshal's vital signs were dropping fast. The president was shocked, realizing the marshal had been defeated. She panicked, knowing they couldn't detonate the nuclear warhead yet because the civilians hadn't all been evacuated. Furious, the president blurred out of the military jet in a flash. She quickly drew her sword and slashed it at Zombie. But in the next second, her white blade shattered on impact. The president stared in disbelief, and Zombie looked even more confused. Her eyes widened in surprise as she wondered out loud what that thing was made of. She quickly jumped back several meters. Zombie, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of this president, nervously offered another apology. Hearing the zombie speak, the president was hugely shocked, concluding he must be some kind of powerful mutant or variant, but she decided a zombie was still a zombie and drew a second sword, declaring that since that was the case, she would have to use a special enchanted blade meant for stronger opponents. Zombie was shocked by her actions and cried out for her to wait, but before he could finish, the president charged at him at top speed. However, her strike missed completely. Zombie reappeared behind her, having easily avoided the attack. She reacted instantly, doing the same maneuver but now upside down in the air behind him. She then performed a full 360-degree spin, using her technique called the red blade cleave. In an instant, everything the red light touched was neatly sliced in two, including the buildings on either side. Under such a powerful attack, Zombie just bent over and easily dodged it. The president was frustrated and shouted that he was toying with her before charging again. Meanwhile, the civilian evacuation was almost finished, and even the marshal, whom Zombie had knocked out, was loaded into a vehicle. The assistant on the military jet urgently radioed the president, telling her to retreat fast. Engaged in the intense clash with Zombie, she had no time to listen. In just a few moments, the human and the zombie had covered nearly half the city. Zombie had spent the whole time just avoiding the president. She yelled at him, asking why he was running. Zombie, confused, said it was because she was just going to slice him. Seeing she couldn't catch him, the president immediately activated her second technique, Ido Level 2. A large amount of white steam suddenly burst from her mechanical calves. Once the charge was complete, she shot out at incredible speed, instantly appearing behind Zombie and then unleashed her most powerful move. In just a moment, both landed back on the ground. The president thought she had dealt with Zombie and was contacting the military jet for pickup. Just then, the mysterious man in the white robe started to make his move again. The civilians had all been saved, but the white-robed man revealed they still had a spy on the aircraft and planned to use him. Just as everyone was celebrating the successful rescue, the spy on the military jet suddenly opened the nuclear warhead launcher and pressed the button without hesitation. In the next second, the nuclear warhead dropped from the military aircraft. By then, the spy had been restrained by 2 others in the cabin. When they reported the news, everyone's faces were filled with fear. Watching the nuclear warhead plummeting rapidly, the president started to panic. She quickly tried to use her mechanical leg boosters to jump back to the military jet, but she suddenly froze. It turned out that her intense fight with Zombie had completely drained her batteries. While the president was panicking, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of her. Before she could react, Zombie grabbed her, spun her around, and threw her high into the sky. She landed perfectly back on her military aircraft. It took her a moment to recover, and then she realized the nuclear warhead was heading straight for Zombie. At this point, the warhead was less than 1,000 meters from the ground. However, Zombie showed no intention of dodging. He pushed hard against the ground with his foot, and the next second, the ground cracked as he launched himself into the air. For the sake of his people, he bravely flew up to meet the nuclear warhead head-on. Just as he was about to touch the warhead, Zombie stretched out his fingers as if to catch it. He then completely flattened the warhead. Seeing this, everyone was completely stunned. The next second, a massive boom shook the air, and a huge, bright mushroom cloud rose. Zombie was totally engulfed in the flames. As the flames slowly faded in the ruins, the president on the military jet suddenly looked totally bewildered. A figure emerged from the smoke. Zombie casually scratched his head, saying that the blast had made his butt itch. Meanwhile, the commander on the jet started to look really down. She wondered aloud what was up with the president. She explained to a subordinate, "Think about it. The president has spent her whole life combating zombies, and now she's been rescued by one. How could she possibly be happy?" The subordinate quickly corrected her, holding up Zombie's information, and said that she seemed mistaken. He clarified that Zombie wasn't a zombie but the masked hero who had recently taken to wearing a zombie mask. Hearing this, the president's face instantly darkened. The next day, a figure in tattered clothes arrived in the human city. Zombie quickly slipped into a phone booth. Once he found out that his subordinates had gotten to safety, he finally felt relieved. However, everything he did in the city was being recorded by surveillance cameras. Just as he was returning to his rental house in his underwear, the president, watching the surveillance feed, figured out where he was. At that moment, Zombie felt that creepy sensation of being watched. Watching the almost naked Zombie, the girl on the screen also looked completely flustered. That day, Zombie was going through his usual exercise routine, wondering if his family had settled in yet. But just then, his door was suddenly kicked open. The person who entered was the president he had just saved. As soon as she was inside, she ordered her subordinates to start moving his stuff. While Zombie was still confused, the president suddenly pulled out an admission notice and shoved it in front of him. She announced that they were from the Beyonders Academy and that he had been accepted. She informed him that from now on he was officially a member of their academy. After saying this, she pointed at Zombie. Several men in suits immediately stepped forward to carry out her orders. Zombie looked at them, protesting and asking if zombies could even go to school. But the president firmly said he was just a human who liked wearing a zombie mask. And just like that, poor Zombie was forced to enroll at the Beyonders Academy. At this point, the red-haired girl, Dawn, mentioned to the president that it wasn't right to recruit people so casually. She also pointed out that the academy dorms were all planned out and wouldn't have any space for him. The president immediately replied that Zombie could just stay with her for the time being. Zombie looked totally out of place in the president's room. Since the president wasn't saying anything, Zombie broke the silence by asking if he would really be living and sleeping there from now on. The president, whose name was Violet, snapped back, asking if that wasn't obvious, and then glared at him, asking if he actually wanted to sleep with her. Hearing this, Zombie quickly waved his hands, insisting that wasn't what he meant, though he admitted he was a little curious. Violet simply told him he would stay in the guest room. Zombie tried one more time to come clean, telling her she might be mistaken because he wasn't actually human. Violet ignored him and started messing with her lower leg. As Zombie watched, puzzled, she detached her own leg. She explained that she had cut off her legs herself. It turned out that when Violet was young, her village had a zombie outbreak. Not only did her parents turn into zombies, but they bit her lower legs. To survive, she had to cut off her own legs, and she had personally finished her parents who had become infected. From that day on, Violet swore she would eliminate any zombie she ever saw. Hearing this, Zombie quickly kept the truth about himself being a zombie totally quiet. When Violet asked what he had been about to say, Zombie quickly pretended she must have misheard him, insisting he hadn't said a thing. To stop the awkwardness, Zombie quickly changed the topic and asked what the Beyonders Academy was all about. Violet explained the history. It had been over 1,000 years since the zombie breakout. To keep humanity going, their ancestors had started the academy to train people to handle the infected. Hearing this, Zombie couldn't help but remember what he looked like when he first turned. He hadn't realized a whole millennium had passed. Violet told him he needed to show up at the academy tomorrow. She warned him that if he tried to run away, they would definitely investigate why he was trying to leave. She then introduced herself, saying her name was Violet, and that someone named Dawn would show him around the next day. Zombie wondered if he already knew this human. He was so deep in thought that he jumped when Dawn, the red-haired girl, greeted him. This startled Dawn, and she immediately started telling Zombie off. She then marched into the academy, saying it was time for the entrance exam. Zombie quickly jogged to catch up, asking if he really had to take an entrance exam. It turned out that all the students at the academy had special abilities, and if someone didn't meet the standards, the academy wouldn't let them in. Soon they arrived at the examination area. The square was already packed with hundreds of new students, each one looking pretty odd in their own way. Since there were so many people, Dawn had to climb up and sit on Zombie's head just to look around. Zombie asked if his previous act of lifting an airplane meant he didn't have to take the exam. Dawn replied that lifting planes was considered a very common ability there, and that nobody paid attention to the news. An older man with a wooden leg slowly walked toward the stage. He introduced himself as the examiner, but said they could call him Chen, the sports department's president. He explained that the academy had been around for centuries and had trained many talented people. He said he hoped they would all train hard like the students before them and become excellent. A student then asked what would happen if a zombie managed to sneak in among the students. Chen replied, very casually, that they would of course chop it into pieces and subject it to a public castration. Hearing this, Zombie felt a shiver run down his spine. Then it was time for the entrance exam. The first test was a speed competition. At the sound of the starting shot, the students shot forward like arrows. In just 3 seconds, one student had already completed a whole lap around the track. Zombie, still standing there, looked completely confused. Soon, it was time for the second test, which was shooting. Dawn raised her gun with style and fired several bullets instantly. In the next second, all the dummy heads on the targets were shot off. To avoid giving away his true nature, Zombie made sure to be cautious and keep a low profile. His scores in every test were just barely above the passing mark. For example, when others had to run 100 meters in under 10 seconds to pass, he ran it in 9.5–7 seconds. When others had to throw a shot put over 80 meters, he threw it exactly 80.1 meters. Despite his efforts to blend in, Zombie's actions still caught the examiner's eye. Chen looked at the data in his hand, deep in thought. He noted that Zombie's scores were just above the passing mark in all subjects, but the president of the swordsmanship department had told him Zombie was very powerful. He wondered if Zombie was deliberately pretending to be weak. Soon, the next test arrived, javelin throwing. A red-haired young man put all his strength into the throw. The javelin shot out incredibly fast and instantly hit the lower body of a target dummy. Zombie felt another chill down his spine. He saw that the javelin had pierced through 3 zombie targets. Even then, it didn't slow down, finally embedding itself in a road sign 32 kilometers away. After the red-haired man finished, it was Zombie's turn. As he walked past, the red-haired man looked at Zombie with obvious dislike. Zombie didn't react much and stepped forward to pick up the javelin, planning to throw just enough to pass. But at that moment, Chen suddenly stopped him. This immediately drew the attention of many people watching. Chen addressed Zombie, saying he was the one the swordsmanship department president had vouched for, claiming he was very strong, yet his scores were always just passing. Chen asked if Zombie was hiding something. He pointed out that everyone else was giving it their all, and by deliberately holding back, he made Chen wonder if Zombie wasn't actually a person. Zombie quickly shook his head, insisting he was human. Chen said that if Zombie could throw the javelin 3 kilometers, he would consider him passed. But if he couldn't meet that, Chen would send him to be castrated on the charge of being a spy. Zombie was completely stunned. Since turning into a zombie, he had lived a life of secrecy. He exercised every day to avoid being captured and turned into an energy machine by humans. Thinking to himself, Zombie decided to throw the javelin as hard as he possibly could. With that decision, he raised the javelin in his hand. As a red light flashed in his eyes, a huge burst of power swept across the entire examination field. In an instant, the javelin flew into space. It pierced a satellite clean through. Even then, the javelin kept going toward the moon. The force of Zombie's throw was so great that the students at the examination site were lifted right off the ground. Chen stared at the ground, which was crushed under Zombie's foot, exploding in disbelief. What he didn't know was that the javelin had punched a hole clear through the moon. Zombie was indeed the strongest zombie on Earth, capable of catching nuclear warheads bare-handed and shooting through the moon with a single javelin throw. At that moment, Dawn excitedly ran up to Zombie, praising how incredibly impressive he was. Zombie, feeling a bit embarrassed, said he had just tried his best, as instructed, but what they didn't realize was that the hole the javelin made in the moon had also created an asteroid. After qualifying, Zombie asked if he could go home now. Dawn was surprised, suggesting that with his strength, he could easily become a department president. She explained that as a president, he would have massive influence, able to command an army, use nuclear weapons, and the government would even give him a city to run. Mayors, she said, were just a department president's staff. However, Zombie didn't seem interested, as he already had countless zombie residents under his command. Dawn then took him to the biotech department, which also served as the logistics hub for developing new gear and weapons. There, Zombie noticed a photograph of a family of 4. Dawn immediately introduced the man in glasses as Professor Jamie, who used to be the department president. She explained that after his wife passed away, he became obsessed with dangerous experiments involving zombies and humans. Eventually, he was kicked out of the academy, and a finish order was even put out against him. The 2 male figures in the picture looked strikingly similar to the mysterious individuals who had caused trouble earlier. Just then, a girl approached and asked if they were new students. Curious, Zombie looked at her. Dawn whispered that this girl was an orphan adopted by Professor Jamie and was now the acting department president. The biotech president then asked what kind of equipment the 2 of them needed. Dawn said she wanted gear that would help her easily carry weapons, like trousers that could hide her Gatling gun. The girl showed no reaction to this and looked toward Zombie. Zombie thought for a moment. He didn't need weapons, but he was always left naked after a clash, so he thought indestructible clothing would be perfect. The biotech president was left speechless by both requests. Meanwhile, at the sword department, the marshal, who had lost earlier, was kneeling and being scolded by a tall, blue-haired girl in black stockings. He explained that the person who defeated him was extremely strong. He had charged at him, and the next thing he knew, everything went dark and he was hanging on a utility pole. Hearing this, the girl became interested, set down her book, and slowly moved closer, asking for the name of the person who did that. That day, the teacher was explaining how to spot traps and capture zombies, while Zombie was busy taking notes below. Dawn leaned in and asked what he was doing. Zombie, without looking up, said he needed to take the key points back to tell his family. Dawn was completely confused by this. Just then, the loudspeaker suddenly announced that all new students should gather at the gymnasium. Though puzzled, Zombie and Dawn quickly arrived at the meeting point. As they ate ice cream and wondered what was going on, Violet suddenly appeared, telling them to behave as this was a very important meeting. A tall, blue-haired beauty was watching Zombie from a distance. Her name was Zhang Lanqi, the president of the sword department. She and Violet of the swordsmanship department were longtime rivals, so she had come to see how strong this zombie that Violet had introduced really was. Seeing Zombie's relaxed attitude, Zhang Lanqi told her subordinate to test him later. Meanwhile, several mysterious figures suddenly appeared at the gymnasium entrance. The one in front was the so-called chief, the president of the mechanical lifeform department. Seeing the chief walk in, everyone respectfully bowed. Dawn, seeing Zombie looking clueless, quickly pushed his head down to bow to the chief. At that moment, the chief glanced at Zhang Lanqi next to him and warned her not to cause any trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Lanqi had no choice but to wave her hand, signaling that she would leave immediately. Her subordinate asked if they were just going to let Zombie go. Zhang Lanqi's eyes twinkled, and she smiled, saying the chief's matters were more important than Zombie, and she only respected the strongest people. The chief walked up to Violet and patted her on the shoulder to acknowledge her hard work. Zombie asked Dawn who this chief was. Dawn, thinking Zombie was jealous, started explaining the chief's background. It turned out he was Professor Jamie's greatest creation, an evolved version of humans. Out of tens of thousands of test subjects, only he had survived. After Professor Jamie was expelled, the chief started the mechanical lifeform department. In the city he ruled, there hadn't been a zombie outbreak for 10 years, and any zombie that crossed his path turned into ash. Hearing this, Zombie felt a shiver run down his spine. Just then, the chief began the meeting. It turned out the spy they had caught still hadn't revealed anything. Hearing that the spy was the one who had secretly launched the nuclear warhead, Zombie was furious, realizing that this was the guy who had bombed him. The discussion about the traitor, Professor Jamie, made Zombie wonder if the threat of zombies had actually passed and if all the tensions were just due to internal conflict. Dawn confirmed that was the situation. The chief then offered a challenge. If anyone could make the spy reveal Professor Jamie's hiding place, that person would be made a vice president. Hearing this, the new students in the gym erupted in excitement, all raising their hands eagerly to try. But 2 hours passed, and the spy still hadn't budged. Whether it was painful treatment, mock castration, or any other kind of torment, he just wouldn't talk. The scene had even become bizarre, with some students banging drums and gongs, and others even trying to recite religious scriptures. Violet had a major headache watching all this. She asked Zombie if he had a way to make the spy speak. Immediately after, Dawn raised her hand and volunteered Zombie. Surprisingly, Zombie stepped forward and agreed to try to make the spy talk. This move stunned Dawn. Zombie had always kept a low profile, so why was he suddenly taking the initiative? It turned out Zombie wanted to find out from the spy why his subordinates were suddenly losing control. Soon, Zombie arrived at the room where the spy was held. The spy glanced at Zombie without any fear and then turned his head away, telling him to bring whatever kind of torment they had. But after waiting a while, Zombie just stood there silently. The spy taunted him, asking if the school had no one else to send, mocking Zombie and saying he wasn't even afraid of castration. So was Zombie just trying to tickle him? Zombie didn't get angry, but calmly told him to stand up. As soon as he said it, the spy actually stood up obediently. The onlookers were completely shocked, wondering how he had managed that. As it turned out, Zombie had quickly made a small cut on the spy's arm and implanted a zombie virus into the wound. The virus spread rapidly, quickly taking over the spy's entire brain. The spy became instantly obedient, not only telling Zombie his own name but also complying with every question Zombie asked. At that moment, Dawn and Violet were completely speechless. They hadn't expected Zombie to have the ability to control other people's minds. Zombie then asked the spy why those zombies, who were normally very gentle, had suddenly started losing control. The spy revealed that Professor Jamie had scattered a kind of drug over the city, and any zombie that touched it would go totally crazy. He said Professor Jamie was then ordering them to clash with the Beyonders Academy folks to gather data. Zombie asked why he would do such a thing. The spy just said he didn't know the exact reason, only that Professor Jamie was collecting data to achieve something even bigger. Finally, he gave up Professor Jamie's hiding spot, 500 meters underground in H City. Zombie suddenly turned away, and speaking in the zombie language, told the spy that he had implanted a virus in his brain, and that he could trigger it to end his own life. As soon as Zombie finished, the spy numbly agreed and then passed away. When Zombie walked out of the interrogation room, everyone looked at him in total horror. Even Violet got cold sweats. However, Zhang Lanqi, the president of the sword department, watched him with definite interest. Up on the stage, the chief clapped and said Zombie did a great job, acknowledging that the younger generation was definitely taking over. After that, the chief asked Zombie to come with him to register as a vice president. Zhang Lanqi looked confused, wondering aloud when vice presidents had to register for their position. Watching Zombie slowly follow the chief toward the back door of the gym, Zhang Lanqi couldn't help but follow along with her subordinate. Meanwhile, 500 meters underground in a ruined city, someone reported to Professor Jamie that their spy had confessed. Professor Jamie wasn't panicked at all and just told them to let the academy come. His green-haired subordinate was shocked, pointing out that those people weren't easy to deal with. Professor Jamie, however, calmly walked over to his experimental equipment. He said it was actually good they were coming, since the experiment was almost done anyway, and he wanted them to witness a historic moment, the birth of a new life form. The scene jumped back to the academy, where the chief had taken Zombie to a derelict industrial area. At this point, Zombie was puzzled, asking why they were going somewhere so abandoned when they were supposed to be registering him. The chief then asked Zombie when he had learned to speak human language. Zombie was visibly stunned, but before he could reply, the chief suddenly turned and fired his arm cannon right at him. With a loud bang, Zombie's head was completely vaporized by an energy beam, which nearly hit Zhang Lanqi, who was secretly following them. Zhang Lanqi's subordinate noted that the chief's tachyon cannon was terrifying. The chief, looking at the headless zombie, felt smug, saying he didn't know how zombies sneaked into the academy, but zombies were weak to head trauma, and Zombie had the misfortune of running into him. While the chief was feeling pleased with himself, the previously motionless zombie suddenly zipped toward him, grabbing the chief's neck in the next second. With a crash, the chief was slammed into the wall. Just then, several robots flew down from the sky and started intensely attacking Zombie. Zombie quickly fought back and attacked the robots, giving the chief a chance to put some distance between them. But the chief was shocked by what he saw. Zombie, now headless, was absolutely crushing all the robots in the arena with just his bare hands. After Zombie took care of all the robots, the chief was astonished, wondering what kind of creature this was. A headless zombie that was still so strong. Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, hiding nearby, were also totally dumbfounded. Zombie then launched himself forward with massive force, and in the next second, he was right next to the chief. Surprisingly, the chief was fast too, dodging Zombie's strikes while still managing to counterattack. His particle cannon shot missed Zombie, who quickly ducked. The chief was overwhelmed, wondering how this guy could still be so quick without a head, but there was no time to think as Zombie's fist was already flying toward him. In a tight moment, the chief quickly zipped backward, flashing dozens of meters away to create space. Zhang Lanqi's subordinate worried about the chief, but Zhang Lanqi knew the chief was just starting to get serious. Meanwhile, Zombie suddenly transformed. His head, which had been destroyed, inexplicably grew back. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate were completely baffled, asking what kind of creature he was. Zombie calmly suggested they talk, saying he genuinely didn't want to harm the chief. The chief, feeling the small mark Zombie had left on his neck, slowly started to remove his outer clothes, asking if Zombie wanted to control his mind too. He said Zombie was out of luck. Just then, a robot flew through the air. As it was about to reach the chief, it broke apart and immediately attached itself to the chief. As the white fog faded, the chief was covered in mechanical armor. He declared that he was a mechanical life form and never talked to zombies. He told Zombie he should feel honored to be the first person to see him in this form. After saying that, the chief charged at Zombie Zombie with incredible speed. In an instant, Zombie was kicked hard in the chin. Before Zombie could even hit the ground, the chief zipped underneath him and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The huge force sent Zombie flying 100 meters into the air. The two spectators were speechless, asking if this was the chief's true power. The chief then quickly flew above Zombie and unleashed a barrage of blows that bounced Zombie around in the sky like a pinball. After pummeling Zombie with countless punches, the chief decided he'd done enough. He teleported in front of Zombie and violently stomped him down into the ground. Just as Zombie hit the ground, the chief landed, and his chest suddenly glowed with red energy. In the next second, a powerful energy beam shot out at Zombie, strong enough to destroy the surrounding buildings. The chief finally stopped, taking a breath, and decided that Zombie must be completely destroyed now. But as the smoke cleared, Zombie walked out, completely unharmed. The chief was in utter disbelief. At that moment, Zombie suddenly let out a massive roar toward the sky, and the terrifying force nearly knocked Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, who were hundreds of meters away, off their feet. The chief's mech suit cracked instantly from the sheer pressure. As Zombie stopped roaring and slowly turned around, the two people watching the fight were absolutely terrified. Zombie had transformed into his second form. This change caused all kinds of weird weather phenomena. A typhoon started swirling furiously around Zombie, even affecting the sky over the whole city. Dawn, seeing this from a distance, was completely stunned, while Zhang Lanqi, who was right there, was so scared she could only stutter. As everyone was confused, Zombie, still in the abandoned area, said he had given them enough chances to settle this peacefully by talking. The chief was momentarily stunned, but just as he was about to talk back, Zombie suddenly tilted his head and gave a wicked smile, asking him how he would like to perish. This eerie scene terrified Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, who noted that not only had Zombie's appearance changed, but his personality seemed different too. The two immediately decided to run away at high speed, prioritizing their safety. However, the chief, still standing his ground, didn't consider his situation at all, arrogantly claiming that no zombie had ever scared him. With that, he aggressively challenged the transformed zombie to battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, who had gotten quite a distance away, thought they were safe when a figure suddenly zoomed past them. They were shocked to see that the chief had been smashed by Zombie's punch. Before they could react, Zombie had already teleported right in front of them. The chief frantically called for his robots, but before they could arrive, Zombie blasted them, causing another explosion. Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, still airborne, were also knocked down by the shockwave. The chief desperately shouted at them to help finish that dangerous zombie, but Zhang Lanqi had no intention of getting involved, angrily asking why the chief had provoked it in the first place. The three then scattered in different directions. However, Zombie, watching them, didn't move. Instead, he raised his right hand and violently plunged it into the ground. The next second, the previously calm city began to shake. Zhang Lanqi, who was still trying to escape, was suddenly shocked when a concrete road unexpectedly shot up and blocked her path. The chief nearby was also hit by the suddenly emerging road. It turned out that Zombie had actually lifted the entire new city that was under development. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded, wondering what on earth was going on and if there had been an earthquake. Dawn, watching from afar, could hardly believe she was seeing a deserted city being lifted into the air. At that moment, Zombie on the battlefield suddenly exerted his strength. With a loud bang, he moved incredibly fast toward the chief. In an instant, Zombie placed a hand on the chief's forehead, wearing a wicked, mischievous smile. He asked the chief if he was scared now, noting that while he couldn't control robots, it looked like the chief's brain wasn't made of machinery. While gripping the chief's head, countless zombie viruses instantly took over the chief's entire brain. Zombie then pulled out some memories from the chief's mind. Surprisingly, the seemingly unbeatable chief was also a sad figure. At the age of 5, his parents had passed away in an accident. Afterward, he was captured by Professor Jamie for human enhancement experiments, meaning almost everything below his head was no longer normal. Seeing this, Zombie couldn't help but feel sorry for him, wondering if living like that didn't make him more of a walking corpse than the zombies. He loosened his grip and unexpectedly let the chief go. Watching from below, Zhang Lanqi quickly rushed over to catch the chief, who was barely alive. She was also terrified, realizing Zombie also had the ability to read memories. Later that night, Zombie hurried back to his dorm, packing his bags and thinking about how he had again failed to control his emotions. Now that he had revealed his true power, it was best to run away. But just as he was about to leave with his bags, Violet suddenly appeared and stopped him. Zombie felt helpless. He truly was a kind-hearted zombie who really disliked conflict. But for his freedom, he turned around and charged at Violet. However, at that moment, she held up a letter of appointment, saying that from today onward, he was officially a vice president of the Beyonders Academy. Zombie was utterly baffled, but the appointment letter in front of him looked real. He asked if the chief had stamped the seal himself and if he hadn't said anything else. Violet tilted her head slightly and said the chief had only mentioned that Zombie was a very good human. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Zhang Lanqi learned that the chief intended to keep Zombie, a look of shock appeared on her face. However, the chief stated that whether Zombie was a zombie or a human didn't matter anymore. The main thing was that he could help them catch Professor Jamie. The chief then asked Zhang Lanqi about the preparations for the operation. Hearing this, Zhang Lanqi confirmed everything was ready and they could leave immediately. She said she hoped they could successfully capture Professor Jamie this time. The scene switched to an abandoned town, where Varmint furiously yelled that their king had been captured by humans and asked what they should do if the humans took him from them. The zombie underlings shouted they would finish the humans and rescue their king, though some insisted their king couldn't possibly be captured. After a few calm days, an aircraft carrier suddenly appeared at sea. The chief stood in the command center, shouting into the microphone that they only had one chance and absolutely had to capture Professor Jamie. Soon, they arrived at the ruined city where Professor Jamie was hiding. Zombie and Dawn casually strolled through the city as if they were just window shopping. Just then, a group of human armed forces suddenly appeared. As soon as they saw Zombie, they all snapped to attention and saluted him. This action completely confused Zombie. A captain stepped forward and reported that starting today, the 56th Regiment, consisting of 120,000 people, would follow Vice President Zombie's orders. In an effort to catch Professor Jamie, the chief had actually given Zombie a whole group of human troops to command. Looking at the 120,000 soldiers now under him, Zombie jokingly asked if they would even end their own lives if he told them to right then. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier immediately pulled out a hand grenade and yelled that it was an honor. Sir, Zombie was completely baffled and started shouting that it was only a joke. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone was saying he didn't understand why they had put such a newbie in charge of such an important strategic position and advised Zombie to hide behind them later to avoid being accidentally hurt. Zombie asked if they were the two heads of the Steel Blade Department from Stainless Steel Academy. Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier, a young man in armor scoffed. This was Chief Gang of the Stainless Steel Academy. He asked if the Beyonders Academy had no one left to send a rookie to guard such a key strategic point. Violet shot back that he was asked there to help, not to pry into their business, and confidently added that Zombie could beat him until he cried. This comment left the chief of the Stainless Steel Academy completely dismissive, though he mentioned he had already sent reinforcements anyway. Meanwhile, in Professor Jamie's underground control room, a subordinate reported that everyone had entered the city. Ming-Ji replied with a wicked smile, telling them to release the zombies. After he pressed a button, countless zombies immediately surged towards Zombie and his group. At that moment, the green-haired subordinate suddenly noticed something strange mixed in with the zombie horde. It turned out that Varmint had gathered the zombies to attack the humans, but the next day, only one person followed him, and after handing Varmint a can of gasoline, he scurried off, mentioning that he didn't dare defy the king's orders. Hearing this, Varmint helplessly said they just wouldn't let the king know about it. He called the others cowards, claiming he could finish all the humans by himself. But just then, he curiously took a sniff of a green capsule floating in the air. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate was immediately overjoyed. He hadn't expected this zombie to have such high attributes. The green-haired subordinate burst into laughter, telling Varmint to show him how strong he really was. Meanwhile, on the ground, the weaker zombies were quickly wiped out. Zombie looked at the zombie casualties in front of him and asked if these weren't from his group. Dawn quickly turned her head, giving him a look that said, "I don't know anything." Just then, the president of the Steel Blade Department walked up and mocked them, telling the weaklings to go home to their mothers and stop getting in the way. But before he could finish, a series of roars came from a distance. Everyone looked over and saw Zombie's subordinate, Varmint. Zombie was confused, asking what Varmint was doing there. Varmint didn't answer, but instead chugged the gasoline in his hand. Dawn was completely shocked. Suddenly, Varmint pulled the cord on his chainsaw, and the roaring sound of the engine filled the entire area. Varmint roared at the sky and charged furiously toward the group. The nearby buildings started to crack, and Dawn, who was directly in his path, was blown away. Zombie, however, stood completely steady and unfazed. Dawn screamed in terror, asking what that guy was. At that moment, the totally out-of-control Varmint yelled that he was going to wipe out all the humans. The president of the Steel Blade Department suddenly got interested, saying, "Not bad, finally a decent zombie." Meanwhile, Zombie was dragging Dawn away in a desperate run. Dawn was confused, asking why they were running when the president of the Steel Blade Department was right there. Zombie simply told her that they couldn't finish Varmint. Dawn was very surprised, noting that Varmint truly had an immortal body. However, their escape looked like pure fear to the president of the Steel Blade Department. Just as he was about to mock them, the vice president beside him was sent flying by a punch from Varmint, crashing right into a tank behind them. At that moment, the president of the Steel Blade Department reacted and quickly turned back, confused, but the vice president was already down and couldn't speak. When the president turned back again, Varmint was somehow already in front of him. A sound of rapid, heavy punches erupted as the president was bounced between the buildings. Inside the control room, the green-haired subordinate exclaimed that Varmint's power level was incredible and that the president of the Steel Blade Department was in deep trouble. Just as the president thought he could counterattack, Varmint slapped him, sending him spinning, and then kicked him hundreds of meters away, where he crashed into his vice president. Both the president and vice president of the Steel Blade Department were now incapacitated. Varmint teleported in front of them, raised his chainsaw, and viciously swung it down, but somehow somehow, the president still had the strength to block it with his steel armor. On a distant rooftop, Zombie and 2 others were calmly watching the whole thing. Dawn cried out, saying it looked like the president of the Steel Blade Department couldn't hold out much longer. Surprisingly, the previously arrogant president was now being beaten by Varmint, crying and yelling for his mother. Seeing this, Dawn and the others looked dismayed. Dawn asked Zombie what they should do now. Zombie, observing Varmint, thought that intervening might expose him. He turned to Dawn and told her to go down and defeat Varmint. Dawn protested, saying that if the president of the Steel Blade Department couldn't win, going down there would just be like offering herself up on a plate. Zombie ignored her complaint and instead bit her arm. Afterward, Dawn was bewildered, asking if she was going to turn into a zombie now. Then she covered her chest with both hands and angrily asked if Zombie had any inappropriate thoughts toward her. Zombie quickly denied it. He told her to remember to hold back a little when she struck Varmint. Zombie had used his powerful zombie virus to totally reconfigure and upgrade Dawn's genes. In an instant, Dawn powered up. Just as Varmint was about to finish off the president of the Steel Blade Department, Dawn approached, dragging her Gatling gun behind her, and challenged Varmint to come play with her. Varmint turned around and asked who she thought she was. She calmly stepped forward and called him a braggart, asking what made him so special. After saying this, Dawn immediately pulled out her specialized Gatling gun. In an instant, countless bullets zipped toward Varmint, but to her surprise, Varmint was just casually dodging everything. However, the president of the Steel Blade Department behind him was in bad shape. Fortunately, all the bullets managed to just barely miss him. The vice president quickly grabbed the president and got them both out of the battle zone. Just then, Dawn appeared right above Varmint and performed a 360-degree leap into the air. As she flew over his head, she quickly pulled the pins from 2 high-explosive grenades. Dawn forcefully stuffed the 2 grenades into Varmint's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, Varmint was instantly engulfed in flames. But as the thick smoke cleared, Varmint walked out as if nothing had happened, asking if she was trying to tickle him, as it didn't hurt at all. But before he could finish his sentence, he was shot in the face with buckshot. Dawn, with a mischievous smile, was back on top of the building. The vice president asked Zombie what he had done to her. Zombie replied that it wasn't much, just a slight modification to her genes, and that this was only the beginning stage. He could make her even stronger. The focus shifted back to Varmint. Although he was immortal, facing such intense attacks still made him feel the pain. At that moment, Dawn suddenly laughed uproariously, as if her body had evolved. Seeing this, the president of the Steel Blade Department was completely terrified, now only wanting to hurry home to his mother. Suddenly, Varmint took the initiative and charged at Dawn, but he missed, and instead, Dawn stomped him into the ground. With a bang, Dawn delivered a sweeping kick to Varmint's face. The powerful blow sent him flying and tumbling backward. Dawn picked up a rocket launcher and yelled, asking if he wasn't immortal, and telling him to try this out. At that moment, Varmint, who was looking quite beaten up, saw some gasoline nearby. He quickly grabbed the barrel and started chugging it down. At the same time, Dawn's rocket fired toward him, but in a flash, the rocket was split in 2. It turned out that Varmint, having fueled up on gasoline, had somehow increased his strength. Varmint then sliced Dawn in half with his quick move. Seeing this, the president and vice president of the Steel Blade Department exclaimed in despair, saying it was over, and they were definitely done for this time. Varmint smugly reminded them that he was immortal and told them to stop wasting their energy. However, Zombie on the rooftop suddenly clenched his fist. The next second, Dawn's sliced body miraculously started to heal. This change shocked Varmint. He hadn't expected Dawn to also have regeneration. Seeing this, the president and vice president from the Steel Blade Department just wanted to hurry home to their mothers. Meanwhile, the 2 in the arena were only getting more energized as they fought. Dawn, with a mischievous smile, roared that Varmint wasn't bad and that they should keep playing. Hearing this, Varmint was also confused, asking who the real Zombie was. At this moment, Zombie, standing on the rooftop, hadn't expected Dawn's potential to be so great after her genetic change. However, at this point, her body had been badly hurt, and the pain from being sliced in half was real, so the fight needed to end quickly. Zombie decided to intervene, saying that since Varmint couldn't stay home and behave, he shouldn't blame Zombie for having to discipline him. With Zombie's deliberate control, Dawn's potential was activated again. In just an instant, she was right in front of Varmint. Dawn punched Varmint in the face, sending him flying high into the air. Just then, Dawn ran up a building, got behind Varmint, and fiercely smashed the back of her Gatling gun onto his head. With a loud crash, as the dust settled, Varmint was just climbing out of the pit when he saw Dawn standing in front of him again. What followed was a series of powerful slams and blows, during which Varmint couldn't fight back at all. Just as Dawn was about to launch another combo, Varmint quickly raised his hand to surrender, saying he would go home immediately and never come out again. Hearing this, Zombie could only look on in silence, while the green-haired subordinate watching in the control room was also stunned. Suddenly, Dawn put down her machine gun, and her powered-up state instantly vanished, ending her transformation. At that moment, Varmint, Varmint, hiding in the pit, noticed her change and immediately jumped out, landing a sneak punch on Dawn's face. Seeing this, Zombie cursed, asking Dawn what she was doing and why she believed Varmint's nonsense. He pointed out that the moment she let her guard down, she reverted back to normal. Dawn looked regretful. She hadn't expected her powered-up state to disappear so easily. Varmint taunted her, saying it was just stimulants, and now that the drug was gone, he'd see how she was going to pass away. Zombie was speechless, realizing he might have to intervene himself. Meanwhile, the green-haired subordinate, watching from the shadows, was thrilled, saying this zombie was too powerful and even played dirty. He excitedly worked the keyboard, hoping to see Varmint finish them all. As Varmint was closing in, just about to eliminate Dawn and the others, the green-haired subordinate suddenly noticed another person appearing on the street. Watching Zombie slowly approach, Varmint immediately stopped what he was doing. Just when the green-haired subordinate thought another great show was about to start, Varmint suddenly found himself unable to speak. At that moment, Zombie gave him a stern look and asked him what he was doing there, reminding that he had told him to stay home. This statement made everyone nearby pause, and at that moment, in the control room, the green-haired subordinate was also shocked, because no matter how hard he tried to take control, Varmint showed no reaction. It turned out that with Zombie's appearance, Varmint's consciousness was instantly sent back hundreds of years ago to their first meeting, when he thought Zombie was just a little zombie. The scene returned to the present, and Dawn and the others were in disbelief because the once arrogant Varmint was now so terrified that he had wet his pants. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate was incredulous and frantically pressed buttons on the control panel, trying to regain control of Varmint. But watching Zombie approach step by step, Varmint was so scared he dared not even breathe. In a daze, Varmint remembered that summer hundreds of years ago. Back then, he was known as Lord Chainsaw, ruling his territory, until that guy who called himself Zombie appeared. Initially, Varmint thought he was just an ordinary little zombie, but the next second, Zombie, in his second form, grabbed his mouth and declared that from now on, Varmint was his subordinate. Zombie asked if he had any objections, and Varmint quickly nodded in agreement. The scene returned to the present, and Varmint didn't dare to move. The green-haired subordinate was furious and yelled that Varmint was immortal and asked what he was afraid of, but what he didn't know was that Varmint had been disobedient in the past. As a result, Zombie had torn him into pieces and hung him on a tree like dried meat for hundreds of years. So now, no matter how the green-haired subordinate tried to control Varmint, Varmint's body instinctively resisted. At that moment, the zombie control computer exploded under the green-haired subordinate's frantic button pressing, and Varmint, out of pure fear, immediately ran away. The green-haired subordinate was stunned, and the trio watching the show was also dumbfounded. As for Zombie himself, he was completely baffled. Watching his plan fail because of Zombie, the green-haired subordinate was furious. Just as he was about to try something else, Professor Jamie's hands suddenly landed on his shoulder. He told him to forget about it, as they were about to come down. As he spoke, several armed helicopters appeared high in the sky. It turned out that the two department presidents of the Beyonders Academy and others had arrived. He asked the green-haired subordinate if Professor Jamie was down there. The subordinate confirmed that they were 6 floors underground, and the total area was about 10,000 square meters. Questioned how they were supposed to find them in such a huge underground area. However, before she could finish speaking, the chief of the Stainless Steel Academy drew his sword and declared that problems could be solved with overwhelming force. With that, he jumped out of the helicopter, called him a brute. The Stainless Steel Academy's chief didn't back down but advanced, causing a sonic boom. He swung his long sword casually from side to side, and the next second, he spiraled violently toward the ground like a steel tornado. Soon after, a loud explosion came from the ground. The Stainless Steel Academy's chief had smashed a crater 100 meters deep into the earth. Zhang Lanqi was speechless, thinking he was too reckless. She worried that making such a big scene might set off a trap below. However, back at the helicopter, the chief of the Beyonders Academy looked unconcerned, claiming that all traps were useless against absolute power. He then leaped down from the helicopter. As all the armed forces entered the underground city, they searched for a long time, but didn't find anyone. This puzzled the two academy chiefs, who wondered if Professor Jamie had escaped. Meanwhile, above ground, Zhang Lanqi couldn't help but complain, asking why they had to guard up there while the others rushed underground to capture people. Zhang Lanqi's subordinate quickly offered a justification, saying they were their superiors. At this moment, the scene shifted to the top of a high-rise building. All of Professor Jamie's men had already relocated there. Professor Jamie declared it was time to show them his great experiment and ordered them to execute Plan A. Meanwhile, in the underground city, the Stainless Steel Academy's chief approached a cylindrical incubator. Driven by curiosity, he tore off the label, which read, "Contains the Zombie King. Open it if you are a man." Seeing such words, the Stainless Steel Academy's chief immediately ordered his subordinates to blow up the incubator, advised caution, saying their main objective was to capture people, and they shouldn't create unnecessary complications. Seeing that they hadn't been tricked, the green-haired subordinate quickly reported to Professor Jamie that they had chickened out. Hearing this, Professor Jamie calmly pulled a detonator from his pocket. As he pressed the button, a remote-controlled bomb hidden behind the incubator was triggered. Hearing the sound of the bomb, the chief felt that something was very wrong, but it was already too late to escape. A violent explosion suddenly erupted, engulfing all the soldiers in flames. However, that level of explosion was merely a tickle to the Stainless Steel Academy's chief. But when Professor Jamie learned that the creature from the incubator had emerged, he burst into maniacal laughter. He declared that the destruction of humanity started today and ordered his greatest experiment to go slaughter all humans, even including him. The scene jumped back to the underground city. As the smoke slowly cleared, the two Academy chiefs looked completely baffled. The so-called Zombie King mentioned on the label turned out to be just a baby zombie with a pacifier still in its mouth. The two chiefs stared blankly. Just as the Stainless Steel Academy's chief moved forward to check, the Beyonders Academy chief held his shoulder and cautioned him to be careful, noting that the more harmless something looked, the more dangerous it usually was. However, the Stainless Steel Academy's chief didn't care and charged forward, swinging his sword, but the seemingly infantile zombie dodged with an eerily agile move, suddenly appearing on top of the attacker's head. Seeing this, the chief couldn't help but exclaim that he knew it. He shouted for everyone to retreat now, or they would all perish. As he spoke, all the soldiers quickly ran outside. However, the stubborn Stainless Steel Academy chief, with a look of disdain, didn't believe a small zombie could cause much trouble. He slashed at the zombie again with his sword. Seeing the zombie split in half by his blade, he thought it was over. But the next second, the small zombie split into two separate entities. The Stainless Steel Academy chief was dumbfounded, asking what kind of monster this was. At that moment, the two separate zombie entities began speaking in a strange language and then eerily fused back together. Meanwhile, the real Professor Jamie had already escaped to the rooftop of a different building. He ordered his subordinate to release the zombies so they could escape during the chaos. Immediately, he released all the zombies in the city. In an instant, hordes of zombies rushed toward Zhang Lanqi and her team. However, Zhang Lanqi was not worried at all. Just as her subordinate was about to call for backup, Zhang Lanqi stepped forward and told him there was no need. She walked forward, took the hair tie from her hair, and with a quick flick, it transformed into a sharp sword. With her sword in hand, Zhang Lanqi moved with the grace of a female warrior. In a flash, she kicked a zombie right in the face. There were numerous thudding sounds as all the zombies on the street were kicked high into the air by her. Using a large tree as a catapult, Zhang Lanqi soared into the air. Her subordinate was astonished. In the air, Zhang Lanqi executed her swordplay at high speed. In just a few breaths, she landed, and all the zombies in the air were cut into pieces. At that moment, her subordinate, who was eating lunch, was stunned because his plate had somehow ended up with top-tier zombie sushi on it. Zhang Lanqi crossed her arms and stated that this number of zombies wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Meanwhile, the green-haired subordinate on the rooftop was furious. He hadn't expected the zombies he had just released to be cleaned up by her so quickly. He wished that chainsaw zombie was still around to give this troublesome woman some trouble. He directed other zombies to rush toward Zhang Lanqi, but just then two strange figures appeared in the alley. It was Goo and Blackie, who had also arrived. Blackie stepped forward, pulling a zombie along, and asked if they had seen the zombie in the picture, the one with the chainsaw. But before he could finish, the zombie he was holding rudely slapped the paper away. Blackie was speechless, saying that foreign zombies were so rude. Goo stepped forward, worried that if they couldn't find Varmint, the king would punish them too. Blackie broke out in a cold sweat, but insisted they would find him. Meanwhile, inside the underground city, the pacifier-sucking zombie stretched out its hand and invited them to come play. The two Academy chiefs were left speechless. The Stainless Steel Academy chief was the quicker one, drawing his sword and slashing at the zombie. But the zombie dodged everything. At that moment, the Stainless Steel Academy chief gathered his strength and, with a powerful slash, cut the zombie into two pieces. However, the bisected zombie acted as if nothing had happened, bounced a few times, and then reconnected. This made the Stainless Steel Academy chief furious, demanding that if the zombie had guts, it shouldn't run and should fight him fairly. After hearing this, the zombie suddenly pulled out its pacifier. Something bizarre happened. The once less than a meter tall little zombie transformed into a tall and beautiful female zombie. Seeing this, the two Academy chiefs were dumbfounded, asking what the heck this was. The Stainless Steel Academy chief asked if she was ready and fiercely slashed at the female zombie with his katana. But the next second, he was dumbfounded because his powerful strike was effortlessly caught by her with just 2 fingers. Furthermore, no matter how much force he used, the steel blade couldn't move even a fraction of an inch further. Seeing this, the Stainless Steel Academy chief realized he was probably no match for her and immediately turned around, yelling at the chief to come over and help. Hearing this, the chief joined the fight in his Model 1 armor. But before he could make a move, the female zombie kneed him in the face, blasting him up and away. The terrifying force not only tore through a large building, but also, by a strange coincidence, landed him right in front of Blackie and Agu. Seeing the human suddenly appear, they wondered if they should rescue him, but Blackie immediately asked if Aga was crazy, reminding him they were zombies. Just then, another earth-shattering crash echoed from the direction of the underground facility. Soon after, the Stainless Steel Academy chief was sent flying back like a cannonball, crashing through multiple buildings. Seeing this, Violet and Zhang Lanqi hurried forward and asked what had happened in the underground facility. Grimacing in pain, the Stainless Steel Academy chief raised his hand and pointed behind them, telling them to see for themselves. Hearing this, the two quickly turned around, but when they clearly saw who it was, their faces showed sheer astonishment. It was all because the beautiful zombie was leisurely leaning on the railing, yawning. Seeing this bizarre scene, Violet immediately felt that this zombie was definitely not ordinary. Beside her, Zhang Lanqi quickly drew her sword, proposing they work together and not let her escape. But faced with the intimidating presence of the two presidents, the beautiful zombie wasn't panicked at all. She even beckoned them forward with an intriguing hand motion. Meanwhile, Zombie and his group were leisurely grilling skewers. The Steel Blade Department president held up a cup of tea, offering it to Zombie. Zombie commented that the tea was dry, and the Steel Blade Department president was outraged at whoever made the tea. Just then, a rumbling noise suddenly came from down the street, and Zombie immediately stood up, suggesting they go over and see what happened. Zhang Lanqi made the first move, fiercely throwing her sword at the female zombie. With a whoosh, it only made a small cut on the female zombie's face. Violet quickly drew her sword and charged forward, but in the next second, the female zombie kicked her in the chin, the intense pain nearly knocking Violet out. The female zombie commented that Violet's speed was decent. Hearing this, Violet couldn't stand it anymore. She performed a 360-degree spin in mid-air and then forcefully kicked the female zombie in the head. Despite such a fierce attack, the female zombie remained unaffected and only said, "But sadly." Seeing this, Violet felt uneasy and quickly dashed backward. As she retreated, Zhang Lanqi, wielding her sword, charged forward. Countless sword slashes swirled around the female zombie, cutting nearby buildings into numerous pieces. On the other side, the Stainless Steel Academy chief, enduring the pain, found a secluded spot. He quickly took off his pants and then pressed a button on his neck. The next second, a series of mechanical sounds clicked into action. In no time, the Stainless Steel Academy chief had transformed into a steel-armored knight. This was the secret weapon of the Stainless Steel Academy, the Heart of Steel Mark I. Back to Zhang Lanqi and her group, the battle was fiercely back and forth. Just as Violet and Zhang Lanqi were preparing to launch a final assault on the female zombie, she suddenly extended an unusually long tongue and underwent a series of grotesque mutations. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and Violet were utterly shocked, asking what the heck this was. The female zombie slammed her palm onto the ground, sending a powerful shockwave that blasted them away. The once shapely female zombie had now transformed into an overly muscular mutant with 8-pack abs. Fortunately, the transformed Stainless Steel Academy chief finally arrived, warning them that they were no match for her. However, the overconfident Stainless Steel Academy chief didn't heed their warnings. Instead, he boldly approached the mutated strongman, proposing they decide this in one hit. With that, the Stainless Steel Academy chief and the strongman zombie both threw their punches. As their fists met, a powerful shockwave blasted Zhang Lanqi and Violet away. The massive explosion also caught the attention of Zombie nearby. Soon, as the smoke cleared, the Stainless Steel Academy chief was left with only half his frame intact. In contrast, the strongman zombie was completely unharmed. He declared that the chief had already lost. What the zombie didn't know was that Zombie was already close by. The new Zombie King initiated its third transformation due to the opponent's resilience. Unexpectedly, what was once a tiny suckling zombie had now become the true Zombie King. Facing such a formidable foe, Zhang Lanqi and her companions never gave up, but against such overwhelming power, their efforts were in vain. The Zombie King merely lifted a hand casually, and the Stainless Steel Academy chief's mech instantly fell apart. Zhang Lanqi and Violet were also blasted hundreds of meters into the air. Unexpectedly, the two landed right in front of Zombie, close enough for him to catch them both. Zombie and his party rushed over to express their concern for the two who had been fighting. Violet then warned Zombie that they should leave, as they were facing the Zombie King. However, before they could even react, the Zombie King issued an order to its horde, "Go on, eat them." As the words fell, countless zombies rushed toward Zhang Lanqi and her companions. Seeing this, Zombie became furious, and, after throwing the two on the ground, shouted, "Scram!" All the zombies stopped in their tracks, now wary of Zombie. At this moment, the Zombie King asked in confusion who Zombie was. Zombie slowly walked into the crowd of zombies and asked the king what he should be called if the king called himself the Zombie King. As soon as Zombie finished speaking, all the zombies knelt down before him. Before long, all the zombies were at Zombie's feet. Zombie asked why the king wasn't talking anymore. The Zombie King smirked, realizing Zombie was one of their kind. He suggested the survivor be called King. With that, he threw a powerful punch at Zombie's face. But such a terrifying punch was mocked by Zombie, who asked if he hadn't eaten. Enraged by these words, the Zombie King was about to react when Zombie's fist brutally landed on his solar plexus. In an instant, the formidable force blasted the Zombie King flying tens of kilometers away, eventually crashing onto an aircraft carrier at sea with a thunderous boom. At this moment, Professor Jamie, who was watching from the rooftop, was stunned, asking how such a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared. On the other side, the Zombie King laughed, saying it was interesting and that he had finally found someone worth fighting. After speaking, he plunged into the sea and then lifted a submarine weighing tens of thousands of tons into the sky. The Zombie King used the submarine as a weapon and slammed it down onto Zombie with a big crash. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Blackie was giving the chief emergency medical attention. Just then, Blackie said he sensed the king's presence over there. A figure suddenly shot up from within the submarine. Zombie flew into the sky and then flung a rope around the Zombie King's neck, yanking it fiercely toward him. The next second, Zombie brutally kicked him in the face. The terrifying force caved the Zombie King's face in. The Zombie King was thoroughly enraged. He rushed to the ground, lifted the submarine again, and swung it violently at Zombie. With a thunderous boom, Zombie was blasted thousands of kilometers away onto an aircraft carrier. Zombie mocked him, asking if he liked throwing things around. Meanwhile, seeing the Zombie King's formidable power, the chief urgently suggested they evacuate immediately, warning that the thing Professor Jamie had developed was not something Zombie could handle. But before he could finish, Blackie smirked dismissively, telling the chief to watch carefully, as there was no one in this world who could defeat their king, not even the gods. Back on the aircraft carrier, Zombie suddenly flashed, and the next second, he was already in front of the Zombie King. The king was shocked at how much faster he had gotten. Zombie's fist fiercely smashed into his face. The terrifying force directly sent the Zombie King flying off the earth. However, before the Zombie King could catch his breath, an aircraft carrier was launched right into him. With a loud boom, the Zombie King was fiercely smashed into the moon. Dawn and the others were completely stunned. However, at that moment, the Zombie King on the moon kicked the aircraft carrier with great force and simultaneously propelled himself back to Earth. The aircraft carrier and the Zombie King, filled with rage, were heading right toward Zombie. Seeing this, Zombie immediately jumped, rushing toward the Zombie King mid-flight. But at this moment, the Zombie King suddenly entered the aircraft carrier's main inner deck and began to damage the nuclear reactor. Just as Zombie arrived at the aircraft carrier, a huge explosion instantly spread across the continent's sky. Seeing this, Dawn and the others screamed for help. However, as the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated in the sky, Zombie landed perfectly unharmed on a battleship. The Zombie King landed roughly on a different ship across the water. Zombie said that the damage wasn't even enough to tickle him. Hearing this, the Zombie King was completely speechless and began to gather all his strength. Next, his arms quickly lengthened and struck toward Zombie. In just an instant, Zombie was smashed onto a high-rise building back in the city. The Zombie King proposed that since neither of them could defeat the other, they should cooperate and destroy the world together. Meanwhile, the chief was fearfully watching with Blackie and Agu, suggesting they run, as he knew Zombie was very strong after transforming, but continuing to fight like this was no solution. However, before he could finish speaking, Blackie interrupted, asking who said their king could only transform once. Hearing this, the chief was shocked, as he hadn't expected Zombie to have a third form. The scene shifted back to Zombie, who stood up from the rubble and said he wasn't interested in destroying the world or anything of the sort. He added that only weaklings thought about destroying the world every day. The Zombie King was speechless upon hearing Zombie's insult, but then Zombie transformed again. His originally dull skin slowly began to peel off, and with a roar, Zombie turned into a fair-skinned young man. Everyone was shocked, asking what he had just done. Meanwhile, Ago slapped the chief's face hard, telling him to look and see their king's true power. When the chief saw the fair-skinned young man on the high-rise, he was utterly incredulous. Many commented on his new transformation, noting that he looked completely different from his opponent, that he looked human, and that he was even stronger than before. Just then, it began to rain around them. Seeing Zombie's transformation, the Zombie King was bewildered, asking if he was a human or a zombie. It charged forward, but just as its fist was about to hit Zombie's face, the space around them suddenly changed. The raindrops that had been falling seemed to stop mid-air. At that moment, Zombie casually raised his hand. The next second, the Zombie King's body was instantly split into pieces, and the raindrops reversed back. Not only that, even Violet and the others began floating in the air, and even various fish in the sea were affected, as if gravity had been reversed. At this point, point, only half of the Zombie King's body remained, showing a face of fear. He had not expected such a huge gap between himself and Zombie. Zombie simply stated, "I am your daddy." Just then, a giant cyclone appeared in the sky. Dawn looked on in disbelief at this scene. Meanwhile, Violet and Zhang Lanqi also fell from the sky as Zombie's spell ended and the gravity around them returned to normal. Violet was dumbfounded, wondering if this was still the power of a mere zombie. Suddenly, a 100-ton whale heavily fell onto a high-rise building. Seeing this, Professor Jamie was also shocked. It was his first time seeing such a zombie. The divided Zombie King still refused to admit defeat. He leaped up from the ground and loudly shouted, "Regeneration!" His separated body began to reassemble. He claimed that, as the Zombie King, he was an unkillable life form and that Zombie couldn't do anything to him. Zombie raised his hand again, and with a swipe, he pulled the Zombie King to him with an imperceptible force. He then grabbed the Zombie King by the neck and looked at him with disdain, saying the king misunderstood death and asking if he thought one needed to be physically destroyed to perish. Hearing this, the Zombie King was visibly stunned. Before he could argue, the next second, he saw Zombie's terrifying eyes. Instantly, the king's consciousness was transported to a strange environment. At this moment, numerous giant spaceships appeared above Earth, and on one of the main ships, a humanoid in mech armor commanded countless mech warriors to advance toward Earth. The person standing in the way of these ancient ones was Zombie, but in a form that had yet to be seen. The humanoid commander stated, "Of the 6 times human civilization has ended, this will be the last." The ancient ones were waging war against Zombie, so that he would no longer destroy humanity one more time. The next second, all their spaceships were instantly engulfed in flames. Zombie had wreaked havoc on the fleet in space. The scene returned to the present, where the Zombie King was in agony. After a while, there was no more movement from the Zombie King in Zombie's hand. Meanwhile, Violet and the others watching from afar still did not know what had happened. They only saw that after Zombie grabbed the Zombie King by the neck, he instantly stopped moving. At that moment, Zombie suddenly loosened his grip, and the Zombie King fell straight from the rooftop. After a loud bang, the Zombie King was left unconscious. Seeing this, the chief was in utter disbelief, thinking the king must have been scared into losing consciousness by His Majesty's third form. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie hadn't expected the Zombie King he had so diligently researched to be scared to death just like that. His subordinate urged him that they better run now, or it would be too late. But before he could finish speaking, Zombie had already arrived by their side. Professor Jamie asked how Zombie knew they were there, as they had never shown themselves before. Seeing Zombie's displeased face, the green-haired subordinate was immediately scared into paralysis on the ground. Zombie asked if they were going to surrender, or if they wanted to go down and see the Zombie King. The group immediately raised their hands to surrender. Although Professor Jamie was reluctant, at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and give up resistance. And so, the harmful Professor Jamie was finally captured by the Beyonders Academy. After everything was settled, Dawn and Violet saw Zombie squatting there, lost in thought. It turned out that Zombie had reverted to his original form. Violet asked Dawn to go over and talk to him, even promising her the position of vice president if she succeeded. Violet ushered her forward, and Dawn reluctantly approached. With no choice left, Dawn steeled herself and greeted Zombie. Just then, Zombie suddenly stood up, which startled Dawn. However, Zombie simply stated that he still wanted an indestructible piece of clothing. Relieved, Dawn finally relaxed, as Zombie seemed completely harmless now. She asked if he remembered what just happened. He replied that his memory of it was a bit fuzzy, but he knew he had probably defeated many weirdos like that before. The scene shifted to a prisoner transport convoy containing Professor Jamie and his subordinate. Professor Jamie muttered that he had to acquire Zombie's genes to create a being even more powerful than him. Zombie's wish had finally come true, providing not only a peaceful and happy life for his people, but also a human military escort. It turned out that ever since Professor Jamie had been captured by Zombie, the humans had appointed him as a president of a society and granted him the authority to manage a city. However, Zombie requested to take over the city of H. The humans were confused, asking what good that godforsaken barren land was. Zombie insisted on his choice and promised to manage H City well. Thus, Zombie not only became a president, but was also appointed to manage H City. The Beyonders Academy was furious upon hearing this news. Violet also had a headache, unable to understand what Zombie was thinking. Apparently, Zombie wanted H City because it still housed thousands of citizens. To expedite their relocation, Zombie had the society's military provide protection along the streets. At that moment, from a high-rise, Zombie watched his citizens with satisfaction. Blackie approached and reported that, according to Zombie's orders, all the citizens had been relocated. Now they finally had a home. The human legions began to drill in the city. A zombie child asked his mother if the soldiers were going to shoot them with those fiery weapons. The mother replied that they were citizens under President Zombie, and from now on, the soldiers were sworn to protect them. The soldiers wondered if these people were crazy or something. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zombie's underlings were also thrilled, never expecting that they would have their own city. Zombie reflected that sometimes the continuity of a race didn't necessarily have to rely on war. After saying this, he left the rooftop without looking back. Blackie asked if Varmint had been hanging for a few months now. Zombie waved his hand and told them to just let him keep hanging. Poor Varmint, hanging on the City Hall building, said with a pitiful face that he was wrong, wouldn't dare again, and was almost dried up into a mummy. He pleaded with his king to let him down, promising he wouldn't do it again. Dawn and Violet were having a sparring match to test out Dawn's new capabilities. Violet did not expect that the mutated Dawn would have such incredibly high combat power, with just a simple clash causing her serious internal injuries. Dawn apologized, saying she hadn't even used her full strength yet. Hearing this, Violet could no longer bear it and instantly teleported behind Dawn, but just then, Dawn's head suddenly made a 180-degree spin, startling Violet, who was about to make a sneak attack. Immediately, Violet hastily did a back handstand, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, and asked if Dawn was still human. However, she hadn't finished speaking when Dawn already turned around, raising her Gatling gun. Seeing this, Violet quickly retreated. The rattling sound of the Gatling gun followed. Dawn was laughing maniacally and asked if she could also take the position of president now. Hearing this, Violet was instantly enraged. She pushed off with her feet, rushing toward Dawn like a bullet. With a forceful slash of her blade, Dawn's Gatling gun instantly became scrap metal. Dawn taunted her, asking if that was all she had, but before she could finish, Violet had already sliced her in two. But Violet was shocked, asking why she didn't dodge. However, the Dawn that had been split in half was not scared, but instead laughed out loud. Then, a bizarre scene occurred, as the body that had been cleaved in two began to slowly regenerate. Before long, Dawn stood up as if nothing had happened. Violet wondered what on earth Zombie had done to Dawn. Dawn asked how she looked, and if being president shouldn't be a problem with her current strength. After saying that, she suddenly threw a punch at Violet. With a boom, Violet was instantly slammed against the wall, losing her ability to fight. Seeing Violet defeated, Dawn asked if she was okay, and if she went too hard just now. Violet asked if she turned into a zombie after Zombie bit her, reminding Dawn they checked in the lab yesterday, and all her cells were perfectly normal. Violet questioned what was with the 360-degree head turn and her body's regenerative abilities. Dawn explained that she could fully control her transformations, and when she was feeling down, she could inject a stimulant to enhance it without any side effects. Violet paused, deep in thought. Then she rushed out of the arena. After witnessing Dawn's transformation abilities, Violet immediately flew to H-City non-stop. At that moment, inside the City Hall, Zombie was assigning tasks to his underlings. The first was the financial authority of H-City, and Zombie thought of Blackie first. From today, you are the director of the treasury. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the meeting room was suddenly banged open. Seeing the breathless Violet, Zombie was happy to see her, asking what brought her here. However, before he could finish, Violet rushed over. Just as Zombie looked bewildered, Violet suddenly opened his mouth and forcefully made Zombie bite her. Violet then abruptly left the meeting hall without looking back. She had just left the City Hall when her assistant hurriedly came up to remind her that she was too reckless and asked if she had forgotten that Zombie could control people's minds. The assistant worried about Zombie making her do something unspeakable. However, Violet not only did not regret her actions, but replied that to possess such power, she was fine even if he made her sing and dance to rap. Meanwhile, Zombie was still bewildered. Nevertheless, under his meticulous planning, H-City was finally on the right track. While the citizens were living and working in peace and contentment, they also developed various shops, such as a hair salon run by zombies, a zombie real estate company, and even a zombie driving school. However, getting a driver's license was still a bit difficult for zombies. At this moment, Zombie looked at his city with a sense of relief. His dream of many years had finally come true. But what he didn't know was that a bigger crisis was quietly approaching. A one-eyed woman was studying Zombie's information. She said she didn't understand why the Beyonders Academy would choose someone like him as president. Her colleague mentioned hearing that this zombie was actually a zombie. She dismissed it, saying they had seen them slander each other in their academies before, and although she didn't believe they would let a zombie be president, she really didn't like this zombie. She concluded they would know what this zombie was all about once they went to H-City. Over an iceberg in the North Pole, a helicopter rattled through. Moreover, humans also sent a giant industrial ship. Soon, the expedition team arrived at their destination. Someone mentioned hearing that an ancient body was suspected to have been found there, buried under 500 meters of ice. They hoped that if they could extract her completely, it would truly be a great discovery. With the help of the crane, the body was soon lifted up. As an archaeologist, Professor Strange said it was also his first time discovering such an existence. As the crane slowly pulled the ice block from the ground, a faintly visible body finally emerged in front of everyone. From the appearance, it seemed to be a young girl. Just as Professor Strange was shocked by this discovery, his assistant next to him was suddenly muffled by someone, who then bit his neck. Seeing this, the professor was startled, but before he could react, he was knocked down by another person. It turned out that the attackers were a mysterious organization, and their target was the body encased in ice. The leader of the group used an ice pick to break the ice block. The previously desiccated body now seemed to regain its vitality. Seeing this, a vampire nearby quickly draped his coat over her. They knelt before the woman, proclaiming, "All hail the Blood Queen. May our forever queen remain eternally youthful." The Blood Queen asked if that fool named Zombie was still alive. Her subordinate replied that Zombie was not only still alive, but also thriving, and he was mixing with humans again after destroying the last human civilization. The Blood Queen mused that she might be lonely if Zombie weren't around, and stated that this time she definitely wouldn't lose to him again. Zombie had been leisurely drinking tea in H City when he was suddenly summoned urgently to the Academy's headquarters by Violet. This was because a strange incident had occurred at the headquarters. A member of the exploration team in the North Pole had suddenly mutated and killed all the team members. Seeing this scene, Violet and Zhang Lanqi were also baffled. This guy didn't seem like a zombie. With no other options, they had to find Zombie, their so-called professional. Soon, Zombie arrived at the headquarters, but just as he entered, he was startled by the sight before him, because not a single person there was normal. President Ying of the Iron Club Academy introduced himself and noted that Zombie was the one who captured Professor Jamie. Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately stepped forward to shake his hand, affirming that was correct. But just as they had parted, President Ying sneered that Professor Jamie was just a small fry and not worth his effort. But just when the other presidents thought Zombie was weak, the Stainless Steel Academy chief alone hid in a corner, wishing he had stayed home. The scene shifted back to Zombie, who by now had arrived at the laboratory. However, when it came to identifying species, Zombie was clearly unsure. But when he saw the two holes on the person's neck, long-sealed memories suddenly surged forth. Violet asked if he noticed anything. Just then, the research scientist suddenly let out a scream. But when he saw Zombie's face, he immediately became docile. It turned out that Zombie had already switched to his second form. Zombie found it interesting that it was the Blood Tribe. A terrifying aura began to burst from around him. In an instant, Zhang Lanqi and the others were all blown away. Zombie wondered how this species was still around, as he thought they were extinct. His terrifying aura blasted many presidents away, particularly the Iron Club president, who was quite shaken. While everyone was still baffled, Zombie suddenly laughed, finding it interesting, as he thought he had exterminated the vampires 1,000 years ago. He grabbed the researcher and demanded to know where that little red who likes to poison me was now. But having just turned into a vampire, the researcher had no idea of the whereabouts of the Blood Queen. Unable to get the information he wanted, Zombie reverted to his original form. At this moment, inside the hall, the Iron Club president still didn't believe that the recent chaos was caused by Zombie. Only the Stainless Steel chief hiding on the side regretted not staying home. Just then, Zombie finally walked out of the room. Seeing this, Violet and the others quickly approached, asking if he had found anything special. Zombie told them it was best if they were all more careful these next few days. Having said that, he began to furrow his brow and stood motionless. Seeing this, Violet and Dawn felt something was amiss. But the next second, Zombie scratched his head, saying he had already forgotten what happened just now. Meanwhile, next to a large villa on the other side, in a small alley covered with cobwebs, the current Blood Queen looked utterly speechless. Just then, a coin suddenly clinked to the ground beside them. It turned out that a local had thought they were beggars and generously gave them $1. Seeing this, the male vampire, Lanling, immediately lit up and picked up the money. The Blood Queen asked why they had woken her up if they had all ended up like this. Before she could finish speaking, the girl beside her burst into tears, explaining that after the Queen's great battle with Zombie and subsequent loss, vampires no longer had a place to stand. They had to play dead to escape his clutches, and from that moment, they started to hide from both humans and zombies, never leaving this alley all this time. Upon hearing this, the Blood Queen instantly became furious, shocked that the vampires had ended up in such a dire state. She admitted that even summoning her was useless, as she simply couldn't defeat Zombie in her current state. Her subordinates explained that the reason they woke her was because they had obtained an important piece of information about a special human who might be able to help her defeat Zombie, someone who might bring them hope. Hearing this, the Blood Queen's interest was piqued, and she asked who it was. Lanling then pulled out a wanted poster from his chest. The man was Professor Jamie, the creator of the recent Zombie King. However, at this moment, Professor Jamie was still locked in a prison. Violet asked Zombie why they didn't just deal with Professor Jamie directly, Zombie. Zombie replied that they couldn't kill him yet, as not only had he planted many undercover agents, but there was also a lot of research data they hadn't found yet. Violet worried about the possibility of Professor Jamie escaping. However, before she could finish, the Iron Club president burst into laughter, declaring it impossible. He then offered to take Zombie to sea, since Zombie was the one who captured him. In no time, they arrived at a deserted valley via helicopter. The Iron Club president explained that Professor Jamie was detained in a prison 3,000 meters underground, and even taking the elevator down would take at least 30 minutes. As for security, he boasted, it went without saying. Not only were there high-tech weapons, but each level was also guarded by a highly skilled president. With such security, even if Professor Jamie had extraordinary abilities, he couldn't escape. Moreover, they had attached a huge detonating cord to him, and if anyone approached him, the detonator would explode immediately. He boasted that even if a god descended, all he could bring back was a corpse. Hearing this, Zombie broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that human methods were too cruel. He then turned around, saying he had other matters to attend to, and left. Meanwhile, in a small alley, when the Blood Queen saw their conversation through a live CCTV footage on a tablet, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The scene returned to the prison. The Iron Club president taunted Violet, saying her little boyfriend was probably going to be in trouble soon. He mentioned that the stainless steel chief had informed Inspector Chen that President Zombie had even established a city for zombies. Hearing this, Violet was stunned and asked him why he was telling her all this. The Iron Club president said he had no interest in whether Zombie was a zombie or not because in his eyes, only the strong caught his attention. Meanwhile, Zombie was happily strolling around the streets of a human city. In the underground prison, Professor Jamie was pondering something. Just then, a meal delivery staff pushed in the cart. His subordinate worried that they were done for and were going to perish. However, Professor Jamie laughed, determined that he must obtain Zombie's genes. His subordinate asked why he was talking about that when they were about to be executed. Professor Jamie reassured him, saying they wouldn't execute him until they got his research, and that they wouldn't lay a hand on them because he had already hidden the documents in a place no one knew about before he was captured. His subordinate doubted they could create something to defeat Zombie, even with his genes, since Zombie was too powerful. Professor Jamie insisted they needed a strong body to serve as a vessel, then he could create an even more powerful being. His subordinate worried that they were trapped there, just ordinary people, and asked how they could escape. Hearing this, Professor Jamie suddenly fell silent. Soon after, the staff brought in the meal delivery robot. Surprisingly, Professor Jamie didn't resist but cooperated and ate the food delivered by the robot. His subordinate wondered why he was suddenly so obedient. It turned out the meal delivery worker was actually his inside man, and the goal this time was to plant a wiretap in his mouth. Professor Jamie asked where the Zombie King's body was being held. The informant replied that it was kept in a lab on the 200th floor, and there were 2 chiefs guarding that lab, and that from now on, they could proceed according to Professor Jamie's previous plan. Back at the human city where Zombie was having a nice stroll, his phone suddenly started ringing. It was Violet, who had called him right after she got the news. She informed Zombie that because of the stainless steel chief's snitching, Inspector Chen was already on her way to H City. If she found out that what the stainless steel chief said was true, Zombie's days as president were numbered. Hearing this, Zombie instantly broke out in a cold sweat, asking if she would believe him if he said he was a human. Violet hung up after warning him not to think she didn't know what those things in his city were. Zombie was truly panicked. But just then, a nearby cosmetics store suddenly caught his eye. Outside the H-City government building, countless trucks fell from the sky, all makeup supplies Zombie bought from the neighboring city. When Zombie told Blackie about the seriousness of the situation, Blackie immediately had Go notify the leaders of each district to come and pick up the makeup supplies. Soon, the underlings from each district took the trucks back. Blackie admitted he wasn't sure if makeup would really work, but since it was arranged by the king, there must be a reason. In this way, zombies from all regions began to take action. At that time, a zombie mom came with her son to pick up makeup supplies. Her son, watching his mother's strange actions, curiously said he wanted to try. However, when his mother turned around, he was almost scared silly. This wasn't just makeup, it was like changing faces. Soon, all the residents had completed their makeup tasks. Afterwards, when Fur and Lang returned to the office to report back, they were stunned by the sight of the well-made-up faces. They remarked that the transformation was too fast and asked if looking like that would be effective, and what about them? With no other options, Blackie had them temporarily disguised as pets. Oddly, they waited at the airport for a long time, but didn't spot Inspector Chen. As it turned out, Inspector Chen had anticipated that her movements might be leaked, so she took a train to H-City with her subordinates. A colleague asked why Inspector Chen disliked Zombie. Another replied that Inspector Chen despised cowardly and timid people, and except for the department head, she disliked everyone. Inspector Chen then interjected, telling them there was no need to whisper behind her back. She asked if they thought she was biased, and complained that since the department head delegated authority, any Tom or Harry could become a president now. She declared that, in her heart, only someone like the department head could lead humanity to a more prosperous future. Meanwhile, Blackie, completely unaware, was still waiting in vain at the airport, wondering why Inspector Chen hadn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, two of Inspector Chen's subordinates had started surveying the city's residents. One first visited a convenience store, only to find that it sold exclusively egg-based products. When he asked the owner why that was the case, the owner appeared nervous and shook his head vigorously, claiming he could not see nor hear him. The other one then approached a passerby for an interview. However, just then, the person's arm suddenly fell off onto the ground. Seeing this, the investigator was dumbfounded and expressed concern. The person picked up the arm from the ground and fled. Before fleeing, he explained that the arm was just his prosthetic. This left everyone dumbfounded, wondering if there wasn't a single normal person in H City, and asking if Zombie had actually built a city of lunatics. They decided to record everything as evidence to remove President Zombie. The scene shifted back to the city hall, where Zombie was seen squatting and mumbling unintelligibly. Gao asked what was going on and why the king had turned into this. A soldier reported that President Zombie seemed to have been talking nonsense and trembling ever since he had breakfast. Hearing this, Gao was startled and immediately grabbed the soldier, demanding to know what he fed the king. The soldier, frightened by Gao's action, quickly explained that he had only made a dish of chili stir-fried eggs for President Zombie. Upon hearing this, Gao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out Zombie couldn't eat chili peppers because they made him abnormally excited, keeping him in his second form, and this state could last for a month. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was still waiting anxiously at the airport, suddenly received a call from Gao. When he learned that the king had accidentally eaten chili peppers, he was horrified, worrying that the king wasn't going to slaughter the inspection team. Blackie frowned, saying if something like that happened, they might not be able to stay in this city anymore. The scene switched back to Inspector Chen and her team, who were still searching for evidence. Just then, a heavy truck suddenly fell from the sky. With a boom, the truck smashed right in front of them. Before they could react, Zombie suddenly descended from the sky and, with another crash, stomped the truck into scrap metal. Seeing this, Inspector Chen and her team were dumbfounded, asking what had just happened. At that moment, Zombie suddenly smiled mischievously and greeted Inspector Chen, offering to give her a tour. At this point, the two assistants were stunned. As the three regained their senses, they looked at Zombie completely confused and asked who he was. Zombie responded with a wicked smile, asking if they had forgotten him so soon, and identifying himself as the very zombie they were looking for. Hearing this, the group was stunned on the spot. The zombie on record wasn't supposed to be like this. At that moment, Zombie jumped down and explained that he had merely taken off his mask. He snapped his fingers and told Inspector Chen that since she had come a long way, he had prepared some gifts for her and asked her to accept them. As soon as he finished speaking, the residents started presenting their specialty stir-fried eggs. They reassured the inspectors that they were law-abiding good citizens and never ate people. After saying this, Zombie picked up Inspector Chen, saying that now that the gifts were received, he would give her a proper tour. With a boom, Zombie jumped up and flew into the sky. In just a moment, they had gotten higher than the clouds. Seeing this, the two assistants were bewildered. Once they regained their senses, they hurriedly stopped a taxi to follow. Zombie slowly fell and landed down onto the tallest building in the city center. He instructed her to take a look, as this was the H city that he had meticulously built. He boasted that this city was over 2 million square meters in area and still developing. He claimed they had not only listed companies, but had also solved many people's employment issues, and that just in taxes, they could contribute billions each year. Next, he announced he would show her the law and order. As he spoke, Zombie dragged Inspector Chen to the middle of the road. At that moment, a bus driving by couldn't stop in time. Just as it was about to hit Zombie, he kicked the bus's bumper. The bus went flying and became embedded straight into the high-rise. Blackie, who was waiting at the airport, noticed the commotion and quickly dashed to rescue the driver. However, the two assistants who had just arrived were dumbfounded. As for Inspector Chen herself, she was so shocked by Zombie's series of actions that her jaw dropped. Zombie reassured her that the driver wouldn't perish, as every one of his subordinates was extremely skilled and wouldn't let any citizen die. After finishing his speech, he tossed Inspector Chen forward. The two assistants rushed to support her. Zombie told Inspector Chen that he knew why she was there and that he would let her return safely this time. He warned her that no matter what happened next, this city was his and no one could stop him. For a moment, the entire street was eerily quiet. The two assistants suggested they should just go back, saying he looked like trouble, and one added that for a moment, he almost thought Zombie was the department head. Inspector Chen muttered that she would get the head of whoever said Zombie was timid and weak when she got back. Zombie urged them to hurry back while he hadn't changed his mind. Inspector Chen responded that she recognized his ability to manage the city, but that didn't mean he qualified to be the president. She argued that a president needed not only managerial skills, but also sufficient combat capability. She stated that she had seen his city management skills, but she hadn't seen his ability to protect the city. At this, Blackie and the others' faces turned pale. Just as Inspector Chen was about to continue, they rushed up to cover her mouth. but their attempt was in vain. Zombie turned around and asked if Inspector Chen really wanted to see his true strength. Blackie and the others were instantly terrified, muttering that it was all over. Soon after, they all arrived at a nearby beach. Inspector Chen felt a sense of dread. Before she could finish asking why he had brought them there, she saw a zombie's terrifying reflection in the sea. Agu leaned in close to her and warned her that if something happened later, she was on her own. Inspector Chen looked completely baffled. Just then, an assistant noticed the stones around them beginning to float. Shortly after, more and more sand and rocks started rising around Zombie. The next second, Zombie's third form was fully revealed to everyone. The three inspectors were totally shocked. At that moment, Zombie jumped, and the tremendous force sent Inspector Chen tumbling face first into the dirt. By the time they recovered, Zombie had already vanished. Ah Gao pulled out a telescope and handed it to them. Curious, Inspector Chen looked through it, and her face went white with fright. She shockingly saw Zombie looking up at her from a distance of 1.3 billion kilometers away on Saturn. She exclaimed that it was too absurd and wondered if their president was even human. While they were still in shock, Zombie on Saturn began gathering his power. He clenched his right fist and stared fiercely toward Earth. The next second, Zombie violently swung his fist through the air. Ah Gu and the others' faces drastically changed because Zombie's punch had just created a hole through the ocean. Instantly, a tsunami thousands of meters high headed toward the city. Ah Gao quickly positioned himself in front of everyone to protect them. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters, Dawn and the others felt the tremor. When they saw the massive wave outside the city, they were shocked and immediately activated the Level 1 defense protocol. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't hold back the raging tsunami. Suddenly, another loud sound came from the seaside. It was Zombie jumping back from Saturn. Zombie asked Inspector Chen if she saw his strength now, and if he was qualified enough to protect his citizens. Inspector Chen was completely shocked. Then, Blackie and the others quickly put her into a taxi. It took her a while to recover her senses. She thought that Zombie was simply not human. Watching the taxi slowly drive away, Blackie wondered if the inspectors would try to take back the city. Blackie thought for a moment and decided they wouldn't anymore. Inspector Chen remained in a state of mental confusion. As for H-City, managed by Zombie, it was naturally unharmed. Meanwhile, inside Professor Jamie's prison, several people were discussing a corpse in the laboratory. They were talking about the Zombie King who had been frightened into unconsciousness by Zombie. But what they didn't notice was a researcher nearby, secretly mixing something. This researcher was an insider placed in the prison by Professor Jamie. At that moment, he was following Professor Jamie's instructions to prepare an antidote. Professor Jamie knew the Zombie King's body was still there, so injecting this mixture would surely bring it back. Just as the guard was about to go out on patrol, the insider suddenly plunged the syringe into the Zombie King. Seeing this, the guard immediately became upset and slammed the insider against the wall with a loud bang. Before the guard could finish asking what he had done to the body, the Zombie King's eyes suddenly snapped open, followed by a loud, explosive noise. This sound immediately caught the attention of the Iron Club president. He asked what was going on and what had just happened. The alarms throughout the prison also began to sound. The Zombie King, who had been scared into unconsciousness, was now back in action. He commanded the insider to eliminate all the guards and get him out, promising to make him stronger than Zombie. On a civilian plane in the sky, someone suddenly kicked open the cabin door. Then someone inside the plane, holding a projectile device, yelled for nobody to move, assuring them that as long as they obeyed, no one would be harmed. Following the hijacker's orders, the plane flew toward the prison. Just then, the Blood Queen appeared at the cabin door. Her subordinate asked her if they should make a detailed plan, as they had set up a self-destruct mechanism on Professor Jamie. She replied there was no need, saying that human tricks were no challenge for her. She led her followers to leap from 10,000 meters high. But just as they were nearing the prison entrance, the Iron Club president reacted quickly and organized everyone for defense. But these ordinary tools were utterly useless against the vampires. He tried to rally everyone, saying not to panic, as they still had 30 presidents there, and the intruders couldn't break through. Indeed, as the conflict grew on the top floor, the stainless steel chief and the chief, located on the 500th underground floor, quickly reacted. However, the subordinates were still somewhat lacking when dealing with the Blood Queen. Meanwhile, on the 3000th underground floor, a guard was blown into the wall as the newly awakened Zombie King prepared to leave. But at that moment, Professor Jamie used a communicator to tell him to help him escape, and he could help the Zombie King defeat Zombie. The Zombie King said he wanted to finish both Professor Jamie and Zombie. Professor Jamie chuckled, saying he created the Zombie King, and he could decide if the king lived or perished. The Zombie King was utterly panicked, especially since Professor Jamie had just brought him back to life. Professor Jamie reassured him that he wouldn't let him perish. He just needed help fulfilling his dream, and then he would end his own life right in front of the king. The Zombie King commented that humans were scarier than zombies when they went mad. He then asked what he needed to do. Professor Jamie said it was simple: help him get out and he promised to make the zombie king as strong as Zombie. Meanwhile, the three major presidents of the prison quickly rushed up. When they saw that the intruder was a woman, they were briefly stunned. They asked who they were and why they had come. The Blood Queen stepped forward and gave them two choices: hand over Professor Jamie, and she would leave them unharmed, or else. However, before she could finish, the Iron Club president couldn't hold back and charged at her. Soon after, the chief and the stainless steel chief also took the opportunity to attack from the side. But with a loud boom, the Iron Club president was left with only one arm lying on the ground, and the chief was completely baffled, asking what had just happened. Just then, the guards finally arrived. Facing human weaponry, the Blood Queen showed no intention of dodging. The sound of rapid fire erupted, but the projectiles could not harm the Blood Queen, not even when they hit her eyes. At that moment, one of her subordinates suddenly raised a hand toward the guards, and with a loud boom, all the guards were instantly engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, at the 3 Zeroth underground level, Professor Jamie had already been rescued. He and the Zombie King were fine, despite the fact that touching the device was supposed to cause it to explode. Professor Jamie explained that there was a 2-second window after the power was cut, and that it was ridiculous to think such a flawed device could hold him. Escorted by the Zombie King, they walked out of the prison. The subordinate worried about making the Zombie King even stronger, since he was already so powerful, fearing something might go wrong. Professor Jamie insisted there was no choice, as there was no better vessel in the world than him. Just as they were preparing to leave, the Zombie King suddenly froze because the guards outside had somehow been wiped out. He asked who did this. Just then, the Blood Queen suddenly descended from the sky. She greeted Professor Jamie and told him that the Zombie King, who couldn't even defeat Zombie's second form, wasn't worthy of being his vessel. Hearing this, the Zombie King was taken aback and was about to step forward to teach her a lesson. The Blood Queen suggested he study her body instead of wasting time on that useless creature. The Zombie King asked if she was claiming to be stronger than him. She replied that he didn't even qualify to compare to her and invited him to try if he didn't believe her. As soon as the Blood Queen finished speaking, the Zombie King charged at her with incredible speed. But the next second, before he could strike, the Blood Queen punched him right in the face. Those watching were stunned. They knew the Zombie King's power, but they hadn't expected him to have no chance to fight back against this woman. Then a loud boom was heard, and the Zombie King was sent flying, breaking through a wall and crashing into another. As he came to his senses, he muttered that she hit as hard as Zombie did. Just then, he noticed the explosive device strapped to Professor Jamie and instantly dashed toward it. He yelled that since they were all so arrogant, they should perish, and with a fierce punch, he hit the nuclear device. But just as the nuclear device was about to explode, the Blood Queen suddenly waved her hand toward it. The device, which was about to destroy everything, miraculously returned to its original state. Those watching were completely dumbfounded. The Blood Queen suddenly let go gently, and the nuclear device immediately crumpled toward the ground. Along with it, the Zombie King was instantly flattened into a pancake. Those watching the fight were beyond shocked, thinking the woman was too powerful. She taunted the Zombie King for daring to challenge Zombie with such little strength. After saying this, the Blood Queen casually lifted her hand, and the next second, she was holding the Zombie King in her grip. She asked him how Zombie dealt with him before. Hearing this, the Zombie King was startled, then showed a look of fear because he once again felt the same terrifying aura as Zombie had. He then cried out in terror, realizing that she and Zombie were both ancient beings of the previous civilization. After saying this, his eyes darkened, and he was scared into unconsciousness again. At that moment, the Blood Queen's gaze returned to normal, and she nonchalantly threw the Zombie King's body, now like a dead pig, onto the ground. Poor Zombie King was, once again, scared into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the chief and the Iron Club president were dumbfounded. On the other side, Professor Jamie and the green-haired subordinate were also speechless. The Blood Queen then asked Professor Jamie if she now qualified to be his vessel. Hearing this, Professor Jamie first paused, then put on a sinister face and said, "Of course." Meanwhile, in H City, Violet hurriedly rushed into the city hall. Seeing this, Ah Gao quickly stepped in front of her and told her she couldn't go in because their king was in a special condition. She asked what special condition, and if anything was more important than her issue. After saying this, Violet pushed the door open while shouting loudly, "Zombie, there's bad news!" However, she was startled by the sight of Zombie before her, asking when he had changed like this. Zombie replied that changing the way he lived could be interesting, and asked what she was about to say. Upon hearing this, Violet quickly told him the news of Professor Jamie's escape, but then Zombie interrupted her, saying he already knew. He asked how they could possibly stop the Blood Queen. Hearing this, Violet was startled, asking how he knew since it had just happened less than 10 minutes ago. Zombie explained that the Blood Queen used the power of her lineage, and he knew as soon as she made a move. This left Violet completely baffled, asking what the heck the power of lineage was. After that, she prepared to report this incident to the headquarters, but Zombie suddenly embraced her and told her not to rush off, suggesting they have dinner first, and that he could show her the night view of H City. This This made Violet's hair stand on end, and she asked what night view he was talking about. She reminded him not to think she didn't know what he did to Inspector Chen that day, and that she didn't have time to play with him right now. Violet then turned around, ready to leave H-City quickly. But just as she reached the door, Zombie spoke again, asking if she wasn't curious about how to use the lineage power. These words made Violet stop in her tracks. Then she turned back and asked if he could use that lineage power too. Hearing this, Violet was reluctant. But in order to obtain useful information, she reluctantly agreed to the date. The scene shifted to the chief, who was being rushed to the emergency room. Someone urged the staff to quickly call the department head, or the world would change. In order to discover the secrets of the lineage power, Violet ultimately accepted Zombie's invitation for a candlelit dinner. But just after Violet learned the method of using the lineage power, Zombie suddenly sat still and didn't move. Violet asked what she should do if she couldn't change back after using it and urged him to say something. However, before she could finish speaking, Zombie had already transformed into his first form. Violet instantly became angry and grabbed Zombie, asking why he couldn't finish a sentence before reverting. She complained that she gave up something so important to go on a date with him, and he only finished half his sentences. She demanded he change back now. Zombie countered that he never said she had to accompany him and that she came on the date voluntarily. This statement from Zombie completely infuriated Violet, who then turned to the chef nearby and demanded to know where the chilies were and to bring her a kilogram right now. The chef replied that all the chilies in the city had been confiscated. The scene shifted back to the Blood Queen, who had finally put on a set of modern clothes. At this time, Professor Jamie took them to a laboratory. A scientist commented that it was the first time he had seen such an abnormal body, and it simply defied science. He questioned if Zombie's genes could really be used, and told them not to mess up their queen's body. The green-haired subordinate told him to relax and trust Professor Jamie's research, calling him the smartest man in the world. Professor Jamie explained that they had done similar experiments before, and although the queen was not human, there shouldn't be any problem in his lab. The only thing missing now was Zombie's genes. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, wondering if he was thinking of sending them in front of Zombie to pluck his hair. Professor Jamie told them not to worry, saying he wasn't stupid enough to send them to their doom. They asked what they should do, since Zombie wouldn't just show up on his own. As soon as this was said, the Blood Queen sitting nearby curiously looked toward Professor Jamie. However, Professor Jamie did not speak. Instead, his assistant, the green-haired subordinate, pulled out a jar of green liquid from his clothes. He said they could handle this small matter and that the bottle contained Zombie's genes. The group was shocked at this revelation and quickly asked the green-haired subordinate how he had obtained it. It turned out that not long ago, a girl had acquired Zombie's genes and a spy had secretly drawn a tube of liquid from her. The green-haired subordinate noted that spies could be quite useful. Professor Jamie announced that they could start the experiment now. And so, after a few months of calm, Zhang Lanqi was visiting the chief in the hospital for the second time. The chief asked her if she had sent out the message before he passed out. Zhang Lanqi reassured him that as soon as she got the news, she immediately sent a satellite communication marked as a red-level emergency. She then commented that they were all really useless, asking how, with so many of them, a woman had managed to rescue him. The chief explained that the woman couldn't be explained by science, as the device was about to explode, yet she forcefully suppressed it. At this, Zhang Lanqi's expression turned serious. She concluded that the matter was beyond their control and thought the department head should have received the message by now. Meanwhile, in some underground ruins, the exploration team discovered some strange old objects and couldn't help but be amazed. Just then, one of the team members received an urgent message and quickly went to tell the department head about a situation requiring his personal attention. It seemed humans had found an advanced underground ancient city. As the department head prepared to continue exploring, a corpse sitting at the main gate caught their attention. Everyone was surprised, wondering if it was a real ancient human body, as it looked just like them. A scientist noted that the person had 134 fractures, as if crushed by some monster. The most terrifying part was that all human tissues had been completely incinerated, which is why it was preserved for 1,000 years. It was essentially just an empty shell with no real research value. Someone commented that a huge conflict must have happened there, and it was unexpected that even such advanced technology couldn't prevent destruction. A subordinate reported that the Beyonders Academy had recently recruited a skilled president who captured Professor Jamie, but for some reason, the newly captured Professor Jamie had been rescued again, and the chief had been severely harmed. Upon hearing this, the department head immediately turned around, saying he was heading back. But just then, a scientist discovered something strange and curiously touched it. The next second, the previously quiet machine suddenly began to vibrate loudly, and countless blue lasers started converging toward the door, eventually forming a human figure. Someone was amazed that machines damaged for 1,000 years could still function. The figure remarked that it never expected to meet a human with such a strong physical form. The team warned the department department head to be careful. He dismissed the warning, saying it was just a projection. The projection offered to make him even stronger, as long as he promised to defend human civilization with his life. But before the projection could finish, the department head interrupted, saying that protecting humanity was always his duty. He just wanted to know why their civilization came to an end. The projection didn't answer with words. Instead, it projected a strange human face above its head. It turns out that, more than 1,000 years ago, Earth was different. With 7 continents and 8 oceans and over 100 countries, people wanted to become stronger, so they integrated all resources, making technology reach its peak. The projection mentioned the advancement in armed mechs and starships, saying their technological level achieved an unprecedented height, and that extraterrestrial beings were no match at all. As for those underground creatures, they weren't even worth mentioning. It said any one of their mech warriors could easily defeat them, yet such an advanced civilization was ultimately destroyed by a zombie, no less. Hearing this, the group was visibly shocked. They hadn't expected that the entity that destroyed the last century's civilization was the seemingly ordinary zombie in front of them. Seeing this, a subordinate stepped forward, asking the department head if this guy was just fooling them. The department head said the ancients wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, and pointed out that zombies have existed in the world ever since they were born. He noted that they established all these academies to fight against the zombies, and although they'd always been keeping them under control, they could never completely resolve the issue, suggesting it might be because of this particular zombie. Someone asked how they should deal with zombies since he was so terrifying. The projection responded that its time was short. It said their civilization focused too much on technology, whereas the current generation had taken a completely different path, noting that cultivating the physical body could also reach such heights. As soon as he finished speaking, the door behind him suddenly started spinning, and a golden arm appeared before everyone. The projection declared that this arm was the pinnacle of technological achievement at that time. After saying this, the figure began to flicker and crackle, clearly running out of time. Just at the last moment before disappearing, it warned that no matter what kind of entities appeared in the world, only zombies were humanity's greatest enemy. Seeing the mysterious golden arm before him, the department head quickly instructed his subordinates to store it away. He saluted the now-gone projection, saying they would protect this world from now on. He then announced they should go, as the equipment there was no longer of any use. A subordinate asked if they were going to look for the guy in the video now. The department head, retreating to the outside, said they should deal with Professor Jamie first. After all, the world was so big, and there were so many zombies, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find that one. Meanwhile, in H City, Violet also received news that the department head was returning, and had called everyone for a meeting, telling Zombie he should go too. Hearing this, Zombie was briefly stunned, asking who the department head was and why he had to go to a meeting. At that moment, in a certain laboratory, Professor Jamie muttered to a petri dish that it was done, and that the greatest research in history was about to be created. However, while Professor Jamie was still immersed in his joy, Lanling, hiding on the side and holding a coin, complained that living a life of hiding everywhere and being almost too poor to buy food was awful. Thinking of this, Lanling couldn't help shedding 2 sad tears. Just then, a subordinate leaned in and told Lanling not to be sad, reminding him they were noble vampires and suggesting they start a side business to make some extra money. Lanling asked what kind of side job they could do. The subordinate suggested robbing a bank, saying he noticed one on the way there with slow-working staff and sluggish movements. He claimed that with their skills, they could finish the job within 10 seconds. He argued that, as long as they moved fast, they wouldn't be caught, and once they had money, they wouldn't have to live such miserable lives anymore. The more Lanling thought about it, the more excited he got. A subordinate walked into the office and reported that all the presidents had arrived, and the meeting could start now. Hearing this, the department head quickly put on his helmet and then followed the convoy to head for headquarters. However, just as Zombie was arriving in Guangzhou City for the meeting, his hometown, H City, was targeted by a few mysterious individuals. Lanling crouched on the street, wondering why the plan hadn't started yet. No sooner had he finished speaking than a van pulled up in front of him. Seeing this, Lanling quickly told his subordinates to get in the van, and then grabbed the equipment, asking if everything was ready and stressing they must ensure it went flawlessly. At that moment, a subordinate leaned in, saying not to worry, that he had already checked out the place, and this was the time when there were the fewest people around. He reminded them that they were professionals at bank heists. After saying this, the group grabbed their equipment and rushed toward Zombie People's Bank. Meanwhile, in the finance department, Blackie, holding a cup of coffee, asked if the financial statements for the past 2 months had come out yet. A subordinate reported that the total income for H City over the last 2 months amounted to $435.6 billion. Blackie told him to go through the accounts again, saying that as the king's most trusted subordinate, he must ensure there were no discrepancies in H City's finances. But just as he finished speaking, thick smoke began to rise from Zombie People's Bank not far away. It turned out that Lanling had finished the robbery and was now preparing to flee in a van. When Blackie heard this news, he was briefly stunned, asking who dared to rob in H City. At that moment, in front of a 5-star hotel, Lanling was laughing loudly in the car, thrilled that they finally had money. But just then, then, an angry voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lanling quickly looked back through the car window, and upon seeing Blackie, he shivered in fear, realizing it must be him. Then he returned to the car and asked his accomplice which bank they had taken from. The accomplice admitted he didn't know because he couldn't read. Lanling realized they must have robbed zombie people's bank. Hearing these words, Lanling immediately felt terrible. Then he cautiously peered out the car window again. This glance was so frightening that Lanling's face twisted in horror. When Lanling saw that it was Blackie chasing them, he was startled and immediately urged his accomplice to drive faster, saying that guy was Zombie's most mysterious subordinate, recruited in the year 800. But before he could finish speaking, Blackie had already leaped into the air, and with a bang, his punch hit a skyscraper. In the next second, cars within hundreds of kilometers began to float. Seeing this, Lanling and his gang were stunned, thinking it was too extreme. But before they could think further, Blackie's gaze had already locked on them. Knowing they couldn't escape, Lanling flipped onto the roof of the car, telling his accomplices to go back and report to the Queen, and that he would hold Blackie off. Lanling then tried to provoke Blackie, saying they were both stewards and he wanted to see how much stronger Blackie could be. But before he could finish, Blackie had already punched him fiercely, saying Lanling couldn't compare to him and wasn't even in his league. Blackie then punched him so hard he flew far away. The other two accomplices were stunned, wondering how even Zombie's subordinates could be so strong. Meanwhile, in the headquarters hall, city chiefs and presidents from various places had all gathered. Just then, the department head finally arrived. He announced that he fully understood the matter about Professor Jamie's escape, but before that, he had something to show them all. He then instructed his subordinate to bring out the golden arm from the ancient city. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. The department head explained that this arm was something he stumbled upon in the ancient city, and it represented the pinnacle of ancient technology. As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. Someone asked if, with ancient technology, they couldn't easily handle Professor Jamie and that strange woman. The department head said they didn't need ancient technology to deal with them, and that he had someone else in mind to confront. He explained that according to the ancients, there was a terrifying creature on their planet, and it was this creature that wiped out the ancient civilization. Hearing this, the Iron Club president was momentarily stunned, a certain figure flashing in his mind. He asked if the department head was serious, and what kind of creature could eliminate an advanced ancient civilization. Just as the department head was about to earnestly explain how dangerous this creature was, Zombie approached him, looking thoughtfully at the arm, asking why it looked so familiar to him. Someone asked where this creature might be. The department head admitted he wasn't sure. The ancients had only shared an image of the creature before they completely vanished. Just then, Zombie looked up and asked how they were supposed to use this golden gauntlet. The department head explained that the device was simple to use. Just wear it on your hand and press the button in the middle. He concluded they needed to find this creature quickly and get rid of it once and for all. Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately agreed, saying he'd definitely help. But at that moment, the department head felt as if he had forgotten something and quickly scrutinized Zombie again. This blatant scrutiny made Zombie somewhat embarrassed. He cursed and then hurriedly reached for the golden gauntlet in the center of the room. This action left everyone present with puzzled expressions. But before they could think further, a figure suddenly flew toward the building they were in from a distance. With a loud bang, the figure blasted a hole through a building and continued hurtling toward the conference hall. As the dust settled, it turned out to be Lanling, who had been punched away by Blackie. Seeing this, Violet and Zhang Lanqi were completely bewildered. However, at that moment, another figure shot from the sky, landing with a thud. It turned out to be Blackie in pursuit. Seeing Lanling, who he had knocked into the building, Blackie still felt unsatisfied. He called out to His Majesty. At this, Violet noticed Blackie outside, asking if that wasn't Zombie's subordinate and what he was doing here all of a sudden. Hearing this, Zombie was taken aback, asking why Blackie had suddenly become so reckless. Just then, one of the department head's aides reported that the individual outside was not human, but a zombie. Seeing a zombie daring to strut in there, the presidents, who were the pinnacle of human combat power, couldn't hold back any longer and had all jumped onto Blackie to attack. The Iron Club president yelled, asking if the zombie knew where he was and saying he was too arrogant. Before he could finish speaking, Blackie kicked him in the mouth and then punched the chief, who was still recovering from injuries, next to him. In an instant, both were sent flying by Blackie. Seeing this, Dawn and Violet were stunned, wondering why they always encountered characters of this level and saying it made humans look so useless. Just then, Blackie in the air suddenly released a large amount of black particles, yelling that they dared to obstruct his work. Violet, standing behind, also shouted in horror, warning everyone not to touch these black substances. However, just as everyone was unsure what to do, Zombie flashed in front of Blackie. With a bang, Blackie took a solid punch from Zombie. With his punch, Blackie immediately lost the ability to fight. Not only that, the powerful force of the punch even sent Violet and the others flying back. Seeing this, the subordinates were astonished, telling the department head that this new president was too powerful. However, hearing this, the department head nervously put on the golden glove, realizing Zombie was indeed terrifying. He concluded that the ancients really didn't lie, Just then, Zombie dragged Blackie to the rooftop nearby. Realizing what was happening, Blackie was confused, asking Zombie why he was there too. Zombie explained that they couldn't harm these humans yet. After all, they gave them the city. But before he could finish, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. The next second, this dot turned into an unnatural total solar eclipse. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. The entire world turned pitch black. This unusual phenomenon caused panic among the people. Soon after, another figure appeared in the sky. It was the fully evolved Blood Queen. At that moment, the department head who had activated the Golden Glove also noticed the anomaly in the sky. He realized it was that woman who took Professor Jamie. The Blood Queen in the sky chuckled, daring Zombie to come out, claiming she was invincible now. Several figures suddenly appeared nearby. Seeing the newcomers, Lanling cried out in distress, begging for help. But the Blood Queen's subordinates had just charged into the conference hall when they were suddenly blown away by the department head with a bang. The two subordinates received their final hit, crashing into separate buildings far away. The department head warned the Blood Queen not to interfere. He then told his own people to quickly move the civilians out as a big conflict was about to happen. The department head immediately swung a punch at the Blood Queen, but she smoothly avoided it. The Blood Queen was completely furious, saying a mere insect dared to strike at her. She then kicked the department head on the chin with her long legs. Seeing this, Violet and the others were totally shocked, realizing this woman was so powerful that even the department head seemed to be no match for her. On the other side, Blackie also watched the battle in the sky, telling Zombie that the fight had started, but Zombie simply extended his hand, saying to let them fight and that it was none of their business. In the instant they clashed, the Blood Queen kicked the department head away, followed by a loud boom. But when the smoke cleared, the department head was unharmed. At that time, the eclipse in the sky also gradually went away. The Blood Queen declared she would deal with him first before getting rid of Zombie. The department head scoffed at her big talk, asking why she kept bringing up Zombie. Hearing this, Violet and the others were confused, wondering why she kept talking about Zombie. Just then, the department head suddenly activated the Golden Glove. Energy began to gather toward the center of the glove. Seeing this, the Blood Queen was not at all nervous. Instead, she dashed toward him at great speed. Soon, the two figures flew toward each other like arrows. Just as they were about to clash, the Blood Queen clenched her fist quickly, while the department head focused all his power into his golden arm. Then came a loud boom. At the center of the explosion, with a crack, the ancient Golden Glove was crumpled like a tin can. The department head was then blasted into a tall building with great force. However, the department head was still hanging on. Seeing this, the Blood Queen couldn't help but frown. At this time, the department head, holding his broken arm with the crumpled Golden Glove, complained that the ancient technology was useless junk and that he might as well do it himself. The Blood Queen admitted that in nearly 1,000 years, he was the strongest human she'd encountered. She said that had he been born 1,000 years ago, the outcome would be uncertain, but unfortunately, he was no match for her now. The Blood Queen instantly appeared in front of the department head, but just as she was about to deliver a decisive blow, Violet suddenly appeared behind her. With her blade ready to strike, a terrifying red aura surrounded her. The Blood Queen quickly dodged the attack. This terrifying strike left the Blood Queen surprised. Violet rested the sword on her shoulder and told the Blood Queen that her opponent was her. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi was shocked, asking how Violet had suddenly changed like this. On the other side, Dawn also instantly transformed, quickly capturing the Blood Queen's subordinate. This scene left the department head surprised, as he hadn't expected Violet's strength to suddenly increase so much. On the other side, Zhang Lanqi and others were completely stunned. The subordinate yelled not to underestimate them. She broke free from Dawn's grasp and created distance by flipping backward. This move left Dawn briefly surprised, not expecting her to escape from her hands. The subordinate taunted Dawn, asking if she thought she could trap her and saying not to treat her like a weakling. Dawn challenged her to show what she was capable of. The vampire sister then rushed toward her, but before she could strike, she was kicked in the chin by Dawn. Then Dawn bent down to gather strength and rushed toward the vampire sister in the air. Dawn struck the vampire sister with another punch to the face. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and the others were shocked, asking when Dawn had become so strong. After landing, the vampire sister quickly flipped over, and with the fluid in her hand, she created countless clones in the air. But before she could act, she was kicked again by Dawn. At this point, the vampire sister was speechless, wondering if this person was even human. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Queen quickly swiped forward. Seeing this, Violet quickly drew her own sword. The next second, the city of technology behind her was sliced in two. Someone asked if Violet was always this strong. At that moment, the Blood Queen sneered that Violet had been enhanced too, but she didn't have time to waste on her. She demanded Violet bring Zombie out to her. With that, she activated her lineage power. Instantly, a terrifying aura burst forth from her body. However, Violet showed no intention of backing down. Violet admitted she knew she was no match for her, but warned the Blood Queen that if she thought that was all it took to challenge Zombie, she should forget it. Hearing this, the Blood Queen was briefly stunned, but before she could think further, Violet suddenly covered her face and burst into laughter, saying she would show her something fun and calling out her second form. After saying this, the skin on Violet's face began to crack and crumble away. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and the chief were dumbfounded, asking what she was preparing to do. Violet suddenly roared toward the sky. The next second, countless waves of purple energy radiated outward from her. This terrifying energy nearly blew away the chief and others, and even the Blood Queen was surprised. All because, at that moment, Violet had transformed into another form, not only growing a pair of sharp horns on her forehead, but also having her facial features turn into those of a demon's skull. Someone wondered if she was still human and how she had turned into this terrifying form. The Blood Queen was in disbelief, asking if Violet had mastered the lineage power too. Downstairs, Zombie, who was watching, was speechless. On the other side, Dawn was also stunned. The Blood Queen was furious and started mumbling in anger. Violet asked if she was confused about her life. Violet then declared there was no need for useless words between them. As soon as Violet finished speaking, the Blood Queen jumped above her. However, facing her sudden attack, Violet was unfazed. As the Blood Queen was about to strike down with her weapon, Violet quickly drew her sword. The moment the blade was unsheathed, Violet used her own life force to enhance it. With the upgraded red blade swung out, the Blood Queen was instantly sliced in half. Following that, Violet accelerated in an instant. The next second, countless slashes appeared on the Blood Queen's body, and the slashes were so fine it even cut her cells into pieces. The Blood Queen was cut into nothingness. Everyone was stunned by Violet's display of power. When the aide reported that Violet had eliminated every cell in the Blood Queen's body, the chief suddenly shouted in horror that this was totally impossible. Hearing this, Zhang Lanqi frowned, deep in thought. As for the department head, the pinnacle of human combat power, he had no words. Despite this, Violet showed no sign of relaxing. She looked back into the sky, saying she knew the Blood Queen wasn't this frail, and asking if she was planning a sneak attack. Clumps of fluid in the sky started to gather and condense. Flesh and bones started to reassemble. It wasn't long before the Blood Queen reappeared unharmed in front of everyone. Seeing this, both the chief and Iron Club president were dumbfounded, asking if they were even human. Zombie, watching, remarked that the Blood Queen was getting serious now, saying that he and Blackie decided to move to a better spot. At this point, Violet still spoke casually, saying that Zombie told her the Blood Queen was a millennium-old creature, and truly, she couldn't be judged with normal logic. Hearing this, the department head was briefly stunned, but just as he was about to react, the golden glove in his hand, which had already deformed, suddenly started to react. On the other side, Zombie and Blackie had already reached the best spot to watch the battle. At that moment, the Blood Queen raised her hand, and the next second, the previously clear sky instantly turned cloudy. She declared they weren't done yet. Saying this, she darted up to the sky. Seeing this, the Blood Queen quickly drew her life force sword, and the next second, a high-rise building was sliced into a dozen pieces. Those sliced buildings were headed straight toward Violet, but facing the rapidly approaching debris, Violet simply raised her hand, and the giant obstacle was sliced in half. Just then, the Blood Queen suddenly appeared in front of her, taking Violet by surprise and punching her in the face. Violet no longer held back her strength, gathering all her power and swinging at the Blood Queen. The next second, the immense blade energy actually split the city in two. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and another were so frightened that their style of drawing changed, and even Zombie couldn't help but be amazed. Despite this, the Blood Queen was not injured at all. Violet wondered if she was still intact. Meanwhile, the department head was currently facing a big problem. The golden glove he was wearing could not be taken off. Just then, Violet landed on the side of a building, but before she could steady herself, the Blood Queen charged at her and kicked her in the chin. The Blood Queen told her not to think that activating her second form was special, and that in front of her, Violet was nothing. At that moment, the Blood Queen raised her hand to gather a burst of energy, and the next second, Violet crashed into a skyscraper. Then her long sword was hurled into her, pinning her to the building. Zhang Lanqi and others were beyond shocked. However, as the two of them fought fiercely, something strange happened to the department head on the other side. He wondered what was wrong with the glove. While the department head was confused, some golden energy suddenly appeared in his body fluid, followed by a voice in his mind saying it would be borrowing his body. This voice was that of the ancient person from the ancient ruins. Meanwhile, Violet, who had been knocked out, finally regained consciousness. She pulled the long sword out of her chest, saying she might not be able to stop her, but asking what the Blood Queen could really do to her. Seeing Violet's incredible power level, Zhang Lanqi grabbed Zombie's clothes and shook him around, saying she wanted to become like them too. But Zombie declined her, claiming it was too intense. However, just then, a loud boom suddenly came from afar, causing everyone present to be briefly stunned. Someone asked what that sound was. The chief looked up at the sky with a face full of terror. It turned out that at this moment, enormous mechanical limbs had appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying laughter. declaring that he had finally come back to life. With a booming sound, a giant mechanical foot stomped down and flattened a city, leaving the people inside dumbfounded. Just as everyone was still trying to understand, another loud boom occurred, and the building Zombie was on was reduced to rubble. Seeing this, Zombie quickly bounced around the ruins, saving the presidents who couldn't escape in time. But just after he threw everyone out, the mecha in the sky suddenly reached out to grab him. Once it had Zombie in its grip, the mecha quickly clenched its fist. However, at that moment, the Blood Queen suddenly darted in, and Violet quickly followed her. Unexpectedly, the two of them zipped onto the top of the mecha's head. The department head started to regain consciousness, asking what exactly he was trying to do. The ancient being apologized to the department head, saying that for the sake of a better future for humanity, he had no choice but to use him. As his words finished, a brand new mecha battlesuit covered his body. Seeing this, the chief couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and the stainless steel chief was so frightened he couldn't even speak. Just then, Violet on top suddenly noticed something in the mecha's hand. It turned out that Zombie was currently being held in its grip. Seeing this, the Blood Queen and Violet quickly charged at the ancient being, but their combined attack was easily neutralized by the ancient being. With a whoosh, they were both bound by the ancient being. He commented that it took them several centuries to study Zombie's genes, and yet these two women used it as a mere boost, calling it superficial. At that moment, under the pressure of the mecha, Zombie activated his second form. With Zombie performing a 360-degree spin on the spot, the mecha's fingers also started to rotate, and it even affected its entire mechanical arm. Seizing this opportunity, Zombie jumped up, aiming to smash its head, but with a boom, the mecha's other arm smacked him down. From a distance, the ancient person spread his arms, saying it had been 1,000 years, and the day had finally come. Watching Zombie struggling, the ancient person was thrilled, telling him to show his ultimate form. As soon as his words finished, Zombie slowly opened those seemingly harmless eyes. Zombie had activated his third form. With a boom, the mechanical arm was instantly flung away by Zombie. Seeing this, the Blood Queen's eyes widened, but the ancient mecha showed no sign of fear, asking if Zombie was looking down on him, calling him a hateful creature. Zombie did not have any words to say to the ancient being. At this moment, Zhang Lanqi, watching from the ground, was dumbfounded, asking what all this was. Then Zombie suddenly sped up, darting toward the top of the mecha's head. Seeing this, the ancient person coldly scoffed. The hatch of the mecha slowly opened, and rows of robots began to come out. Someone asked if this was ancient technology. At this moment, the chief and Iron Club president were so frightened they dared not breathe. However, these seemingly strong robots were like paper in front of Zombie. With a tearing sound, the robot was instantly ripped in half by Zombie. As more and more robots appeared, Zombie clenched his fist to gather strength, and then with a loud bang, those robots were instantly turned into scrap metal by Zombie. At that moment, the ancient being tapped his fist, asking Zombie why he wasn't using his full strength and if he was still looking down on him. Right after his words finished, several giant mechas came out from rifts in space. Someone wondered if that wasn't too much. The ancient being said he had seen Zombie's true form on the last night before dawn, and that this current form was not it. These words made Zombie pause, but before he could think deeply, the giant mecha charged its fist at him with a boom. The wind pressure from the giant punch destroyed half of the city. Zombie was blasted all the way to the moon. Although the blow dazed him, it did not cause him any lasting harm. At that moment, the department head inside the ancient being suddenly became defiant, yelling at the ancient person to look at the mess he had made, and asking if this was the outcome he wanted. The ancient person yelled back to be quiet, saying he must eliminate Zombie this time. Then he teleported the giant mecha to the moon. At this moment, people like Zhang Lanqi on the ground were beyond shocked. Zombie suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding an attack by the giant mecha, then jumped on the spot and appeared in front of the mecha. Seeing this from Earth, the chief exclaimed in awe. At that moment, Zombie suddenly bent in the air to gather strength, and the next second, he fiercely punched the mecha in the eye. With a series of bangs, the ancient mecha immediately collapsed on the moon. At this moment, high in Earth's atmosphere, the ancient being was also in shock. The department head's voice, speaking through him, reviewed Zombie's records. Not only had he managed H-City exceptionally well, generating hundreds of billions in tax revenue, but he had also helped humanity multiple times. The department head wanted to know why they couldn't just get along. The ancient being, looking up at the moon, questioned the idea of peaceful coexistence, pointing to Zombie's current intimidating state. He argued that originally zombies were supposed to be a weak group, but this particular one had appeared, and now the fate of the human race depended entirely on his mood. He insisted they couldn't allow such a creature to exist, and therefore if he wasn't one of them, he had to be eliminated. As soon as he said this, the mechas in space began to reassemble. The ancient mecha not only successfully returned to its original state, but also acquired a glowing long sword. Declaring divine punishment, the mechas in space began to move. The moon was simultaneously pierced from multiple locations. Then a great surge of energy was blasted towards Zombie. Despite this, Zombie was unharmed, and even scoffed dismissively, saying sometimes bigger wasn't necessarily stronger. Hearing this, the The ancient being immediately felt a great sense of danger, but before he could react, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. The next second, all the ancient mechas shattered instantly, and even the entire moon trembled. Such a terrifying display of power made Zhang Lanqi very uneasy, and she quickly gave the order to move the nearby citizens out of the area. Back to the action, Zombie was suddenly in front of the ancient being, and then delivered a powerful punch that smashed into the ancient being's face. The powerful force immediately knocked him into the deep sea, but it didn't end there. Zombie then plunged his hands into the ground. Meanwhile, the presidents in the city were helping civilians escape. Just as Zhang Lanqi, holding a baby, was preparing to leave, the ground beneath her suddenly shook. It turned out that Zombie was ripping apart the earth with his hands. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. With a crack, the area in front of Zombie instantly split open, making everyone feel like an earthquake was happening. Zombie exerted great force, and the next second, the ground around him was forcefully torn apart. Instantly, a great fissure going to the horizon appeared in the center of the city. Seeing this, the chief was stunned, and Zhang Lanqi accidentally fell into the fissure. Despite this, the fissure continued to extend, and even the sea was split in two. On the other side, the Iron Club president quickly saved Zhang Lanqi. However, at this moment, Zhang Lanqi witnessed an unbelievable scene. The ancient being who had been smashed into the sea suddenly reappeared, and the next second, Zombie punched him, smashing him into a mountain. The Iron Club president remarked that this was Zombie's destructive power. However, before he could finish speaking, a tsunami suddenly arose from the sea, revealing Zombie's fourth form. Seeing this, the department head was shocked, asking what kind of creature this guy was. Violet was also confused, asking how Zombie could transform again. The Blood Queen beside them couldn't believe it, saying she had never seen this before, and that the face she saw before dawn was this one. He then sped up and flew into the sky. Watching Zombie now fully unleashed, Blackie suddenly cried out in horror that it was over, and that the ancient being was doomed. He then rushed away to find safety. The ancient being in the sky laughed loudly, claiming he had waited 1,000 years for this battle. But before he could finish, Zombie suddenly raised his hand, and the next second, the ancient being's armor instantly shattered. Zombie clenched his fist, and the ancient being was crushed into a ball. Just then, a beam of energy shot straight into the sky, instantly turning the ancient being into scrap metal. With the ancient being's control gone, the department head was finally freed from his struggle, though by then his life was nearly spent. Someone cried out that the department head was going to perish. But just then, Zombie snapped his fingers at the department head, and the next second, his cells began to regenerate. Seeing this, the chiefs were dumbfounded, and the Blood Queen beside them was in disbelief. Violet also widened her eyes, realizing Zombie could even do that. At that moment, the department head suddenly woke up from his unconscious state. When he looked at Zombie, who had acted to restore him, he finally understood why the ancient being was desperate to end him. It was because Zombie was too powerful, a kind of power that was deeply terrifying. The onlookers on the ground were beyond shocked. Just then, Violet suddenly appeared in front of Zombie. Zombie, now back to his original form, asked how the lineage power was working for her. Violet angrily replied that it was useless and asked him to look at what he had done, saying they didn't even have a home anymore. It turns out Zombie tore the earth with his bare hands, instantly splitting the ground, and due to this event, even caused the southern continent to shift over by 130 kilometers. Just like that, 2 months quickly passed. Since humans had gotten away before the battle, they weren't greatly harmed. However, the rebuilding of their homes was entirely left to Zombie citizens. In the office at this moment, the department head was looking at the data in front of him and fell into deep thought. The documents displayed the complete data of Zombie from his first to his fourth form. Inspector Chen walked in with a cup of coffee, asking if the department head needed her for something. He asked about her last visit to H City and suggested she go buy some eggs later, and then they would pay a visit to the new president of H City. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Tribe's new city was also gradually starting construction, and Lanling was in charge of this project. A subordinate asked where Lanling got the money for this hearing. This Lanling broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out all his money was loaned to him by Blackie. Apparently, the king had said it was better to lend them money directly rather than letting them rob banks and cause trouble. The subordinate noted that with the 20% interest rate, they would need to work for them for at least 300 years to pay it off, calling Blackie a truly dreadful capitalist. As for the Blood Queen, at this moment, she was essentially scared into solitude by Zombie. She hadn't expected Zombie to have a fourth form and doubted she could ever defeat him in this lifetime. She would sadly shed tears as she mourned her chances at defeating him. And so, Zombie's wish for zombies and humans to coexist was finally realized. But what he didn't know was that deep within an underground city left by an ancient civilization, a man suddenly approached the corpse of the ancient being. Unexpectedly, this person was the long-missing Professor Jamie. He vowed that as long as he wasn't gone, he would never give up. On the other side, the doorbell rang. Zombie quickly opened the door asking who it was. Unexpectedly, it was Violet, who had come early in the morning to hurry him to work. Soon after, Zombie arrived at the Beyonders Academy. At that moment in the gymnasium, seeing that it was about time, Zhang Lanqi waved her hand, welcoming their new chief, Zombie, to say a few words. As her voice fell, the students in the hall greeted Zombie. Looking at the neatly arranged freshmen before him, Zombie was also a bit confused and then awkwardly touched his bald head, wishing everyone good morning and saying they should be hungry, as he brought some eggs. He asked the former chief if he had been replaced. The former chief replied there was no choice, as he couldn't win against Zombie. Meanwhile, in the department head's office, Inspector Chen suddenly rushed in, saying the situation was serious. Saying this, she handed a cell phone to the department head, explaining the president was calling. Hearing this, the department head was immediately startled. The department head was about to bring a gift to Zombie when he received a call from the president. Unexpectedly, the revival of the ancient being was already known worldwide. Inspector Chen was surprised, saying they hadn't told anyone. The department head asked how such a big event could be kept secret, and noted that the exchange meeting was about to start, with too many things happening at once. He then asked how the eggs he requested were. Hearing this, Inspector Chen quickly lifted 2 bags, saying here they were. With that, the department head personally brought the gifts to Zombie's doorstep. Since he had made him the chief, assigning him to a duty should not be a problem. The department head rang Zombie's doorbell, but the door was opened by Violet. What surprised him most was that Violet was dressed in a beautiful maid outfit. Seeing this, the department head was briefly stunned. Asking Violet what was going on, Violet immediately denied it was what he thought. The department head was completely speechless, thinking they were playing games like this, and that even though Zombie got promoted, this was too bold. At that moment, Zhang Lanqi only just realized her current situation, telling the department head he had it wrong. However, the department head didn't want to hear their explanations and turned around, ready to leave. Zhang Lanqi and Violet quickly stepped in front of him, saying they were just there to celebrate Zombie's promotion. The department head questioned, celebrating by dressing up like that, saying he had never seen them wear such outfits. But before he could finish, he noticed that Dawn was also in the room, with the former chief playing a card game with Zombie. The Iron Club president then made a party popper explode with a bang. At this moment, the department head was speechless. These people were just too much. Just then, various fruits and vegetables were thrown into the air, and with expert slashing technique, it turned out to be the Iron Club president demonstrating his knife skills. He was holding 2 plates of sushi prepared for Zombie, but suddenly he noticed a familiar figure standing at the door and immediately exclaimed in horror that he did all this because Zombie forced him. Fortunately, by this time, the department head was completely numb. He cleared his throat and announced that since everyone was here, he would save the trouble of calling a meeting, and that there was something very important they needed to discuss. At this point, everyone was sitting around a table. Someone asked if he wasn't the boss of the humans. Hearing this, the department head quickly explained that he was not, saying he was actually just in charge of this province. As he prepared to remove his face shield, Zombie and the others looked on in anticipation, but the department head only revealed half of his face, explaining that their planet only has 2 continents and only 2 countries, Country A and Country B. The department head then continued to explain the history of the countries and the relationship between them, mentioning an exchange meeting that happens for peace, but mainly for displaying military might. Hearing this, Zombie was immediately surprised, asking what this exchange meeting was. The department head compared it to a school sports day or a military exercise, but noted that Country B wins the competition every time. Zombie thought that sounded pointless. It explained that in the last round there was a zombie controlling event, and one of their provinces subdued more than 8 million zombies, meaning their strength was many times greater than theirs. This statement sent a chill down Zombie's back. This competition was going to rely on him. At this moment, Zombie was completely speechless, realizing that this girl still believed he was human. Fortunately, at this time, the department head interjected to ease the tension, saying not to worry, this time they were the ones managing the events, so there wouldn't be a zombie fighting event again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, 2 tall and beautiful women walked into an office. At that time, the leader of Country B threw a document on the table and told them to take a look, saying it was a photo sent from Country A. Hearing this, the 2 women quickly picked up the photo from the table and examined it closely. When they saw that the moon had been pierced by a mecha, they were shocked. The leader noted that according to intelligence, it was very likely that Country A had acquired the technology of the ancient people. He added that next month, the president of Country A would visit their country, and since the 2 women were his most capable subordinates, he called them there to personally investigate this matter. He also mentioned that there was significant concern from the king about their sister joining the rebellion, and if they completed this task well, he would naturally speak on their behalf. They understood, replying, to Lord Prime Minister. In a mysterious laboratory, Professor Jamie was watching an experiment with a serious expression. He announced that component, number 1, was fully powered. As his voice finished, other staff also indicated they were ready. They were planning to revive the ancient person. The green-haired subordinate called out to Professor Jamie that they could start now, but he questioned if they could really bring back the ancient person, who had been gone for 1,000 years and become a specimen. Professor Jamie told him not to worry, saying there was nothing in biology he couldn't achieve, and ordered them to start. Upon his order, a subordinate immediately switched the experiment's circuit breaker. With a loud bang, the entire laboratory was engulfed in a bright light. Someone commented that if they really could revive that ancient person, then it would be a real miracle. As the intense electricity continuously crackled over the body of the ancient being, in just a short while, suddenly, thick white smoke billowed out in the laboratory, and everyone was extremely nervous. After all, bringing a person back to life was something they had never done before. Just then, the ancient being in the laboratory suddenly coughed. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate was overjoyed, exclaiming that they did it. But as the white smoke slowly dissipated, what appeared was a bald, greasy, middle-aged man. At this, the green-haired subordinate exploded, questioning if they got the program wrong, asking where the ancient being and the super-cool mecha warrior were, and how it had turned into this. Saying this, the green-haired subordinate dashed into the laboratory, demanding to know where the ancient being went and who he was. Hearing this, the middle-aged man said with a wronged expression that he was the ancient being. The green-haired subordinate called him a liar, saying the ancient being they saw before was so handsome, and asking how he could compare. The man explained that he was an engineer and didn't know how to fight, so he designed a suit of armor for himself, asking what was wrong with making himself look a bit cooler. Hearing this, Professor Jamie was speechless, realizing that after all this effort, they had only revived an engineer. But just as he was about to turn away and leave, the engineer inside suddenly spoke up, saying that he and Professor Jamie were the same kind of people and asking if he wanted to talk. Professor Jamie told him to go ahead and not waste his time. The engineer said he knew they started from different points, but their goals were the same, so they could cooperate. Professor Jamie asked about cooperating, pointing out that the engineer had already been defeated by Zombie. He added that he thought the engineer might be a stronger vessel than a vampire, but it turned out to be a waste of his time. The engineer told him to give up on his idea, saying they had studied Zombie's genes for thousands of years and Professor Jamie's method simply wouldn't work. He explained that what was scary about Zombie was not his strength, but his capability of powering up endlessly. He concluded that as of today, they were the two smartest people in the world. He said Professor Jamie had expertise in biology and control over Zombie's genes, and he possessed unparalleled engineering. At this, Professor Jamie and the others were startled. The engineer asked what he thought. Hearing this, Professor Jamie pushed up his glasses and stepped forward, agreeing that they could work well together. Meanwhile, Violet screamed in horror on the other side, asking why the department head would actually let Zombie be the president's bodyguard. Violet worried that Zombie could potentially harm the president, while Zombie merely pointed at himself in confusion. The department head explained he had no choice, saying Country B was not peaceful, and that since they knew about the ancient being, the president's safety might be at risk. With that statement, Violet and Zhang Lanqi found themselves unable to argue. After all, Zombie was likely the only one capable of ensuring the president's safety. The department head stood up, announcing that since there were no objections, it was decided. He reminded Zombie that he had always wanted to enter the upper echelons of humanity, and that one word from the president would resolve any questions about his identity. However, he stressed that Zombie's identity must remain hidden for now, as having a zombie in a government position would be historically volatile. Lastly, he announced that from that day, all the academy presidents in Guangzhou province would be under Zombie's command. He advised Zombie to bring 2 trusted aides for safety. He finished by urging Zombie not to disgrace Guangzhou province on this trip to Country B. With that, Zombie left the meeting and returned to H-City. At this moment, in the city government office, Blackie and other subordinates had gathered. Zombie informed them that the governor had ordered him to serve as the president's bodyguard and asked who wanted to come with him. Blackie declined, saying there was too much work in finance. Gu also hesitantly stated that he needed to maintain public order in H-City and had no time. Only Lang and Fur eagerly agreed, as they had long been bored of staying in H-City. Unexpectedly, once they were outside, Zombie tied them up again like pets. At this moment, Fur and Lang were speechless. Just then, Violet and Zhang Lanqi walked over. Seeing Fur and Lang lying on the ground, Zhang Lanqi immediately exclaimed with shining eyes, "What cute little dogs!" Saying this, she squatted in front of Fur intending to pet him. But at that moment, Fur suddenly roared, warning her that if her hand touched him, he would bite her to death. This sudden change scared Zhang Lanqi. Violet explained that they were Zombie's subordinates, not little dogs. She then turned to Zombie, telling him to come with her, as the president wanted to see him. In no time, Zombie left under Violet's guidance. Upon arriving in a conference hall, it was already filled with professionals sent from various provinces. When they saw Zombie and others enter, one masked man immediately came forward and scoffed, asking if Guangzhou province had run out of people to send such a nobody, and asked for the previous chief. claiming he could take on 10 of them by himself. However, before he could finish, Zombie's fist had already landed on his face. With a bang, the man was smashed into a nearby wall. Zombie asked what he had just been saying. At this moment, the people in the hall were shocked. This newcomer from Guangzhou province was incredibly strong. Soon after, Zombie was called into the president's office. Zombie was very nervous, as this was his first time being a bodyguard. The president remarked that the department head from Guangzhou said he was very strong and fully capable of being a bodyguard, but she still wanted to ask, in case of danger, how he would protect her. Hearing this, Zombie scratched his head, saying danger didn't really exist for him. The president laughed, saying that was very good, worthy of being the man chosen by the department head of Guangzhou, and that she trusted him. Just now, in a ruined city in Country B, a tall, beautiful woman was seen waiting for something. Suddenly, a big zombie over 2 meters tall wearing a mask approached her. The zombie, Ashi, reported that the equipment she wanted was ready, and the zombie army was also prepared. The woman praised him, thanked him for his hard work, and then emerged from the ruins. Seeing this, several subordinate zombies quickly followed. Soon, the woman reached the front of the zombie legion and shouted, asking if they knew why humans always fought endlessly, claiming humans were selfish creatures. She announced that the president of Country A was coming for a visit soon, and their mission was to assassinate her. She explained that many people asked her why they did this, but this was just humans reaping what they sow. She acknowledged that zombies did cause trouble at the outbreak, but they were insignificant compared to human technology. She accused humans of continuing to develop weapons and having military exercises where they exterminated zombies, saying this was actually just an excuse for infighting between Country A and B. She also accused them of hiding the fact that zombies were also conscious. She added that because of the war, many kind humans were scattered by their artillery, and countless of their conscious zombies had been killed without mercy. In reality, humans and zombies could have lived together all this time. Her goal was to overthrow Country A and B and unify the world. Hearing this, the members of the rebellion excitedly raised their hands, shouting, "To coexistence!" Meanwhile, Zombie was leisurely drinking afternoon tea while they were on a private jet on the way to Country B. The scene shifts back to Country B, where at the airport, reporters had already started a global broadcast, all because this exchange meeting had become the focus of the entire world. Soon, a special plane flew over the city. A security officer warned them not to let anything happened to the president of Country A after she landed. Someone else asked if their sister might take action now. The officer guessed that knowing her personality, she would even blow up the plane if she could. Meanwhile, on a bustling street, a suspicious human was with a large figure. The human claimed everything was arranged, and they would send the president of Country A to the afterlife. However, before he could finish his sentence, a masked zombie next to him suddenly started convulsing, then uncontrollably collapsed to his knees. The human asked what was wrong, and said this was no time for jokes. Ashi heard this but did not respond. Instead, he suddenly looked up at the plane above, as he seemed to sense something both familiar and terrifying on board. Just then, the private jet of the president of Country A finally arrived at the airport, and officials and reporters from Country B quickly gathered around. Suddenly, the plane's door slowly opened, but the person who stepped out was not the president of Country A, but Zombie, wearing a suit and tie for the first time. Seeing this, Ashi quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Danger! Stop!" Hearing this, a blonde zombie was briefly stunned, wondering why he suddenly felt a sense of fear. Even the boss on the high-rise couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and immediately ordered the rebellion. "This guy is not the president. Everyone stand down." At this moment, the scene of Zombie's appearance was broadcasted around the world. When people saw Zombie's odd appearance, their reaction was utter confusion and surprise. On the other side, the twin sisters were also taken aback by what they saw on the screen, asking who this guy was. The other sister said he seemed to be a bodyguard listed with the president's group. The department head on the plane spoke to Zombie, praising him for doing well and reminding him of his task, which was to take a bullet for the president. Hearing this, Zombie was speechless, wondering why he needed to do so much for a single bullet when he could catch missiles. After checking to make sure everything was safe, the president of Country A finally stepped off the aircraft. The embassy head rushed over to greet him, introducing him to the governor of Hadi State who had come to welcome them. Violet told Zombie to stay on high alert. Meanwhile, the leader of the rebellion felt totally overwhelmed just by Zombie's presence, wondering if he was seeing things. Back in the control room, the sisters were also confused, wondering why their older sister hadn't made a move yet. They figured since she had passed on the mission, it was their turn to step in. They had planted a listening device in the shuttle car, hoping to get some solid info on the ancient people by eavesdropping on their conversation. However, things didn't go as planned because the president turned down the official shuttle fleet and got into a private car with Zombie instead. At the same time, the department head ordered all communications to be cut off. The sisters, who didn't know this was happening, were busy debating who should protect the president. They mentioned that Lanchi and Violet seemed too weak since they had been badly beaten during their last encounter. Just then, a staff member shouted that the president hadn't taken the fleet and had switched to a private car. When the sisters asked which car it was and where they were going, the staff member explained that the signal was being jammed, making it impossible to track them or talk to anyone else. The younger sister was frustrated, slamming her hand on the table and worrying that the president was in serious trouble. What they didn't realize was that Zombie, the strongest fighter around, was right there with him. The team had split up. Violet and Lanchi's group took the original route to act as a distraction, while Zombie secretly escorted the president to the hotel another way. Up on a rooftop, Xiao was waiting with a walkie-talkie, asking the boss if they should go through with the plan. The boss started to say that the target was with a strange guy and they should wait, but the signal cut out before she could finish. Xiao was left wondering whether to proceed or not. After thinking it over, he tossed his rifle aside and decided to just charge in and handle it. He told himself not to worry and that he'd finish them all off and bring back proof to get his reward. In the private car, the president broke the silence by acknowledging that Zombie was a zombie. This caught Zombie off guard. The president asked if Zombie would protect him, and Zombie finally agreed. The president seemed happy, even asking if someone with that much power ever thought about taking over the world. Zombie quickly replied that he had no interest in doing that. The driver next to them was incredibly nervous just listening to such an intense conversation. On the other side, the boss got a report that they had lost contact with Xiao. Her subordinates discussed how the convoy must have installed a jamming device and figured Xiao was probably trying to intercept it right then. As the escort convoy neared the hotel, Violet and Lanchi sensed something was off. Suddenly, Xiao rushed in, causing a massive explosion that messed up the whole convoy. Violet and Lanchi were totally confused about who was attacking them. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged, and Lanchi couldn't believe who it was. Just then, the two sisters flew in from a nearby building, screaming for Violet and Lanchi to run because the guy was dangerous. Xiao landed and pulled out his combat knife, telling everyone to watch closely because they were about to see the true power of Country B's zombie legion. The younger sister realized this was bad news, noting that he was a powerful zombie leader. Before she could warn Lanchi, Xiao started emitting a black substance from his hand. It was corpse oil, something only a true zombie body could make. He pulled out a lighter, and a second later, huge flames surged toward the group. The area quickly turned into a sea of fire. They were warned to get out of the way because the flames wouldn't go out. Violet was shocked to see snow and rain there, but Lanchi was skeptical, wondering what the big deal was about just one zombie. Meanwhile, the boss ordered her team to go bring Xiao back. One of them told the boss not to worry and that they'd get him, saying they were feeling much better and didn't need support anymore. Just then, the private car with Zombie and the president drove past. A masked zombie seemed to sense something and looked inside, locking eyes with Zombie in the passenger seat. This caused the masked zombie to start shaking uncontrollably again. Back at the fight, Lanchi charged at Xiao with her sword, but he threw a smoke grenade, hiding everything in thick white smoke. Before Lanchi could even react, she was struck down. Everyone was stunned. After knocking Lanchi aside, Xiao started acting really arrogant, asking who wanted to be next. Seeing Lanchi down, Violet didn't know what to do. Luckily, the sisters stepped in to block Xiao, telling Violet to get Lanchi medical help quickly while there was still a chance she'd make it. They told the others that this blonde zombie was too much for them to handle, and warned him to leave or they'd have to get rough. Xiao got angry, saying that if it weren't for his boss, he would have dealt with them a long time ago. He said if they didn't move, he'd teach them a lesson on his boss's behalf. He sliced his wrist, letting out a ton of corpse oil, and suddenly he was covered in fierce flames. He showed off his transformation, called Fire Flower. The sisters were totally shocked by how strong he was. Xiao mocked them, asking if they'd ever seen a transformation like that before, saying they only thought they were tough because he had been holding back. The sisters told the others they couldn't handle him and everyone needed to run, but instead of being scared, Violet reached out, ready to transform herself. However, Lanchi's voice came from right beside her. Lanchi told her that since Violet took the spotlight last time, it was her turn now. To everyone's total shock, the badly injured Lanchi stood back up and revealed that she had also transformed. The sisters were completely stunned, wondering what was even happening. Lanchi, feeling a surge of power, thought about how long she'd waited to finally experience the strength of the chief's genes. She told herself to make it quick and not waste any time. Xiao was confused, questioning if she was even human anymore because he felt a strange sense of kinship with her. Before he could wrap his head around it, Lanchi taunted him, asking why he was acting scared now when he had been so tough just a moment ago. Losing his cool, Xiao threw his arms out, and with a massive bang, a terrifying wave of fire rushed toward Lanchi. But instead of dodging, Lanchi just opened her mouth and swallowed the flames whole. Xiao couldn't believe how wild that was. But before he could say much else, Lanchi landed a powerful back kick on him. Xiao went flying, totally shocked that a human could have that much physical strength. Just as he was about to jump back into the fight, his boss started screaming through his earpiece, calling him a fool and telling him to get back to base immediately. He ignored her, saying he was a little busy at the moment. Meanwhile, over at the hotel, Zombie had just stepped out of the car when he got a call from the department head. The boss told him that Violet was in some trouble and needed his help. He reassured Zombie that the hotel was safe since it was full of their own people, so Zombie headed toward the battlefield as ordered. The scene shifted back to Lanchi, who was still getting used to using Zombie's genes for the first time. A few days earlier, Dawn had seen Lanchi in the lab about to inject herself with Zombie's blood. Lanchi felt that since she and Violet were both leaders, it wasn't fair that Violet was so much stronger. Ever since Violet got Zombie's genes, her power had been on a whole different level, and Lanchi couldn't stand being left behind. Even though Dawn warned her that they had hadn't finished researching the side effects, Lanchi didn't care. She injected herself anyway to keep up with her rival. Back in the present, Lanchi was feeling an incredible high from her transformation. Someone warned her to keep her emotions in check, but Xiao was too hyped up. He roared that her kick wasn't half bad and challenged her to a few more rounds. The twin sisters were shocked because they'd never seen Xiao this excited. Then, in a move that surprised everyone, Lanchi opened her mouth and blasted out a massive wave of fire. As the flames sizzled against Xiao, Lanchi appeared above him and punched him straight into the ground. She started laughing, loving how powerful she felt. Xiao was losing it, wondering how she got so strong so fast. One of the sisters told them to stop because Lanchi was starting to lose her mind, but she wasn't listening. She seemed obsessed with the idea of actually eating Xiao. Lanchi was literally drooling, saying she wanted to eat him, which actually creeped Xiao out. He wondered which one of them was supposed to be the zombie. Right then, his boss screamed in his ear again, calling him an idiot and telling him to run because something terrifying was heading his way. Just as she said that, a powerful presence filled the sky. Zombie appeared, landing with an explosion that left a huge crater. Xiao was still trying to be defiant, saying he wasn't leaving until they settled who was stronger, but another zombie suddenly appeared behind him and dragged him away, whether he liked it or not. Lanchi screamed that none of them were getting out alive. As he was being carried off, Xiao complained that he wasn't done playing, but his ally told him he'd end up dead if he stayed. Lanchi then fired a blue energy beam from her mouth that lit up the entire sky. The new zombie calmly waved his hand, redirecting the energy into a nearby building. The sisters were baffled, wondering if this was some kind of new technology. The shockwave from the battle knocked them down, and even worse, the building Lanchi hit started collapsing right toward them. Just as they thought they were going to be crushed, Zombie punched a massive hole through the falling debris, blocking the building from hitting them. The sisters were in total awe of his strength. When Zombie turned around, he was in his handsome third form. The twins were stunned by how he looked, but they didn't have much time to think about it because Lanchi started losing control again. Zombie just reached out toward the air, and suddenly Lanchi's mask shattered, forcing her back into her normal human state. The sisters couldn't believe this guy had ended the crisis so easily. Violet also powered down and rushed over to support a very exhausted and confused Lanchi. Lanchi asked what happened and why she felt so tired, and Violet reminded her that she had told her to keep her cool. While everyone was focused on Lanchi, Zombie reverted back to his usual dorky self. The sisters were totally confused. They knew they had just seen a handsome guy, but he seemed to have vanished. Zombie finished explaining things to Violet and her group, then drove them away from the scene. Rain complained that their rivals must have mastered ancient tech since they used to be no match for them. Her sister, Snow, got a call from a subordinate explaining that they had been tricked and the president was already safe at the hotel. Snow wasn't even mad, she just told them to dig up everything they could on Zombie. Meanwhile, Xiao and his ally landed on a rooftop. Xiao was still complaining about the fight being cut short, but his partner told him he would have been dead if he hadn't stepped in. He also mentioned that he sensed two other powerful zombie bosses invading their territory. Back at the airport, inside crates labeled pet transport, Fur and Along were losing their patience. They were about to lose it when Lanchi told them to pipe down, threatening to tell their boss if they blew their cover. Fur immediately thought of Varmint, who was still hanging from a building as punishment, and decided it wasn't worth the risk. He started barking like a normal dog to play along. The twin sisters thought the pets were pretty weird, and the group warned them not to provoke the animals because they were impossible to control when they got angry. The sisters didn't know what to make of that, considering the crazy transformations they'd just seen. Violet stepped forward to shake their hands, saying she hoped they could work well together during the visit. After some quick talking, Lanchi's group left the airport. The sisters were convinced the group wouldn't reveal where their power came from, but they weren't worried. They had an expert arriving in a few days who they believed would eventually uncover all of Lanchi's secrets. Over the next few days, the official visits between the two countries began. The president of Country A checked out Country B's business models and some high-tech research projects. To wrap up the trip, he even went to meet the Queen of Country B. Back in the control room, the twin sisters were glued to the screen, staring at Zombie's image in total confusion. They couldn't wrap their heads around how the handsome guy they saw earlier had suddenly turned into this dorky-looking version. Just then, a man walked in. They were relieved to see him. It was the specialist they'd been waiting for, a hypnotist with the power to pull memories right out of someone's head. Prime Minister had sent him to help out. He asked whose memories they needed, and the sisters pointed out that Zombie was a total mystery. Even though he was the president's personal bodyguard, they had zero intel on him. Since the visit was almost over, they knew they had to move fast to uncover the secrets of the ancient people through him. The hypnotist, Gui, told them not to worry because there was nothing he couldn't handle. He pulled out a strange bottle, and suddenly, he was surrounded by white smoke. When it cleared, he had transformed into a perfect double of the president. The sisters were hyped, ready to see him work his magic. Meanwhile, Zombie had finished his shift and was chilling in the hallway. Violet brought him a drink and admitted she was curious about how old he actually was, since the ancient people clearly knew him. Zombie didn't have an answer, admitting he'd actually forgotten his own age. Realizing she wasn't going to get any info, Violet gave up and went to bed. Shortly after she left, two figures, the masked zombie and his partner, sneaked into the hallway. The partner wasn't sure they should be there, but the masked zombie wanted to confirm who he'd seen that day because the guy's vibe was incredibly oppressive. He peeked around the corner at Zombie's back, but he instantly felt like he couldn't breathe. It was an overwhelming, primal fear coming from Zombie's bloodline, an aura so powerful powerful he couldn't even stand it. He grabbed his partner and bolted, saying it was way too dangerous and he was calling it quits. Once they were gone, Zombie's phone buzzed. It was a message from Violet saying the president needed him in room 14, but it wasn't actually Violet, it was Snow using her powers to trick him. Zombie headed to the room where the fake president, Hui, was waiting. At the same time, Lanchi went to Violet's room and told her the president wanted to see them. They tried to call Zombie on their way there, but the signal was dead because Snow's group had jammed everything in the building. With no other choice, they went to the president's room alone. Violet asked what he needed, and the president, the real one this time, just said he really needed to use the bathroom. The girls were a bit annoyed but escorted him anyway. They waited outside the men's room, trying to reassure themselves that since they were on their own turf, nothing could go wrong. What they didn't know was that the masked zombie and his partner were hiding inside. The partner asked why they were still there if they were supposed to be running away, and the masked zombie admitted he wanted to see if there was a chance to grab the president. Just then, the president walked in and started doing his business, even making a joke about how things were looking good. Suddenly, there was a huge crash. The masked zombie had smashed through the wall and snatched the president, feeling like they'd hit the jackpot. Violet and Lanchi ran in to check the noise, only to find an empty room with a giant hole in the wall. They completely panicked. They called security and told the Country B officials that the president had been kidnapped on their watch. They desperately needed Zombie, but they still couldn't reach him. Lanchi wanted to transform and go after them herself, but Violet stopped her, reminding her that she'd barely survived her last transformation. Without Zombie there to keep her in check, she might lose control and hurt everyone, including the president. Violet noticed the cage with Fur and Along. She grabbed one of the president's items and let Fur sniff it to track him. Lanchi was skeptical that these pets could actually help, but before she could finish her sentence, Alang grabbed Fur by the collar and launched him through the wall. The explosion of power was so intense the girls could barely keep their eyes open. Fur and Alang were finally free and loving it. They shot out of the building like cannonballs, making the guards think there was an earthquake. Lanchi and Violet were stunned, realizing their power was on a whole different level from their own transformation. As they tore through the air, the masked zombie felt a massive force closing in. A voice told him to drop the president if he wanted to live. He was shocked that Country A was actually keeping high-level zombie bosses as pets. He sprinted toward his headquarters with Fur and Alang right on his heels, screaming threats. Violet and Lanchi followed closely behind, and soon all six were racing through the night. The masked zombie eventually made it back to his base. Xiao was startled to see them and asked what was going on, then realized they had the president. The masked zombie told them to stop staring because they were being hunted. Right then, Fur and Alang arrived. Their presence was so intimidating that the Country B zombies were frozen in fear. Alang told them to hand over the president because they didn't want a war. The Country B zombies asked why they, as zombies, were helping humans instead of sticking with their own kind. Alang didn't argue. Instead, he told them his story. It turned out Alang used to be a crow. He was a good bird who helped humans by cleaning up trash and corpses. Even after a virus turned him into a corpse bird, he never hurt anyone. But humans started seeing him as a symbol of evil and bad luck anyway. He didn't hate them though. He was just sad that he couldn't be a higher being with intelligence like they were. Eventually, he was shot by humans and left for dead. Just as he was about to die, Zombie appeared and rescued him from the wreckage. Zombie gave him the name Alang and told him that hate and destruction never solve anything. They had to learn to live in peace with humans. Back in the present, Alang tried to convince the other zombies to give up their foolish ideas. The Country B group wasn't listening, and Violet and Lanchi finally caught up. Xiao was getting impatient and told his team to stop talking because this wasn't their rival's territory. As a fight was about to break out, Alang started releasing steam. To everyone's absolute shock, he transformed into a handsome man. It turns out that, because Zombie knew Alang dreamed of being human, he had used his own bloodline power to trigger a human transformation for him. The newly transformed Alang stood his ground with a powerful vibe, making it clear he had zero interest in negotiating. Lanchi and Violet were absolutely floored, wondering how the dog they knew had suddenly turned into this handsome guy. One of the Country B zombies mocked him, calling him a wingless bird trying to play human, but Alang didn't even bother replying. He just gave him a look of pure disgust. The blonde zombie wasn't having it, yelling that a new look didn't give Alang the right to be arrogant. He charged up his power and blasted a huge pillar of fire right at him. Violet screamed for Alang to watch out, but he just casually blew a breath at the flames, sending the entire firestorm spiraling harmlessly into the sky. Realizing they were way out of their league, Lanchi and Violet decided to stay back and let the big guys handle it while they went to track down the president. Xiao tried to ambush Alang, but before he could even land a hit, Alang punched him so hard in the stomach that he went flying hundreds of meters away. Everyone was stunned by his insane speed. The Country B zombies couldn't believe how strong the guys from Country A were. Alang then lunged forward, his hands becoming like claws as he sliced through a nearby building like it was paper. The shockwave alone sent the surrounding zombies flying. Their leader, Agui, was paralyzed with fear seeing Xiao get taken down and reverted to his normal form with just one hit. He started panicking, wondering if they could even win against someone that terrifying. Alang kept moving, easily putting out the remaining fires. Agui tried to rally the other zombies to drive the foreigners out, throwing daggers at Alang that didn't even scratch him. He tried to stab Alang himself, but his blade just shattered on impact. Alang's defense was basically unbreakable. Meanwhile, Lanchi and Violet finally spotted the president. The masked zombie saw them coming and bolted outside, while Kui ordered his legion to swarm them, but then Fur appeared. With a series of low growls, Fur's arms stretched out hundreds of meters, turning several buildings into rubble. Then Fur transformed into a massive kaiju-sized monster. Violet was losing it, wondering what on earth she was looking at as Fur stomped through the city. Ahgu was in a total tailspin, convinced Fur was some kind of ancient monster species. Even the kidnappers were shaking, realizing they were looking at a legendary level threat. The masked zombie handed the president over to his partner, telling him to get the target to the boss while he stayed behind to hold the line. He knew he had to use their secret weapon, the consciousness enhancement device, or else all the zombies in Country B would be toast. Over at headquarters, the boss was already watching everything go down. When her subordinate asked what to do with the president, she snapped that they should have just finished him off instead of bringing him there. The subordinate rushed to the device and cranked the energy to the max, even though he knew it could have some nasty side effects. Instantly, all the Country B zombies turned into feral, bloodthirsty beasts. Along noted that they were using human tech as a trump card, but he still thought they were weaklings. Fur swung his massive arm, and the force was so intense it wiped out the zombie legion and reduced part of the city to ruins. Ahgui was furious and tried to attack Along, but Along just caught him and slammed him into the ground. On the other side, Ashi recklessly charged Fur. His partner pushed the enhancement device to the absolute limit, causing Ashi to grow hundreds of meters tall to match Fur's size. Fur paused, wondering if this new giant was a long-lost relative. But Ashi just attacked. Ahgui screamed at Along, asking why someone so powerful would choose to protect humans instead of standing with his own kind. Along just clenched his fist and said they were only following their boss's orders before punching Ahgui into the air. Ahgui cried out that they just wanted their species to survive and didn't see what was wrong with that. Fur and Ashi continued their giant battle. Fur told them to hand over the president or he'd really start a rampage. Even though Ashi was giving it his all, he couldn't even budge Fur. Fur grabbed him by the neck as Lanchi and Violet watched in total disbelief. Fur started gathering a blood-red energy in his hand and blasted Ashi away. He picked him up again, and Ashi called them human lapdogs, asking why they didn't just wipe out humanity and make a planet for zombies. Instead of fighting back with words, Fur shared his past. A long time ago, there were many zombie families who lived in isolation. They were different looking, but they never wanted to hurt anyone. Then one day, human mecha warriors arrived and started a total extermination just because they were different. Fur's mother hid him in a cave and he watched his parents die. He swore he'd never trust humans and wanted revenge. Just as a human soldier found him and was about to finish him off, the soldier was suddenly crushed. Zombie had appeared and wiped out the entire human force in seconds. The human commanders in space ordered a massive missile strike, but Zombie flew up and obliterated the missiles with a giant tidal wave before they could even hit. He even destroyed the battleships in orbit. Fur realized that Zombie was a being capable of single-handedly ending a civilization. That ancient war was actually what split the continent into countries A and B. But after all that destruction, Zombie felt empty and full of regret. Fur watched as Zombie found Along under some rubble and decided to take him in. Fur followed them, and from that day on, Zombie decided to try living in peace with humans instead of just destroying everything. After telling his story, Fur tossed Ashi aside. Lanchi and Violet could only watch, realizing the situation had gone way beyond anything they ever expected. Ashi roared from the ground, refusing to believe a single word of it. He screamed that there was no way such powerful zombies could even exist in their world. But while they were stuck in that dead-end argument, the real drama was happening back at the office with the fake president. When the hypnotist, Kui, used his powers to dive into Zombie's mind, he instantly broke into a cold sweat. Seeing the memory of zombies single-handedly wiping out an entire civilization was too much. He actually coughed up blood from the sheer shock. The sisters watching from the next room were losing it, demanding to know what he saw and why he looked so terrified. But Kui was basically out of it, only managing to whisper that Zombie had ended their ancestors before he completely passed out. The sisters were stunned, begging him to explain, but when he didn't wake up, they rushed into the room. After they left, Zombie finally snapped out of his daze. He looked around the empty room, totally confused, wondering where the president went and if he'd just accidentally taken a nap. He even joked to himself that the guy could have at least finished his sentence before fainting. Once the signal jamming stopped, Zombie finally got a call from the department head, who was frantic. He told Zombie that the president had been kidnapped and that it was a huge deal. Zombie was confused, thinking the president was just with him, but the department head yelled that he'd been gone for half an hour and told him to get moving. Zombie didn't waste a second, launching himself into the sky. Meanwhile, word came back from the medical team that Kui was in a vegetative state and might never speak again. The sisters were absolutely speechless. Back at the standoff, Ashi was bitter, wondering why their lives were so hard if such powerful zombies actually existed. Fur told him he'd given him a chance and was done being nice. Ashi stood his ground, saying if they wanted the president, they'd have to go through him. Suddenly, the Country B zombies went into a total frenzy. Lanchi was shocked, and seeing that words weren't working, Fur stopped holding back. He started forming a terrifying blood-red orb of energy in the air. Agui was paralyzed with fear, while Lanchi and Violet screamed for them to stop the fight. Just as Ashi thought he was done for, a hand reached out and froze the energy orb in place. It was Zombie. When Ashi saw him, he felt a level of dread he'd never experienced before. Zombie simply told everyone to stop. Some ordinary zombies who didn't realize who they were dealing with tried to rush Fur, but as they got closer to Zombie, his aura made them shake with fear. Ashi was covered in a cold sweat. Zombie turned to look at the crowd, and just that one glance was enough to make every zombie there drop to their knees. They actually started crying out, calling him their king. Lanchi was baffled by how quiet it suddenly got, while Violet noted that Lanchi had finally met the real deal. Ashi was beyond shook. He realized the person standing there was one of them, but clearly the source of all zombies. When Zombie asked where the president was, Ashi stammered that he was in the basement. After Zombie left, Agui collapsed, admitting that even facing two bosses wasn't as scary as being near that guy. Down in the basement, the boss was pointing a gun at the president, telling him to rest in peace. The president tried to stall, calling her a famous leader, but she wasn't having it. He then mentioned he had ancient human tech data, which got her attention. She pulled off his hood and told him he'd better satisfy her or his end would be messy. He explained that the only reason his visit was so important was that the leaders wanted that data, and with it, she could take over the whole region herself. She thought he was just stalling and was about to pull the trigger when her own zombie subordinates suddenly tackled her. She was furious, screaming at them for rebelling. But then Zombie appeared. She asked who he was, and Zombie remarked that it was interesting that the leader of the B region was a human girl. He told her he didn't care about their politics, but he wasn't going to let her hurt the president while he was around. The boss was stunned to realize Zombie was a zombie too. The president was just relieved that Zombie had finally made it. The boss kept screaming at her subordinates to let her go so she could finish the job, but they completely ignored her. Zombie told the two zombies to let her go only after they had safely left, reminding them that they should be civilized and avoid random conflict. With that, the assassination plot was a total fail. Lanchi and Violet rushed up asking the president if he was okay. He just laughed it off, saying that even though a trip to the bathroom turned into a whole ordeal, they should just look at it as a surprise tour. Zombie was still a little spacey, trying to figure out how the president got kidnapped when they were just talking earlier, leaving Lanchi and Violet with no words for his dorkiness. As they headed back to the hotel, Alang told the remaining zombies they were lucky to be alive, leaving Agui in a cold sweat. Fur headed back through the city in his giant form. The president's visit was finally coming to an end, and Zombie wasn't taking any more risks, keeping Fur and Alang close by. A little boy nearby even pointed at them, calling the giant pets cute. Meanwhile, the twin sisters were terrified, waiting to see how they'd be punished for the mission failure. A month passed, and things settled down. At a training site, Lanchi was practicing her transformation with her sword. Violet, who also had the bloodline power, was coaching her. Under her guidance, Lanchi finally mastered the skill. The two faced off, and Dawn could only watch in awe as they moved at blinding speeds, the intensity of their battle lighting up the entire arena. Lanchi was having the time of her life, shouting about how awesome she felt as she and Violet collided again. This time, they were perfectly matched. Violet managed to land a high kick that sent Lanchi flying, but Lanchi pulled off a crazy handstand counter kick right to Violet's chin before she could celebrate. Dawn was screaming for them to stop because they'd already gathered enough data, but the two of them had completely lost it, brawling with pure aggression. After trading a bunch of heavy hits, they finally backed off, both realizing that simple hand-to-hand combat wasn't going to settle anything. They grabbed their weapons, ready to go all out with their ultimate moves. The power they were charging up was so intense that nearby skyscrapers actually started to wobble. Realizing things were about to get dangerously out of hand, Dawn ordered the release of a sedative gas. A thick white mist filled the arena, but Violet and Lanchi were so blinded by rage that the normal sedatives didn't even touch them. They charged at each other with broken blades, and Dawn was genuinely shocked by how resilient they were. There was one final massive bang, and when the smoke cleared, they both reverted to their human forms. They were simply too exhausted to keep the transformation going. Later, Dawn broke down the results. She explained that their transformed state made them about 20 times stronger than normal, which was even beyond her own expectations. She figured the boost was based on how strong they were to begin with. The girls were stunned that the increase was that massive. Dawn also pointed out that even though they'd basically pierced each other's hearts during the fight, they were already regenerating. Their bodies were officially changing. Lanchi looked at the data, wondering if they were even human anymore, or if they'd become monsters. Violet insisted they were still human because they had consciousness and free will, unlike mindless zombies. Still, she told Dawn they needed a device to help control their emotions because she didn't want to lose her mind and hurt everyone at the upcoming conference. After his trip to Country B, Zombie finally had a moment to breathe. He was just about to tuck into a huge meal when Violet showed up, telling him the president had an emergency and needed to see him right away. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie, who had been off the grid for a few days, finally resurfaced. In a hidden underground lab, he was geeking out over his latest work. Nearby, an ancient man was busy mixing a special type of metal. Jamie's green-haired subordinate was curious why a mecha designer was suddenly doing biological research. Jamie shut him down, explaining that he was working with liquid nanotechnology. He said he couldn't build the mechs he wanted using the garbage metals found on Earth. This liquid metal could flow into any space and change shape just by thinking about it. The subordinate was blown away, realizing why ancient technology had advanced so fast. The ancient man added that while their tech was top tier, it wasn't perfect. Everything was run by AI, which essentially turned their generation into helpless, overgrown babies. But even with all that power, they could never beat Zombie. When asked if Zombie was really that scary and how he was even created, the ancient man's expression darkened. He explained that Zombie wasn't a product of their era. He was likely an evolution of the very first humans. Basically, Zombie had been on Earth much longer than anyone realized. He gave the subordinate a history lesson, explaining that their civilization started out with simple farming, just like everyone else. But then, a zombie outbreak happened. While the current generation focused on physical combat limits, the ancients chose technological innovation. After thousands of years, they made a massive breakthrough. They discovered that the zombie virus wasn't something people caught. It had always been hidden inside human DNA. This meant zombies had existed since the dawn of time, and Zombie himself had lived through at least 6 different versions of human civilization, likely destroying every single one of them. That's why he was so incredibly strong. The ancients were so terrified of him that they pushed their tech to the absolute limit just to survive, but he still ended up wiping them out. In their final days, they buried fertilized embryos underground, hoping future humans would have a chance to stop him. The subordinate was stunned, asking if his whole generation was just grown from test tubes. The ancient man clarified that they had also left hundreds of people to reproduce naturally, and over thousands of years, the genes had shifted, which is how geniuses like Jamie were born. Jamie eventually got bored of the talk and showed off his latest project. The subordinate thought the cloned zombie looked a bit underwhelming. Jamie explained they were short on time, and that he'd used Zombie's genes to build the body, but it didn't have a consciousness yet. The ancient man pulled out some nanometal and suggested injecting it to create a mechanical zombie. This version would have the strongest metal in the universe and an undying body, making it almost identical to the original. However, they hit a snag. Jamie pointed out that the real zombie actually wanted to live in peace with humans. He worried that if they gave the clone a mind, it might wake up with those same peaceful thoughts, or worse, wake up and decide to wipe them all out. They couldn't just give it Zombie's current personality, the ancient man suggested, giving it the personality Zombie had during their era. Jamie asked if he knew what Zombie was like back then, and the ancient man replied that he didn't need to know his specific thoughts. He just knew that back then, Zombie was famous for ending every human he saw on sight. The green-haired subordinate felt a total chill down his spine after hearing that, but Jamie just shrugged it off, saying since the clone was already built, they might as well give it a shot. The scene shifts to a bay in H City, where several aircraft carriers are docked. Zombie, taking in the view, is pretty confused. He asks Violet why she brought him there since he was supposed to be meeting the president. Before she can even answer, a massive aircraft carrier pulls up right in front of them. The president is on board and gives Zombie a huge hug, thanking him for saving his life and saying that without him, Country A would have been in serious trouble. As a thank you, the president tells Zombie he has a special gift. He jokes that while Zombie could choose to have Violet or Launchy at his disposal, he figured Zombie would like this more. He's gifting him an entire naval fleet. We're talking 4 aircraft carriers and over 60 warships. From now on, half of Country A's population is officially under Zombie's protection. Zombie is floored, and Violet looks super salty about it, pointing out that no other Academy president has ever been given control of the Navy. The sailors on board all shout a greeting to their new boss, and a huge celebration kicks off for Zombie's promotion. Meanwhile, the rebel leader from Country B is planning to team up with the Blood Queen. Their goal is to use the upcoming maritime exchange meeting to start a massive conflict. The boss, who's currently on a warship, tells the Blood Queen to remember her place, but the Blood Queen just laughs it off. Her assistant, Lanling, tries to play peacemaker and explains the mission. They need the Blood Queen to sneak into the event and trick the 2 countries into firing at each other. Lanling is all about the money and asks how much the boss is offering. When she hears it's 3,000 tons of gold, her eyes practically turn into dollar signs. The Blood Queen still doesn't look impressed, so Lanling reminds her that they owe a ton of money to a guy named Blackie with a 40% interest rate. At this rate, it would take 1,000 years to pay it off with a normal job. The Blood Queen walks up to the boss, and Xiao tries to step in, telling her to keep her distance. The Blood Queen just scoffs, asking if he's afraid she'll eat his leader. The boss tells him to let her through. The Blood Queen makes it clear that she doesn't care about their politics. She's the strongest person in the world except for one specific guy, and if they want her help, it's going to cost them. The boss agrees, saying if she can get the 2 sides to fight, they have a deal. On the other side, both countries are gearing up for the meeting. A TV studio starts a live broadcast explaining that ever since zombies appeared, military tech has skyrocketed. Even though they're separated by the ocean, they're still one people, so they hold this exchange every 4 years on an unclaimed island. Reporters will be covering the action 24/7 since the real competition starts tomorrow. Today, they've set up a friendly volleyball match. The crowd goes wild, but Launchy is already over it. Even though it's supposed to be a fun game, the twin sisters from Country B are playing like their lives depend on it. Zombie is watching from the sidelines, distracted by the fact that Violet seems to have her legs back. His former boss mentions that the Biological Society did a solid job with her new prosthetic limbs. When the match starts, Launchy serves, and Violet jumps up for a massive spike. The ball is heavy, 40 kilograms, and it moves so fast the sisters can barely return it. The friendly game quickly turns into a high-stakes death match. Poor Zombie, just trying to enjoy the beach, keeps getting hit by stray balls. The girls are bickering so much the referee is worried they're going to start the actual war early. Just then, a white-haired girl and a tattooed woman from Country B's fleet watch Zombie from a distance. The white-haired girl warns the tattooed woman, Butterfly, not to let Zombie see her. Butterfly isn't too worried, saying their encounter was hundreds of years ago and that Zombie, who looks like a total dork in his first form, couldn't possibly remember her. Girl admits she's never seen him in person before but says the memories of the fear and despair he caused back then still hurt. A burly man with them wants to fight, but but Butterfly stops him, saying they aren't there for a one-on-one and don't want to alert him. She tells the white-haired girl to just watch him and figure out his true strength. Back at Jamie's lab, the ancient man is finishing up a report. He admits that engineering is more his thing than biology. Jamie asks what human civilizations were like before the ancient man's time, but the man says he doesn't really know. While his civilization left artifacts for the current humans, the ones before him left absolutely nothing. They had to start from scratch. A few days later, the naval fleets are out on the water with helicopters overhead. The live broadcast announces that the exchange is finally starting. In the command room of one carrier, the commander turns around. It's Zombie, looking sharp in a tie. He's officially set sail with his fleet. A few months back, when he took over, he replaced all the human sailors with his own zombie crew. After some training, the zombies have become experts at flying jets and running aircraft carriers. People in Country B would be losing their minds if they knew the weapons they built to fight zombies were now being driven by them. Violet is on the ship, looking a bit lost when a zombie hands her an appointment letter and a new uniform, explaining that Zombie requested her for his fleet. Launchie gets the same deal on another ship, but just scoffs, saying Academy presidents shouldn't have to wear uniform. Zombie's fleet takes the lead. The organizers turn off all satellite and navigation systems to test how well the commanders can adapt. Country A is represented by Zombie's second fleet, Chen's first fleet, and a group called Explosive Sausage. Country B has the twin sisters, General Xinghua and General Hu. It's a total gathering of legends. Most fleets refuse to be interviewed, but Zombie is chill and talks to the reporters. When asked which fleet has the advantage, Zombie just says he hopes everyone stays peaceful so they can all go home and eat dinner. The audience just laughs, thinking Zombie is a total airhead. To avoid any more awkwardness, the reporter switched over to Violet, asking what she thought their fleet's strengths were and how confident she felt. Violet didn't hold back, basically saying that as long as their captain didn't accidentally sink the entire aircraft carrier, they'd be fine. Launchie was standing right there, looking super nervous and admitting she had a really bad feeling about how things were going. Meanwhile, over at Country B's first fleet, the crew was bored. They complained that capturing islands was lame and that the old-school zombie hunting contests were way more exciting. They also mentioned that the third fleet had 2 new recruits who had been promoted crazy fast, and they were dying to know what made them so special. Just then, Taishan, the big bearded guy on the third fleet, started sniffing the air. Butterfly noticed and asked what was up. He told her it was nothing major, just that a real troublemaker had stepped on board. That troublemaker was the Blood Queen, and she was there specifically to start a mess. Back at the match, things were getting heated. Country B's second fleet closed in on the Explosive Sausage fleet from Country A and opened fire. Everyone panicked until they realized it was just paint, but it still sucked for Country A because they lost a destroyer and got docked 3 points. The department head and the stainless steel chief watched from a distance, wondering why their side wasn't firing back. The department head noted they were still too far away. The reporters were hyped, reminding everyone that while capturing the island was the goal, points were everything. The crowd watching the live stream was going wild. Suddenly, the Explosive Sausage commander lost his cool and ordered his crew to fire everything they had while pulling a hard right. Nearby, Jamie's green-haired assistant was watching through binoculars, totally confused about why the human armies were suddenly battling right in front of them. The 2 fleets were going at it, screaming insults across the water. The stainless steel chief asked the department head if they should jump in to help, but the department head told him to chill. He explained his stealing the chicken tactic. They were going to wait for the other 2 to distract each other, then sneak onto the island first to grab the 40-point landing bonus. As the battle raged, the Explosive Sausage fleet started running low on ammo. The commander decided that if you want to stop a thief, you have to take out the leader. He literally jumped out of the command center window, flying through the sky. The enemy commander was confused by the UFO until the Explosive Sausage commander flexed so hard he ripped all his clothes off. He shouted for everyone to witness the essence of the sausage muscle body, which horrified the enemy and basically violated the eyeballs of everyone watching, reporters and audience included. The enemy commander, absolutely disgusted, jumped out to meet him. She called him a total pervert and landed a massive kick right to his face while he was still posing. The audience loved the drama. Meanwhile, Country B's first fleet caught on to the department head's sneaky plan to steal the chicken. Both sides' second-in-commands realized what was happening at the same time. Country B's first fleet kicked it into high gear to beat them to the island. The green-haired subordinate burst into Jamie's lab, yelling that the human armies were heading straight for them. Jamie looked out the window and saw both fleets racing toward the island. He started cursing like crazy. His assistant asked if their secret base had been found, but Jamie said that was impossible since the island was supposed to be a worthless, ownerless rock. A flashback to a few months ago revealed that the Prime Minister of Country B and the President of Country A had chosen this specific island for the meet because neither wanted it on their own soil. They agreed that whoever won the competition would get to keep the island. Back in the present, a stressed-out Jamie checked on the ancient man, who looked like a mummy because he was working so hard. He said he needed more time for the programming and still had to install an arm on the zombie clone. The broadcaster started talking about Country B's second fleet arriving, but then everyone realized that Zombie's second fleet from Country A was completely missing. Cut to a frozen wasteland where Violet was shivering and losing her mind. She asked Zombie why the heck he brought them there, and the first mate casually mentioned they were about to hit an iceberg. Launchie was furious, and before anyone could react, they actually hit the ice. Lanchi looked out and saw penguins. Realizing Zombie had accidentally navigated them all the way to the South Pole, Zombie was just as shocked as they were. Since they had no satellite mapping, they were totally lost. Zombie got on the intercom and suggested they just forfeit, but Violet couldn't believe he was serious. Back at the island, the muscle battle was still going. The enemy commander was still reeling when the explosive sausage commander struck another pose right in her face. Jamie was watching the two main fleets closing in and was totally panicked. He told the ancient man to stop programming and help out, suggesting they look through their zombie trash for nanomaterials. The green-haired assistant found some, and Jamie snatched it, entering a room full of unfinished zombie experiments. He muttered about the human army trying to play him for a fool, but he was determined not to be the prey. On another ship, the Blood Queen's assistant, Lanling, saw the chaos and told the Queen it was their time to shine. She ordered them to open fire. A real shell was launched toward the fleet, which got the attention of the three mysterious observers. Taishan raised his arm, and a massive rock formation erupted from the sea, blocking the shell. The commanders were stunned. Thinking Country A had started using real ammo, they ordered their crew to switch to live shells. However, the Blood Queen and Lanling were focused on the fact that someone on that ship was powerful enough to block an artillery shell. Taishan grabbed the commander of his ship by the head, showing off his insane strength, and ordered him to steer toward the Blood Queen's boat. Lanling started to panic, realizing they were about to crash into the other ship. She knew they couldn't let anyone find out they weren't actually part of Country A's fleet. At the same time, both the Blood Queen and the tattooed woman gave the same order: ram the other boat into pieces. The two ships went full speed at each other, headed for a massive collision. The broadcaster was living for the drama, calling the impending ship crash a kiss on the vast ocean. Meanwhile, back at the South Pole, Zombie and his first mate were totally oblivious, just chilling and fishing on an iceberg. Back at the island, panic broke out on both sides. Right before the ships collided, the Blood Queen and Taishan lunged at each other. The Blood Queen landed a massive kick first, sending Taishan flying, but he recovered instantly. He slammed down onto the Blood Queen's boat so hard that the whole ship tipped forward. Lanling was losing it, pinned to the floor by the sheer force of the ship tilting upward, wondering who this monster of a guy even was. The Blood Queen started charging up a massive whirlpool between the boats, but Taishan wasn't having it. He summoned huge rock formations from the sea floor. Just as she was about to move, he clapped his hands together, and a giant stone arm erupted from the rocks, grabbing the Blood Queen and pinning her against the jagged stones. The broadcaster was losing his mind over the power move, and the audience was just spamming "wow" in the chat. But when the broadcaster tried to look up the fighters, he found Taishan on the roster, but the Blood Queen wasn't even registered for Country A. While the race continued, the former chief noticed something weird on the island. The department head took a look through his binoculars and froze. There were massive zombies roaming all over the place. Professor Jamie was hyped, shouting for the muscleheads to bring it on. Meanwhile, Zombie finally caught a fish. Back at the island, the stainless steel chief was confused, asking if the giant zombies were part of the event. The department head told him to turn the ship around, but before they could move, one of the giant zombies picked up a massive boulder and smashed a Country B warship to pieces. Everyone was stunned. The department head realized this wasn't a game and ordered a counterattack, shouting that the two countries wouldn't destroy their own ships. There was a real enemy on that island. Zombie finally looked around and realized Violet and Lanchi were gone. It turns out they were so desperate to win that they had secretly taken a smaller ship and headed back. Violet was basically in tears, ranting about how she finally got power to avenge herself, only for Zombie to take them to Antarctica. They realized they couldn't make it back in time without the flagship, so the zombies actually started rowing the aircraft carrier by hand like a giant rowboat to get back north. Back at the lab, the ancient man was celebrating because he finally finished his project. Jamie's assistant warned him not to let it wake up there. The ancient man said not to worry. He'd already dumped the pod and the equipment into the ocean near Country B. In a bay in Country B, Xiao and Agui were on patrol, wondering how the outsourced mission was going. Just then, a mechanical pod washed up on the shore. Before they could check it out, a metal hand ripped the door open, revealing a glowing red eye. It was a mechanical zombie, the ferocious version Jamie had built using zombies' genes. Xiao and Agui were shaking with fear as the mechanical zombie walked toward them. The ancient man, watching through a monitor, was screaming for the machine to show off its power. But instead of attacking, the mechanical zombie gave them a huge hug, crying about how happy he was to find living kin so he didn't have to be alone. Jamie was furious, screaming that the project was a failure, while the ancient man tried to figure out what went wrong. The mechanical zombie held Xiao's hand and introduced himself, saying he was glad they were alive so he wouldn't have to revive them. Agui used his device and confirmed that the machine was definitely a zombie. They were confused about why he looked so high-tech, but the mechanical zombie didn't care, saying he didn't even know what he'd turn into next. Just then, the masked zombie called out to them, saying they needed to leave before the boss's plan got them caught. Xiao told the new guy to stay put and not wander around before they hopped on a plane. The mechanical zombie watched them leave, seemingly in a good mood, but as soon as he entered the city, his vibe changed. He muttered "humans" with pure hatred and punched the ground. The force was so insane it split the city in half, lifting the entire cityscape into the air. The scientists watching the feed were speechless as debris rained down. As Lanchi and Violet were sailing back, they saw the flipped city in the distance and were absolutely horrified horrified. Back at the standoff, the Blood Queen was still trapped in the rocks. She asked who these people were, saying the only opponent she respected was Zombie. Butterfly just smirked and told her to guess. The Blood Queen scoffed, used pure strength to shatter the rocks, and freed herself. Butterfly was impressed, noting she was stronger than she looked. The strangers revealed they were from an ancient civilization and were only there to investigate Zombie's power. They asked where the Blood Queen's creator was. She wasn't interested in talking to humans, but she was hyped to fight Taishan. Just as they were about to clash, everyone felt a weird shift in the air. They looked up and saw the city that had been turned completely upside down. They could only stare, wondering what on earth could have caused that. Right then, the news was blowing up with reports from the ships, but the broadcasters were absolutely floored when they saw the city literally flipped on its side. Mechanical Zombie wasn't even close to being done. He launched himself into the air like a rocket. Meanwhile, the Country B rebel plane was frantically trying to navigate through the urban chaos, everyone inside losing their minds. Ah Shao and Agway spotted a figure soaring high into the cloud. Once he stabilized, Mechanical Zombie shifted into his second form. He powered up, and a second later, he brought a strike down that shattered the city below into a million pieces. The boss, watching from the plane, was completely paralyzed with shock. Before they could even process what happened, Mechanical Zombie swiped at the air, creating a massive vacuum that sucked their plane toward the ground. As they went into a tailspin, Ah Shao and the others bailed out, jumping from the aircraft while the subordinates scrambled to protect the boss. The crazy winds started condensing into a massive orb of energy. From miles away, Violet and Lanchi watched in horror as a blinding explosion lit up the horizon. When the dust finally settled, everything around Mechanical Zombie had been erased. That massive blast got the attention of everyone at the exchange meet too. The burly man from the ancient group realized what was happening, sensing a familiar presence. He noted that the strike had just leveled Guava Island, taking out at least 30 million people in an instant. The TV broadcast cut in with an emergency update. The largest island in Country B had mysteriously vanished just 20 minutes ago. Nobody could believe it. Back at the site of the blast, the boss had barely survived thanks to the masked zombie protecting her. They were horrified by the wasteland that used to be a city. Ah Shao saw Mechanical Zombie standing in the center of the crater and asked what he was doing. Mechanical Zombie just coldly stated that humans didn't deserve to live. Ah Shao was frozen with fear. The machine zombie started sniffing the air, sensing there was still a human nearby who hadn't died yet. The masked zombie quickly covered the boss's mouth to keep her quiet, while Ah Shao waved his hands, trying to lie and say it was just his scent because he'd been around humans so much. But that backfired. Mechanical Zombie lunged and grabbed Ah Shao by the throat, asking why he was spending time with humans. Ah Shao tried to play the We're Brothers card, but Mechanical Zombie didn't care. He told him he hated zombies who hung out with humans, and that after finishing him off, he'd just create the kind of zombies he actually liked. Augie watched in horror, realizing the new guy had turned into a complete monster. To save his neck, Ah Shao desperately pointed him toward a city to the southwest with a population of 70 million. As soon as he said it, Mechanical Zombie took off like a missile toward the target. Once he was gone, Ah Shao couldn't stop shaking. A news helicopter landed nearby, and the boss realized they had to stop him since their whole goal was to coexist with humans. But Ah Shao told her she was dreaming. They were way too weak to stop a guy like that. He figured humanity would be wiped out in less than half an hour. A journalist got out of the helicopter, confused to see zombies there. The boss jumped in front of the camera, shouting to the world that a monster was on a massive rampage and everyone needed to get to a shelter immediately if they wanted to live. But the audience watching the stream thought it was just some elaborate prank. Meanwhile, in the heart of that southwest city, a girl was live streaming a dance on a hill, racking up tons of donations. People in the comments were saying her stream was way better than the boring exchange meet. Suddenly, Mechanical Zombie crashed down from the sky. The shockwave blew the entire camera crew away. The host was terrified, but before she could say a word, she was taken out by an explosive shot. The other hosts were stunned, finally realizing the news reports might be real. Mechanical Zombie grabbed one of them and walked to the edge of a cliff, all of it broadcasting live to the world. He snapped his fingers, and a terrifying dark energy began to condense in his hand. Blackie, watching from H-City, was shocked because that was his own signature move. Agu, standing next to him, looked worried, recognizing the king was back. The entire world was glued to the live feed. Mechanical Zombie raised his hand, and with a bang, black energy spread through the city, disintegrating everything it touched. Half the population turned to ash instantly. Then, he clenched his fist, and a massive mushroom cloud rose from the city center. 30 million people were gone in a heartbeat. People in other provinces still tried to claim it was fake or a prank, but the boss knew the truth. Back at the ships, Taishan told the Blood Queen they needed to call a truce. He told her she was no match for him right now anyway, and they had to stop Zombie before everyone was finished. Lanling arrived, terrified, confirming that someone, who they thought was Zombie, was erasing cities. Taishan asked the Blood Queen to join them, pointing out that once the humans were gone, they would be next. After a moment, she agreed. An emergency broadcast then announced that the exchange meeting was officially cancelled. Violet and Lanchi immediately ordered a helicopter to go find the monster, while the Blood Queen and her group were already flying toward the mainland. On the plane, Lanling was super curious and asked why Zombie had so much beef with humans. The answer was pretty heavy. Apparently, humans had finished off his entire family back in the day. Meanwhile, after leveling the city, the Mechanical Zombie shot back into the sky sky, and the live stream cut out completely. Once the government confirmed that everything everyone just saw was actually real, people in Country B started absolutely spiraling. The ones behind the whole mess, the ancient human and his green-haired assistant, were actually celebrating and hugging. The assistant was confused, asking why the ancient guy was helping them since he thought the goal was a better future for humanity. The ancient man just laughed it off and said it was time to reveal his true plan. He started a global broadcast, introducing himself as the ancient human from the legends. He showed everyone a clip from his era, claiming that Zombie had destroyed their civilization multiple times and was the reason human progress kept getting reset. He told the world that the scariest part was that Zombie was still out there, so he'd built the mechanical zombie to finally take him down. Everyone watching was terrified. He told them not to worry because he'd buried the seeds of humanity underground, and millions of years from now, humans would rule again. He basically told everyone that civilization was about to collapse just like it did in his time, so they should use their final moments to say goodbye to their family. People went into a total frenzy, rushing home in a panic. Way over in the Antarctic, the real Zombie felt a shift in the air and looked toward Country B. Ever since that broadcast of the city being leveled, things had gone south fast. Vandalism was everywhere, and social order was basically non-existent. Only a few people still hoped the government could save them. That's when the Blood Queen's crew, along with Violet and Lan Chi, finally made it to the scene. The mechanical zombie was surrounded by thousands of top-tier generals from Country B trying to take him down, but when they got there, it was a total nightmare. Thousands of super-powered fighters had already been finished off. Suddenly, dozens of attack helicopters showed up with all the big-name generals. People watching the stream got a second wind of hope, thinking they didn't have to hide anymore now that the heavy hitters were there. But the Blood Queen and her group knew better. They could tell this version of Zombie was nothing like the one they knew. The mechanical zombie kicked up a massive whirlwind, blowing away anyone who wasn't strong enough to stay grounded. When the dust settled, he had shifted into his third form. One general tried to claim he was just bluffing and rallied everyone to charge at once. But as one guy got close, the mechanical zombie just glanced at him. The space around the general literally shattered, and he was finished instantly. Everyone following him met the same fate, and within moments, all of Country B's top generals were gone. The people watching at home were stunned into silence. The Blood Queen screamed for everyone to run, saying they were way out of their league, but a second later, she was struck down. Violet tried to step in, transforming and breaking through space with her sword for a final stand, but as soon as she got close, a single punch from the mechanical zombie shattered her transformation and sent her flying, badly injured. Lan Chi tried to help, but the same thing happened. She couldn't even get close before she was blasted back into her normal form. In H City, Blackie was tripping out, wondering why this guy's vibe felt exactly like their king's. He realized it was the king's legendary fourth form. Since the real king wasn't there, the others asked Blackie what they should do. Blackie was ready to give up, saying if it really was the king's choice to reset civilization again, they should probably just go along with it since he'd done it before. But Alang wasn't having it. He argued that the monster didn't look like their king at all. He was just a machine wearing the king's face. He reminded everyone how much work the real zombie had put into living peacefully with humans, calling the attacker an iron-skinned monster. Back at the fight, no one could even touch the mechanical zombie. He mocked them, saying it was boring, and he'd only switched forms to have a little fun. He told them he could have crushed them in his weakest state and decided the game was over. He said he'd go finish off the rest of the humans first and then come back to deal with them. He flew off toward another city, while the real zombie in the Antarctic just went back to fishing. In just 30 minutes, the mechanical zombie leveled thousands of cities. His next stop was H City, the place the real zombie had built himself. Alang tried to convince the others to help, saying they couldn't let the king's city be destroyed. He told them if they wouldn't go, he and Fur would handle it themselves. When the mechanical zombie arrived, he ran into Fur, who carried the ancient bloodline. Alang rushed up and asked the monster if he'd forgotten his own city. The mechanical zombie just asked who he was, saying he didn't recognize him. He told Alang that any zombie hanging out with humans might as well be finished off too. Alang realized this definitely wasn't the king and told him they weren't going to play nice anymore. He tried to attack, but the mechanical zombie just roared and blew him away. Suddenly, a huge explosion hit a nearby building. It was the real zombie, finally back in town. The mechanical zombie looked genuinely interested. Zombie told Alang to stay cool and that he'd take it from here, instructing them to get the humans out of the city. Sensing the original's presence, the mechanical zombie tried to boss Blackie around, telling him to go finish off everyone in the area. Blackie was totally confused, wondering how there were suddenly two kings. His friend Ago reminded him that all their lives were on the line. Zombie shouted again for them to evacuate the people, and Blackie finally recognized that familiar heavy aura. He realized who the real king was and ordered everyone to start the evacuation. Infuriated, the mechanical zombie lunged toward the human shelter to finish them off, but everyone was okay. At the very last second, the real zombie had stepped in and blocked the hit. Right then, Zombie grabbed the mechanical zombie by the face and slammed him into the dirt before launching him into the air with a massive kick. The machine crashed through a building and came out the other side, but before it could even hit the ground, Zombie was already there. In his second form, he landed a punch so hard it sent the mechanical zombie straight into outer space. Everyone watching was completely floored. Surprisingly, the mechanical zombie wasn't even mad. He was actually hyped, saying it felt like he was fighting himself. Meanwhile, Blackie and his crew were busy getting the humans out of H City. During the chaos, someone recognized Zombie and shouted that he was the president's bodyguard and the captain from the naval exchange. A reporter in a helicopter picked up on it immediately, telling the world that a hero from country A was dueling the monster. Blackie started to panic, realizing that a global broadcast meant their secret as zombies was about to be outed. Suddenly, the mechanical zombie started falling back to Earth at top speed. Zombie sprinted to meet him, flashing behind the machine before it could land. They both threw heavy punches at the same time, and the impact sent them both flying back. They didn't use any flashy tricks, just raw power, clashing again with a force that sent a massive shockwave through H City. Poor Varmint got blown away by the wind, but luckily the humans had already been evacuated and were safe. The stainless steel chief turned to the department head, asking what their move was now that Zombie was handling the monster. The department head pointed at the island and ordered them to take it down, sensing something was off. On the island, the ancient human and his assistant were still clueless about the incoming attack. People watching the live stream were buzzing, remembering Zombie as the president's bodyguard but wondering why he looked different. To match the mechanical zombie's power, Zombie had shifted into his handsome third form. Even with a massive hole blown through his torso, the mechanical zombie kept going. The audience started cheering for Zombie, deciding that as long as he was fighting the monster, he was a hero to them. Zombie told the machine that while they might seem similar, it was way too inexperienced. In response, the mechanical zombie fired a nuclear missile at him. Zombie just casually swatted it away like a fly, and the missile leveled a nearby island nation instead. The world was stunned, wondering how any human could just redirect a nuke with their bare hand. Then, the mechanical zombie shifted into its next form, flickering through the air and appearing right in front of Zombie. In this new state, it seemed to be just as strong as he was. As it threw a punch, it extended a finger, a move that actually caught Zombie off guard. It transformed again into its fourth form, and before Zombie could react, a massive blast of energy tore half of his body away. The onlookers were horrified. On the island, the ancient humans were celebrating, telling the machine to finish him off before his head could grow back. The mechanical zombie fired a terrifying ray of energy that seemed to vaporize Zombie into nothingness. The refugees were terrified, thinking their hero was gone. The ancient humans were feeling pretty proud of themselves, thinking Zombie hadn't been able to transform in time. But then, a single green cell in the air started to divide. It multiplied and fused until a skeleton literally appeared out of thin air. The ancient humans were paralyzed with shock, watching as Zombie's flesh and blood grew back right before their eyes. The world was watching in total disbelief, questioning if he was even human anymore. After being blown to bits, Zombie revived and shifted into his own fourth form. That's when the audience recognized him. His face matched the zombie the ancient human had warned them about, the one who supposedly destroyed the last civilization. People started losing hope, feeling like they were just stuck between two different monsters. Seeing that Zombie's cover was totally blown, Violet and Lanchi decided to head to the island to capture Professor Jamie. Back at the fight, an enraged zombie flashed in front of the mechanical zombie and landed a punch that sent him screaming into the sky. The machine grazed the moon, tore straight through Mars, and finally slammed into Saturn with so much force it actually shifted the planet's orbit. The world was absolutely speechless. Zombie didn't stop there. He flew all the way to Saturn to finish the job. He landed another brutal punch that smashed the mechanical zombie into the planet's surface. The machine finally snapped out of it and tried to lose Zombie in Saturn's rings, but Zombie circled around to cut him off. However, he only found an afterimage. The mechanical zombie had already zipped back to Earth. Zombie was right on his tail. Realizing he couldn't hide, the mechanical zombie punched the ground, and suddenly, the generals he had finished off earlier stood back up. They weren't exactly alive, though. They were more like mindless puppets. Zombie responded by waving his hand, and the cells in the air began to divide again. All the residents who had been finished off were suddenly brought back as zombies. The reporter was beyond shocked, staring at the massive army of zombies. People watching were confused to see their own family members among the undead, but Zombie's next move was what really blew everyone's minds. He just waved at his new army, and every single ordinary zombie instantly entered their second form. Lanchi and Violet could only stare in disbelief, thinking about how hard they'd worked for their second form while these random zombies just got it for free. Zombie suddenly pointed into the air, and a second later, countless figures started raining from the sky. In no time at all, the zombie army had completely torn apart the generals the mechanical zombie had summoned. Seeing his plan fail, the mechanical zombie just mocked him, asking if that was all he had. He rushed forward and traded a punch with Zombie, and the impact was so massive it leveled what was left of the city. Violet and Lanchi realized that if this kept up, civilization was toast once again. They hopped on a plane and headed straight for that suspicious island. Professor Jamie saw them coming and started panicking, yelling at the ancient human that the army was about to land. The ancient human finally ordered a retreat, but the department head and several other leaders had already beaten them to it and were swarming the island. Jamie frantically burned all his research and tried to make a run for it in a helicopter, but when the pilot tried to take off, the chopper wouldn't budge. Lanchi had rushed over and was literally holding onto the wheels. Jamie was shocked to see her there since she was supposed to be at the front lines. Lanchi didn't answer. She just tossed the helicopter aside like a toy. Jamie and his crew were captured on the spot. Violet grabbed the ancient human and demanded to know how to shut down the mechanical zombie before the whole world was destroyed. He wouldn't talk, so Lanchi stepped in, saying she had a way to make him cooperate. She used a strand of the zombie virus to take over his brain, and he finally admitted there was a device with a button that would dissolve the nanomaterials in the mechanical zombie's blood, making him lose his physical form. Violet found the device and pushed the button, but nothing happened. Jamie mocked them, saying his tech was perfect and couldn't be shut down that easily. Suddenly, the mechanical zombie released a massive wave of energy that put intense pressure on everyone nearby. But Zombie didn't flinch. As the dust settled, the mechanical zombie revealed his fifth form, boasting that he didn't even need a physical body to stay alive anymore. Everyone was frozen by his terrifying aura. He asked the original zombie if he wanted to transform too, but Zombie stayed silent. A poor reporter caught in the middle could barely speak. Suddenly, the zombie army lost it and rushed the mechanical zombie. He just told them to scram, and the space they were in compressed instantly, turning all of them to dust. Blackie, watching from a distance, noticed the monster's vibe was starting to feel exactly like the king's. He screamed for Zombie to stop before the world was destroyed again. Zombie didn't seem to hear him. He just slowly covered his face with his hand. Violet and Lun Chi watched in shock as Zombie transformed into his own fifth form. The department head and the other leaders looked up in horror as the sky turned a deep blood red. A beam of light hit Zombie, and a scarlet liquid began to spread out from him, eventually covering the entire earth in a layer of blood. Even the sun, the moon, and Saturn were stained red. People were terrified, and even the mechanical zombie was surprised, admitting he hadn't seen this form before. The chilling aura coming off Zombie was so intense that the reporter and a nearby girl fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Zombie ignored them and just stared at his double. The mechanical zombie smiled, asking why he didn't have that form and why Zombie wanted him to disappear. Zombie told him simply that he'd developed this form himself after destroying the previous high-tech human civilization. The mechanical zombie thought that was pretty cool for an original version, but claimed he could still hold his own and charged at Zombie. Zombie told him he couldn't, and as the machine got close, it suddenly froze. Zombie raised his hand and a massive wave of pressure pinned the mechanical zombie down. To the machine, Zombie's palm started to look like it was growing to an infinite size. Looking from outer space, it looked like the entire Earth was being held in Zombie's hand. Everyone on the planet felt their bodies being twisted, but before they could even scream, Zombie's hand tightened its grip. There was a massive crash, and then everything went silent. When everyone came to their senses, it felt like it had all been a bad dream. But looking at the center of the battlefield, the mechanical zombie was firmly in Zombie's grasp. Violet was stunned, wondering how they were still alive. The mechanical zombie's lower half was completely gone, but he was still talking, praising the original for being so impressive. Then, he dropped a bombshell. He told Zombie that he could feel that Zombie still secretly hated humans. Zombie was caught off guard, asking if the machine had never really been under control. The mechanical zombie explained that he could have just stayed as a part of Zombie's subconscious, but Zombie had shared his genes with others. He reminded Violet and Lun Chi that he was originally just a strand of Zombie's bloodline and never planned on escaping until Zombie allowed people like Dawn to experiment on him. He pointed out that humans are naturally greedy and go crazy when they get power, and Zombie knew that when he let Violet and Lun Chi have his genes. He argued that no one could have controlled him without Zombie's permission, and that the bald guy Jamie was never really the boss. He said that once he was free, he was just doing his job. Looking at the ruined world, he told Zombie that it wasn't just the machine's fault. He claimed that because Zombie had a trace of hatred for humans deep inside, the machine was just acting out Zombie's secret will. After hearing the mechanical zombie's side of the story, Lun Chi and Violet were completely stunned, and everyone watching the live stream was just as confused. Zombie finally spoke up, asking what the point of all that talk was. The mechanical zombie explained that it was simple. He had already taken out billions of people, and now humans would only ever fear Zombie and plot against him. He argued that it would be better to just finish them all off and be done with it. But Zombie shut him down immediately, questioning if he really thought humans would be grateful for that. He asked what the machine could even do besides turn everyone into zombies. After a short pause, Zombie said that he could actually bring everyone back to life. The mechanical zombie couldn't believe it, but before he could even process the idea, Zombie reached into his own chest and pulled out his heart. Violet and the others watched in total shock, wondering what he was doing. Zombie held his heart up and squeezed it, turning it into countless drops of blood that scattered across the entire planet. As his blood reached every corner of the earth, all the people who had been finished off by the mechanical zombie were suddenly revived. Violet and her crew were floored, unable to believe that such a miracle was actually possible. Even the generals in Country B were confused, wondering how they were alive after being finished. While the world was in awe, Professor Jamie and his team were miserable, seeing all their hard work go down the drain. Zombie turned back to the mechanical zombie and asked if he was satisfied now. The machine finally gave up and slowly faded away into the air. Lun Chi and Violet were relieved, hoping the nightmare was finally over. Zombie waved his hand, absorbing the machine's genes back into himself, and told the girls they could relax now. The battle was officially over. The department head and his team finally arrived on the island, and Violet told them to keep a close watch on Jamie and his crew, while she and Lun Chi rushed to Zombie's side. They realized that while they thought the ancient humans were the main problem, it was actually a seed of hatred in Zombie's own heart that had caused the chaos. By saving everyone, Zombie had let go of that resentment, and it completely evaporated. 2 hours later, Lun Chi and Violet reached Zombie, but they were terrified because he had reverted to his normal form and wasn't moving. They were convinced he was gone since he'd literally crushed his own heart. But just as they started to mourn, Zombie opened his eyes and told them he was fine because his heart would just grow back. The girls were beyond annoyed, yelling at him for not finishing the fight sooner and making such a mess of everything. Zombie then noticed some tiny particles in his hand. hand, Violet identified them as nanomachines from the ancient people. Zombie decided to keep them, thinking they might come in handy later. Peace returned to the world, but things were different now. Zombie's true power had been revealed and no one knew what would happen next. In H City, everyone was busy rebuilding, though the first thing they did was hang Varmint back up as punishment. Meanwhile, the president was staring at a newspaper that called Zombie a menace. When Violet and Lanchi walked in, he asked where Zombie was, but they admitted he hadn't shown up for work since the incident. The president sighed, worried that society was headed for a major breakdown. Professor Jamie and his team were being moved to another prison when they saw a huge crowd outside. To their total surprise, people were protesting for Jamie's release, calling him a hero and the only hope for humanity. Jamie was confused to find himself the good guy all of a sudden. It turned out the mechanical zombie was right. People were more afraid of Zombie's power than they were grateful for being saved. While some feared him, extremists started worshipping Zombie as a god who would lead them to a new level of evolution. The world was a total mess. People were worshipping a villain while others treated a hero like a criminal. Order was collapsing everywhere. Amidst all this chaos, Zombie was just at home playing video games. Blackie interrupted him, looking awkward as he tried to tell Zombie that society was falling apart. Zombie didn't seem to care and just asked if Blackie wanted to play. Blackie passed on the game and mentioned there were two guys outside who really wanted to see him. In the hall, Xiao and Agui were incredibly nervous. Zombie walked in and asked what they wanted, and they immediately asked for his blessing. Because of the worldwide fear, countries A and B passed a Zombie Management Act. They even used high-tech metal to turn the moon into a supermax prison and started a new enforcement bureau called Sabib, planning to lock Zombie up for life. They sent an entire army of planes and tanks to surround H City to capture him. On a rooftop, Agui watched through a telescope as the army grew, noting they'd brought their best fighters. Xiao was frustrated, mentioning that because of human discrimination, all conscious zombies had been forced to move to H City. She felt lucky they had stayed loyal to the king, as the rest of the world had turned into a chaotic mess. Xiao and the rest of the crew eventually found Zombie, took his side, and settled down on a rooftop in H City to live a quiet zombie life. While they were hanging out, Ashi looked at the leader and mentioned that with how high real estate prices are in H City, Xiao was probably right. They couldn't even afford to rent a rooftop. He joked that it would be super embarrassing if the big boss ended up sleeping under bridges like those people from the Blood Tribe. Hearing that, the boss slammed her cup down and muttered that while humans were totally ostracizing normal zombies now, they were too scared to touch Zombie because he was so powerful. She figured joining him was definitely the right move. But then, Agui interrupted in a panic, saying something felt seriously off. Outside H City, a massive crowd of academy presidents and generals had gathered, yelling that they were going to capture Zombie no matter what. The boss and her crew looked grim, wondering if these people had lost their minds and were trying to end human civilization for real. As she spoke, Violet geared up and charged toward the city. The department head gave the signal to start the mission, and everyone jumped into action. Fur and Along tried to step in to block Violet, but the department head and the twin sisters held them back. As Violet sprinted toward Zombie's place, a cannonball suddenly cut her off. Dawn appeared with a smirk, reminding Violet that Zombie was the one who actually saved the world. She told Violet that if she wanted to get to him, she'd have to go through her first. Dawn started firing relentlessly, and even though Violet told her to stop, she didn't let up. Violet finally had enough and punched Dawn, sending her flying back dozens of meters. She shouted that the survival of civilization was on the line, and she didn't have time to mess around. Dawn just laughed it off, but before she could react, two figures slammed into her and smashed her into a building. When the dust cleared, it was Zombie's subordinate, Agu, along with the chief and the stainless steel academy head. They told Dawn to stop resisting because they didn't want anyone else getting hurt. On the other side of the battlefield, the twin sisters and Agan captured Along, while Zhang Lanqi and the explosive sausage commander trapped Fur in a high-tech nanometal cage. Just like that, the first phase was done. All of Zombie's top-tier bosses were down. Alang was furious, yelling that he couldn't believe they'd actually betray the king. Blackie just adjusted his tie and calmly explained that the world was always on the verge of war, and they had to cooperate with this new act to fulfill Zombie's true wishes. As it turned out, even Blackie had seemingly turned on Zombie to side with humanity, but Zombie wasn't worried at all. He was just chilling at home playing video games, wondering if he should restart his save. It turns out the whole thing was a script directed by Zombie himself to help calm the public's panic. Months before this Zombie Management Act started, Violet had actually sat everyone down to rehearse the plot so Blackie and the others wouldn't mess up their lines. Zombie had planned everything, exactly where Alang and Fur would come in, when Dawn would appear, and how Blackie would contain everyone. He reminded them all not to forget their dialogue. Meanwhile, the chief and Zhang Lanqi were busy testing how strong the prison materials actually were. Lanqi gave Zombie a standard attack command, and he punched the test material with a massive, thunderous strike. The force was so insane it blew everyone in the room away and literally split the ground open. When Violet saw that Zombie had shattered the test materials with a single hit, she and Lanqi were totally shocked. Zombie just straightened his clothes and noted that they'd clearly mastered the ancient nanometal, saying the impact felt great. He told them that using these materials to bind him would help humanity stop being so afraid. Violet totally lost it, yelling that the punch didn't prove the materials could stop anything at all. The department head walked over and warned them that the video of that punch could never leak, because instead of making people feel safe, it would cause even more panic. Zombie suggested that as long as the materials were stacked up for 1,000 kilometers, basically the size of the moon, it would work. He said his subordinates would keep playing along to help change how humans view zombies. Violet looked over at Blackie and the others, who were now holding up a love and peace banner and posing in a star shape, looking like they were way too into their roles. Once the first part of the script was done, Violet reported that they were using the combined tech of both countries and the ancient humans to exile Zombie to the moon. She claimed they'd built a grade A containment device that was already proven to work. She told the public that this was the first step toward humans and zombies living together. Zombie watched the news footage and smiled, impressed by how good Blackie and the others were at acting. He started packing his books and essentials, getting ready for the next part of his plan to fix his public image. He figured once he was captured, everything would get better, but just as he finished packing, things took an unexpected turn. While the people involved in the earlier battle with the clones were out of the loop, Country B started stirring up trouble. They thought Country A was being too soft and argued that since humans had this new tech, there was no reason to coexist with zombies at all. Country B sent helicopters straight to H-City's City Hall. Varmint, who was still hanging on the roof, was complaining about being sun-dried like a mummy when a general from Country B fired a shell at the building. The explosion knocked Varmint loose. He panicked immediately, shouting to the sky that he didn't mean to break free and apologizing to his king, blaming the cannon fire for knocking him down. Then, Varmint saw Blackie and Agu being interviewed, telling the cameras that they were officially standing with humanity to help take Zombie down. When Varmint heard the news, he absolutely lost it, his veins literally popping. He couldn't believe they'd actually betrayed the king. Meanwhile, Violet was fuming because the Country B team had opened fire without permission. She started yelling about how there was no need to shoot and questioned if the people from Country B were actually brain dead. Dawn had to lean in and whisper that the cameras were still live, which forced Violet to immediately switch back into professional mode and keep her cool. The whole point of this mission was to use peaceful vibes to show the world that Zombie isn't the enemy, basically a total PR rebrand. Back at Zombie's place, the walls had been trashed by the cannon fire. Zombie was just chilling, though he'd accidentally squashed his soda can into a flat disc. He muttered that it seemed like Violet was having a rough time, but he figured a minor accident wouldn't ruin the plan. That thought didn't last long. A military plane nearby suddenly exploded because Varmint was out there swatting them out of the sky. Zombie immediately realized things were going south and crushed his can in his hand. Varmint was on a roll, taking down every aircraft that tried to get close to the house. Recognizing Varmint's handiwork, Blackie and the others grabbed the reporters and jumped to a safe distance. Just then, a body came crashing toward them. Violet realized it was that same general from Country B who had started the mess. He was now totally unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Agu turned to Blackie, impressed that Varmint was going so hard. He wondered if the king had given him a secret mission. Blackie told him not to jump to conclusions, thinking Zombie had some deep strategy. But the truth was, Zombie was low-key panicking. He'd completely forgotten to give Varmint the script because Varmint had been hanging on that pole for so long and had no idea what was actually happening. Varmint, fueled by pure loyalty, fused his blood into his chainsaw and shouted about how they were supposed to lead zombies to greatness together. He was heartbroken and ready to take everyone out, blaming the humans for everything. Seeing Varmint about to use his ultimate move, Blackie warned Violet that things were about to get real. Before he could even finish his sentence, more planes started blowing up. To stop things from spiraling, Zombie finally stepped in. He grabbed the massive containment pod and slammed it right down on Varmint. Poor Varmint, still totally confused, got smashed into the ground. The impact blew everything back, and as the dust cleared, Zombie emerged in his powerful second form. As everyone stood there shaking in fear, Zombie calmly asked what they were waiting for and told them to come arrest him. And just like that, the Zombie Management Act mission was technically a success. Zombie was taken to the SAEB headquarters. To smooth things over with the public, Blackie held a press conference, stating that they'd always stand with humanity and that the law would be the cage that kept Zombie in check. He claimed peace was their only goal before walking off and refusing to take questions. Inside the headquarters, Zombie was just casually walking around. When Blackie and the others saw him, they immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy for being disrespectful during the performance. Zombie waved it off, but he accidentally broke his high-security handcuffs because he was a little too strong. He asked the crew how his acting was and if he looked friendly enough. Dawn gave him a look and pointed to the screen where a replay of him subduing Varmint was playing. In the footage, Zombie was literally stepping on Varmint with a terrifying villainous smile, while soldiers in the background were fainting from pure terror. She asked him who was actually going to believe he was captured after seeing that. Zombie looked a little embarrassed and said he was just in a hurry, figuring it wouldn't be a huge deal. Violet chimed in, explaining that the whole act was supposed to give humanity hope that they could actually control him. She noted that his oppressive vibe was just too much. Still, they'd finished the first step. The next plan was to turn his time in the moon prison into a massive reality show to show off his nice side. Blackie, trying to kiss up, promised he'd mobilized his whole crew and a pro PR team to make sure Zombie had zero haters. Ago was skeptical, wondering how you could possibly please everyone. everyone. Blackie told him not to worry, though the others thought he really needed to stop making his "I'm about to finish someone" face. Violet brushed her hair back and mentioned she'd be heading to the prison as a guard to stay with Zombie. This definitely got Blackie and Agu's attention, but Zombie, being his usual clueless self, just reached out and asked her to take care of him. Violet took his hand and started to say that once people got to know him, the fear would go away, but before she could finish, Zombie grabbed his suitcase and accidentally launched her into the sky. A second later, they were both on the moon. Zombie was feeling nostalgic, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen a setup like this. In front of them was a giant, majestic prison built from nanometal. He saw Violet waving at him and remembered that sound doesn't travel in space, so he scurried over. Once she put some headphones on him, she absolutely exploded, asking if he was crazy for dragging her to the moon like that. She yelled that they had actual spacecraft prepared for the trip. Zombie just thought his way was more convenient and offered to take her back the same way, which terrified her. As they bickered, a lunar ship approached. Violet told him his prison mates were arriving, promising they were friendly and great at communicating. While Zombie was being checked in and the prison activated its top-tier defense systems, the ancient human was watching from a distance and laughing. He mocked the idea that nanometal could keep Zombie locked up, calculating that even a layer 1,000 kilometers thick would only hold him for about 9 hours, and that was based on old data. He noted that Zombie has only gotten stronger since then. The president of Country A kept it real, explaining that they never actually planned on controlling Zombie. The whole moon prison thing was actually his idea. The ancient human looked like he couldn't believe his ears. The president added that they were just using the plan to test out all the ancient tech they'd finally mastered, like deep space travel and terraforming planets. He mentioned that if Zombie ever did lose it, the prison would at least buy humanity enough time to hop on a spaceship and get out of town. Then the prime minister of Country B jumped in, sounding totally over it. He said he never wanted to see that idiot ever again and was ready to take the human race to the stars to say goodbye to that monster for good. The ancient human just started laughing, asking if they were seriously trying to run away. He asked them to think about why his people, who had the tech to leave, didn't just relocate to another planet but stayed behind to get wiped out instead. That stopped everyone in their tracks. The ancient human started telling a story from the past, explaining how humans back then had planned a massive escape to another star system. They were all on their ships, cheering and celebrating as they prepared to leave the solar system and forget Zombie existed. But then, the entire fleet hit an invisible gravitational wall. A massive object made of glowing crystals appeared, wrapping around the entire solar system like a cage. Any ship that tried to cross it was instantly crushed by the gravity. He described how the fleet was basically destroyed in a heartbeat. Right then, a figure appeared at the edge of the solar system. The entire fleet was erased, and the only thing the ground command center heard was the creature reporting that the heavenly prison patrol was done, and that Zombie's weird behavior wasn't a breakout attempt. He just cleaned up the filth on his way through. The room went dead silent after that. Meanwhile, back in H-City, a building suddenly blew up. As the smoke cleared, Butterfly and Nia were seen bowing to a man they called the Divine Messenger. This guy, Varro, was the same creature from the ancient human story. They told him that Zombie had left the planet, but they'd found a companion who'd been with Zombie for thousands of years and knew him best. They were talking about the Blood Queen, Little Red. Little Red wasn't having it, calling them lunatics and trying to break free from her stone bindings. But the second she landed, the ground turned into a pool of blood, and a bunch of hands reached out and pinned her down. Varro mocked her, saying she'd been away from civilization so long she'd forgotten her manners. He told her she needed a reminder to show some respect to a divine messenger before knocking her back so hard she actually coughed up blood. To stay alive, Little Red led Varro and his crew to the Beyonders Academy. Butterfly told Varro they were looking for info on Zombie, and that the Academy had all his records. She warned him that the people inside were the strongest fighters in modern civilization, and suggested they be careful. Varro just told her to shut up, saying a mind that didn't even know where its host was had no business giving him advice. Inside the Academy, the stainless steel chief was busy plating some fancy snacks. It turns out they were throwing a party because Zombie was finally off the planet. They were all relieved to finally live without being terrified 24/7. The main chief felt a little bad though, admitting that even though Zombie was a zombie, he'd actually helped them out a lot, like taking down Professor Jamie so they didn't have to live behind giant walls anymore. He felt like a celebration was a bit much. The others agreed that Zombie wasn't malicious, but they admitted he gave them literal nightmares. Since he'd left, they felt like a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. They were just hoping the president's plan would keep working. Suddenly, the gym filled with smoke. Sensing a threat, the chief pulled out his Italian cannon and yelled for whoever was hiding to come out. Varro stepped out of the smoke with a creepy grin. He casually touched the barrel of the cannon, and it shattered like glass. He mocked them, calling the strongest human force pathetically weak, and saying they weren't even worth being called filth. The stainless steel chief tried to slash him with his blade, but the sword just broke on contact. Varro just glanced at President Gang, and the force of his stare sent the guy crashing across the floor. The Iron Club president couldn't believe how absurd the power gap was. He watched in horror as the gym floor started leaking red liquid that covered the whole room. Even the balloons in the air started burning and turned into flaming skulls. The chief stood back up, telling the intruder to stop the cheap tricks and not to underestimate humans. His body started to shift, and a second later he'd transformed into a giant high-tech robot using using nanotechnology, the Iron Club president was stunned. The chief told the Stainless Steel Academy chief to stop playing dead and get up. He stood up and transformed too, turning into a giant tiger robot. It turns out they'd both integrated nanotechnology into their bodies. They decided to team up and test out their new nano-alloy forms. The Iron Club president was just annoyed that they'd stolen the tech and didn't invite him to join the club. The tiger robot and the giant mech started charging up their energy, launching a massive combined blast straight at Varro. But Varro just lifted his hand and shut down their attack like it was nothing. He mocked them, saying that even after 1,000 years, they still hadn't changed a bit. Then, he just pinched his fingers together, and a giant hand erupted from the floor, grabbing the Stainless Steel Academy chief and crushing his high-tech body instantly. He tossed the chief aside like trash, and the impact was so hard it shattered his partner's tech-enhanced body too, leaving him totally powerless. Butterfly stepped in to remind Varro that this wasn't the same civilization he'd wiped out ages ago, noting that people today focused more on personal strength. Varro didn't care, calling everyone trash bred in a cage and saying it was only natural for Zombie to finish them off. When he mentioned Zombie, the Iron Club president found the guts to ask who he was and if he actually knew the guy. Varro told him that his people were the ones who had originally exiled and sealed Zombie there. He added that since they were back, they were going to deal with Zombie for good and erase the rest of humanity while they were at it. Suddenly, Butterfly pointed out that one of them was trying to bolt. It turned out the chief was trying to escape to find help while the others were talking. Varro just smirked, saying no one could escape him. A giant red hand appeared out of a cloud of smoke and pinned the chief to the ground instantly. After handling them, Varro turned his focus to the Blood Queen. He warned her that she'd better hope there was actual info on Zombie at the academy, or things would get ugly for her. The Blood Queen was frustrated, thinking about how weak the humans were for not even lasting a single round. She realized she couldn't escape in the chaos and needed a new plan. Luckily, Butterfly ran over, excited because she'd found some records on Zombie. The Blood Queen was relieved, but when Varro looked at the info, he was totally confused. It was just the script for Zombie's reality TV show on the moon. They turned on the TV to see what was happening. The broadcast welcomed viewers to the show, explaining that they'd be live streaming Zombie's life on the moon alongside 8,000 super criminals. Blackie, the Zombie spokesperson, promised that even with these dangerous inmates, Zombie would still try to live in peace with humans. As they watched, the screen started filling up with hate comments. It turned out Butterfly was the one posting them just to make Varro happy. Varro got annoyed, telling her to stop interrupting his thinking with that meaningless stuff. He wanted to see what Zombie was really up to. Meanwhile, on the moon, Zombie was just casually waiting in the food line, asking the staff for a few extra eggs so he could focus on his fitness and relaxation. Violet was acting as the director, yelling at the crew through her walkie-talkie because Zombie's makeup was smudged. The makeup team rushed in to fix him while the cameras focused on other stuff. Varro stared at the screen, totally suspicious. He couldn't believe a world-destroying demon would care about what humans thought of him. He wondered if thousands of years of loneliness had finally made Zombie snap. Then, it hit him. Varro convinced himself that Zombie was actually studying humans to find the secret to the soul and break the source of the divine civilization's power. He decided Zombie was incredibly cunning and had been planning this for thousands of years. Varro wasn't about to let him succeed, so he decided to send a greeting. He used his mental power to travel to the moon and take over the body of one of the heavy-hitting prisoners. That prisoner stormed out of his cell and sat right across from Zombie while he was eating eggs. He told Zombie it had been a long time. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Blackie and the crew were celebrating with champagne because things had been peaceful for 3 days. They thought the plan was working perfectly and that the public was starting to like Zombie. They didn't realize the only reason the prisoners were behaving was because Violet had scared them into being nice beforehand. Suddenly, a soldier ran in panicking, saying there was an emergency. Varro, through the prisoner, asked Zombie if he remembered them. Zombie was just confused, asking who he was. This made Varro so angry he almost lost it. He told Zombie to stop pretending and decided to test how weak Zombie really was. He made the prisoner swing a massive punch that shattered the wall behind Zombie, but Zombie blocked it easily with just a pair of chopsticks. This triggered a top-level alarm in the prison. The system flagged Zombie as a threat, locked all the doors, and started a 3-minute countdown to self-destruct. The other prisoners were terrified, wondering if they were all about to be blown up. Varro taunted Zombie, saying that even though he tried to protect humans, they still saw him as a monster. He claimed they would eventually destroy civilizations again just to get rid of him. Zombie just laughed, asking if this was the prison brawl Violet had mentioned. Before he went to the moon, she told him to stay calm and not act on impulse, but Zombie interpreted staying calm as showing off his true power. A second later, he shifted into his handsome third form. Seeing this on the screen, Blackie and the team panicked, thinking Zombie was going to war with the humans. They even started talking about releasing Varmint and getting ready for a fight. In the control room, Violet was also freaking out, screaming at them to turn off the self-destruct system before Zombie got actually angry. Zombie slowly walked over to the dangerous inmate, and Varro, who was still pulling the strings, got ready for a major showdown. However, just by locking eyes with Zombie, the prisoner was instantly scared out of his mind. He felt like a tiny ant about to be stepped on, and that sheer terror actually snapped him back to reality. The second Zombie placed a hand on his shoulder. Varro's influence was kicked right out of him. The inmate suddenly regained control of his own body and, totally terrified, screamed and bolted from the room. Varro was in total disbelief, wondering wondering how Zombie could break his mind control just by making someone that scared. Zombie then turned his attention toward Varro's presence and coldly told the insect to behave himself. Before Varro could even process that, Zombie took a swing at the air. The force of that slap shot off the moon and headed straight for Earth. It was so intense it shocked everyone, including the Blood Queen. With a massive boom, Varro managed to catch the blast, but Nia and the others nearby were forced to their knees, shaking from the pressure. Once the dust settled, Zombie went right back to his usual dorky self like nothing had happened. The prison alarm shut off, and he muttered that Violet was right about this method working well. Back on Earth, Varro looked at his hand and admitted that the devil hadn't lost any of his power. He couldn't understand why Zombie wouldn't just turn on the humans after being provoked. He started worrying that Zombie was trying to build an army of ants to challenge the authority of the god representatives. Varro decided he couldn't let that happen, so he ordered Nia and the others to stay behind and ruin the public's trust in Zombie while he headed to the moon to stall him until backup arrived. As Varro took off, the Blood Queen was surprised he'd left so easily, thinking she wouldn't have to escape anymore. But Nia reminded her that the divine messenger only cared about Zombie and wouldn't waste time on Earth. She warned the Queen that since they'd attacked the Beyonders Academy, the humans and Zombie's subordinates would be coming for them soon. Little Red, thinking Varro was doomed anyway, suggested that the three of them should just work for her. Nia just laughed and told her to go check out the gym where they'd just fought. When the Blood Queen got there, she was stunned. The destroyed buildings were actually repairing themselves, and the two Academy chiefs who were supposed to be finished were standing up again. Nia explained that with Varro on Earth, their powers were fully unleashed. She told her that their civilization's power can restore any damage and even turn imagination into reality. She claimed that even if they destroyed human civilization, the humans wouldn't even realize they'd been hit. Nia even dropped a bombshell, saying that fighters like Taishan were just projections imagined by Butterfly, and that even the Blood Queen herself was just a spirit born from their people's imagination. Little Red couldn't believe she was just someone's imaginary friend, but Nia didn't feel like arguing. To make sure the Queen didn't go tattle to the humans, Nia decided to settle things right then and there. Meanwhile, outside the Academy, that female broadcaster Zombie had saved was taking some photos to help promote his show as a thank you. Strangely, they didn't notice the ground changing until a giant hand reached out and grabbed the photographer's ankle. A massive pit had appeared out of nowhere, and the chief climbed out, begging them to take him to the Special Law Bureau immediately. At the same time, a red light flashed and Varro appeared above the moon. He thought back to when his people were forced to flee their home and found the ultimate power in the stars, the ability to turn imagination into reality. They'd built a whole divine civilization around it. Seeing Zombie acting all peaceful and letting himself be imprisoned felt like a total act to Varro. He was determined to see Zombie's scary side and took over the body of another serious criminal. Zombie was just heading to the bathroom, happy to see everyone standing in a nice, polite line. But then, the prisoner controlled by Varro tried to jump him. Zombie didn't even hesitate. He slapped the guy and told him to get to the back of the line and show some manners since everyone was waiting to wash up. The guy snapped out of Varro's control instantly and started apologizing. Varro, watching from the sidelines, was gritting his teeth, determined to expose Zombie's true face. Over the next week, Zombie lived a super productive life. He exercised, read books, and played sports with the other inmates. Varro didn't give up, though. He kept trying to stir up trouble every single day. He sent several prisoners to ambush Zombie, but Zombie just sprinted past them, knocking them over like bowling pins. Later, at the gym, Varro tried to send more guys after him, but when they saw Zombie casually lifting a 10,000-pound barbell, they were completely paralyzed with fear. No matter how much Varro yelled at them to attack, they wouldn't move. They were way too terrified of Zombie's strength. Zombie, of course, had no idea what was going on. He just thought everyone was being super friendly and was happy he'd made so many new friends to play sports with. He felt like he was having a really fulfilling week. Back on Earth, Violet was looking at the footage and was totally confused. She wondered why Zombie wasn't showing his violent side after being attacked so many times. She got a call from Dawn, who said they had intel that someone was looking for trouble with Zombie. Violet confirmed that some serious criminals had gone missing and noted that whoever was messing with Zombie must have a death wish. After hanging up, Dawn told the department head that she'd already said they didn't need to worry about Zombie, but the department head wasn't convinced, saying they couldn't get cocky since it was a proven fact that the chief had been attacked. Right then, a bunch of senior execs were huddled at headquarters. The chief was on an operating table getting some body repairs done. Lan Chi walked over to check on the situation at the Beyonders Academy. The department head told her that the explosive sausage commander had already taken a team there to investigate, but so far, everything seemed normal. Back at the academy, the commander and his team reached the sports field, which looked like it had completely fixed itself. The stainless steel chief and the Iron Club president were standing around looking super confused. The commander started poking and pinching the president's face, baffled that there wasn't a single mark or sign that he'd been beaten up. The president awkwardly scratched his head and told the minister to stop making fun of him, insisting he hadn't been attacked by anyone. The commander didn't push it and just reported back to headquarters that they found zero signs of a fight. He even joked that maybe the chief had just gone out to party and accidentally hurt himself. While he was laughing, a dark shadow zipped right through him and landed in front of him. But because of the illusion, the department head and the others at headquarters had no idea what was happening. Nia, the one behind the illusion, noted that she'd already trapped the commander's mind. She explained that no matter what they did in there, the people outside outside wouldn't notice a thing. She could even finish him off and no one would know. She looked at the Blood Queen and mentioned that they were actually of the same kind, and she couldn't understand why the Queen was resisting them, regardless of who her master was. The Blood Queen was furious, telling her to stop talking nonsense and insisting she wasn't anyone's imaginary projection and definitely didn't have a master. Taishan told Butterfly that the Queen clearly wouldn't listen to reason and suggested he just break her bones so they could move on. The Queen sneered, telling the big guy that he only got lucky last time because she was careless, but this time she was going to turn him into dust. Taishan immediately dragged her out of the hall and into the air for a massive clash. Taishan punched her toward the ground and dived after her. A huge explosion followed, sending a mushroom cloud over the academy. The shockwave was so intense it actually made Nia's illusion start to crack. The explosive sausage commander, who was about to leave, felt something and stopped in his tracks. Nia had to scramble to stabilize the illusion so the outside world wouldn't see the chaos. She warned the others that they were wasting too much time and the illusion was barely holding, so she'd crank it to the max to cover for them. Just as she said that, the Blood Queen landed a punch on Taishan that sent him flying through several buildings before he crashed in front of Butterfly. The Queen mocked them for thinking they could actually take her down. Butterfly just rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms covered in glowing runes, and coldly told the Queen she'd remind her what a true spirit looked like. As the runes faded, Taishan's body began to break apart into floating stones. Butterfly chanted a command to the earth and mountains, calling for her deity to descend. A second later, Taishan transformed into a massive giant made of mountain rock, the true, complete form of their civilization's spirits. Before she could finish her speech, the Queen rushed her, telling her she talked way too much. Taishan threw a punch, and the Queen tried to counter it, but the impact was so strong it sent her flying and broke her arm instantly. As Taishan went for another hit, the Queen quickly regenerated her arm and dodged. She grabbed Taishan's arm to flip herself toward Butterfly. Suddenly, spikes erupted from Taishan's back. He punched the ground, and Butterfly activated a Blossom of the Earth's core move. The Queen was caught off guard and impaled by spikes coming out of the ground. Taishan shifted again, turning into a spiked mountain that firmly trapped her inside. Butterfly told her not to think she could just regenerate her way out of this, claiming the spikes would drain her power until she turned into a pool of blood. She told the Queen it wasn't too late to beg for mercy, but the Queen just smirked. A moment later, her body began to melt as if she were totally out of energy. Butterfly was confused, but Nia sensed something was wrong and yelled a warning. Too late, a line of blood appeared on Butterfly's neck. The Queen had used a sneak attack to get behind her, escaping her bonds and wounding her while she was distracted. Butterfly collapsed, and the Queen mocked them, saying that for people who talked so much about being divine, they sure did bleed like everyone else. Nia rushed to Butterfly's side, using a time reversal power to heal her injuries. She told Butterfly she'd been too careless and would have been finished if Nia hadn't stepped in. Butterfly was surprised that a wild god without a master could be that powerful. Nia told her they didn't have time for that, and noted that since the Queen didn't have a master, she couldn't keep her power up forever. They decided to team up and take her down, released her full power, and summoned her own complete spirit form, a humanoid creature called Turbulent Illusion. The Blood Queen looked surprised as Taishan also shifted back into his mountain form to charge up. People on a plane passing by were totally stunned by the massive monsters below, but Butterfly noticed them. She immediately had her spirit activate a move called Dream of Sen, enveloping the area in energy. When the people on the plane looked back down, everything looked completely normal again. The passengers were totally confused, wondering if they'd all just collectively hallucinated. Meanwhile, Nia's spirit pointed at the Blood Queen, and her body turned ethereal as she was dragged into a whole other dimension of illusions. When the Blood Queen opened her eyes, she realized Butterfly, Nia, and their spirits were gone. Before she could process it, Taishan lunged out of the illusion and landed a massive punch. The Blood Queen was sent flying like a cannonball for miles. Butterfly and Nia were sure she'd be nothing but ashes after that, but she suddenly popped back up right in front of them, looking completely fine. They were floored, wondering how a spirit without a master could tank a hit like that, and just how powerful she used to be. Nia was stumped, noting that her aura had seemed weak before, and after 1,000 years on Earth, she should have faded away by now. That's when Nia's spirit chimed in, saying she could sense a mysterious energy inside the Queen that was keeping her going. She added that if the Queen knew how to fully use that power yet, they'd all be dead already. Suddenly, a green light glowed on the Blood Queen's chest. She snapped her eyes open, and the vibe changed instantly. The sky shifted colors, the sea turned a deep red, and blood-red tornadoes started swirling around her. It even started raining blood, and it felt like time just stopped. A massive blood vortex formed over her head, and the raindrops solidified into sharp spikes hanging in the air. The Blood Queen just sneered, telling them that since they loved playing hide-and-seek in illusions so much, she was going to finish them off for good. Nia and Butterfly were frozen, totally stunned by what they were seeing. The Blood Queen raised her hand, gathering the blood rain behind her and turning it into a wave of sharp spikes that she launched at the duo. Nia's spirit sensed the danger immediately, and Taishan jumped in to protect them. He charged up energy in his hands and threw a massive rock at the Blood Queen. She screamed, putting all her divine power into meeting the rock head-on. As the blood spikes closed in, Nia's spirit pushed her Sen Dream Realm to the absolute limit. It wasn't enough though, her spirit ended up riddled with spikes. When the Blood Queen and Taishan's powers collided, the impact shattered shattered the illusion, sending rocks flying into the real world. The city went into a total panic as debris rained down everywhere. Taishan collapsed to his knees, completely drained. Nia quickly used her daily retrospective power to barely save herself and Butterfly from the brink of death. Because the Blood Queen's attack was so intense, Nia's spirit had almost used up all its energy just to stay in existence. Luckily, as long as Nia stayed safe to provide power, her spirit would eventually recover. Butterfly looked at the weakened Taishan, still confused about how a masterless spirit could pull off such a crazy attack. Nia looked up at the Blood Queen, who was still dominating the sky, and noted that she'd gone all out in that fight against Taishan, burning through all her reserves. The Queen made a gesture that was honestly pretty insulting and told them that she won this round. As soon as she said it, she vanished. Suddenly, a figure came charging at Nia and Butterfly. It was the explosive sausage commander, totally bare-chested and ready for a fight. He shouted about showing them the warmth of humanity as he lunged forward. Just as the girls were panicking, Taishan stepped in to block him. Nia realized the illusion was gone and told the others they needed to get out of there. Butterfly wasn't having it. She just wanted the guy gone. She ordered Taishan to hit him with everything he had. Taishan lunged forward and got into a heavy brawl with the commander. As Taishan landed a punch, the commander grabbed his arm and locked it down, yelling for someone to strike now. A red light flashed in the distance. It was Dawn in her zombie form, manning a laser cannon with a villainous grin. She shouted about how thrilling the weapon was before firing it straight at Nia and Butterfly. The top of the building exploded, but Taishan managed to save them just in time. This time, they found themselves totally surrounded by Dawn, the commander, and a bunch of other executives. The department head shouted for them to surrender, saying they were under arrest for endangering humans. Nia was baffled, wondering why these people were so much stronger than they were during the last exercise. She wondered if Little Red had basically sacrificed herself just to distract them, but then a green gene sequence appeared in the sky, and the Blood Queen's body reformed. She sneered, asking who they thought had turned to ashes, saying it was just a big move and no big deal. They were shocked, wondering how a hostless spirit could regenerate like that. The Queen just mocked them, saying she didn't need a host and reminding them she'd been battling zombie for 1,000 years. Secretly though, she was hyped, thinking about how satisfying it was to show off using Zombie's genes. She definitely planned on getting more from him later. Meanwhile, on the moon, the Mr. Zombie-run convict variety show was being broadcast to the whole world. The prisoners had been turned into a cheerleading squad by Violet, and there was even a global voting system. Zombie pulled off some insane street dance moves and made it to the next round, making the audience go wild. Watching from above, Varro was holding a declaration of war and looking absolutely miserable. He was furious that Zombie was ignoring him. He'd been controlling prisoners to attack Zombie 24/7, but instead of getting angry, Zombie had just turned it into a game and was having the time of his life. Varro realized the inmates were useless and decided he'd have to take matters into his own hands. After his performance, a hyped Zombie asked Violet how he did. She told him the audience loved it and that he was at the top of the leaderboard, even without the votes Blackie's team was spamming. She said the plan was working and people were starting to like him. Zombie felt like his dream of a peaceful retirement was finally coming true, but as he was about to head back on stage for the next challenge, he suddenly stopped and stared at the ceiling. His fists clenched. He could feel Varro's threat closing in. Violet patted his shoulder and told him to get moving so he didn't get eliminated, promising she'd handle everything outside while he took care of his business. As Zombie stepped onto the stage, Violet's face went totally serious. Outside the prison, Varro was busy manifesting a ton of energy skulls, launching a massive attack at the moon base. Just before they could hit, Violet appeared and charged right into the chaos. She pulled off a 360-degree blade slash, spreading all that skull energy in one go. Varro was genuinely confused, wondering how she managed that. Violet looked him in the eye and mentioned that Dawn had already warned her about him. Varro just scoffed, asking if she really had the guts to swing a sword at a messenger of the gods. In response, Violet chucked her long sword right at his head. Varro barely dodged it, the blade grazing him. Violet took off her mask and told him that whether he was a god or a demon, she wasn't going to let him ruin the plan. She put on a new white mask and said she wouldn't back down because the survival of her generation depended on it. She was clearly ready to go out fighting. Varro called her naive and told her that since she was going to die anyway, he'd show her how a divine civilization actually fights. His head started shifting as he chanted about the blood moon reflecting humanity's fears. Violet watched in horror as Varro's whole body transformed into a massive mythical monster called the Blood Moon Reflection. Back on Earth, after the Blood Queen used up her power to beat Nia and Butterfly, the department head and the rest of the team closed in. They captured Butterfly and took her to the Special Law Bureau. Blackie showed up and found Butterfly bruised but still acting tough, telling them to go ahead and finish her because she wasn't saying a word. The explosive sausage commander just mocked her for being stubborn. Blackie asked if she was the one who attacked the Beyonders Academy. The department head warned him not to underestimate her, noting that their best forces barely got through her defenses. He mentioned the guy she summoned was gone, but the white-haired girl had escaped and was being chased by Lanchi and the Blood Queen. Blackie's hands started smoking with black particles. He looked ready to reclaim his pride, saying that while zombies usually avoid fighting to keep humans calm, he was more than happy to help with the interrogation. Butterfly told him to bring it on, insisting she wouldn't break. That's when Dawn walked in, casually flipping through some papers, and told Blackie they didn't need his help because Butterfly had already confessed everything. Blackie Blackie was stunned, asking why Butterfly was still acting tough if she'd already talked. Butterfly admitted she thought it was just standard procedure to act defiant after being captured to gather info, and that she'd actually read that in some of their books. Dawn sighed, wondering what kind of trash she'd been reading. She handed the confession to Blackie. He was shocked as he read about the divine civilization and how they summoned imaginary gods to cleanse the world. He asked Butterfly if they were really trying to wipe out humanity. She told him they wanted everyone to pass away in peace without knowing it was coming, since mortals can't resist a god's gift. Dawn just scoffed, asking if these gods were supposedly stronger than Zombie. Butterfly pointed at the moon monitor and told them they could see the answer for themselves. The department head checked in with the lunar base while Dawn pulled up the feed. On the screen, Zombie was just chilling, expertly cooking up some chili fried eggs. The lunar base reported 0 issues. The department head told Butterfly that it looked like Zombie had already handled her divine messenger, but Blackie looked at the moon with a serious expression and told everyone she was telling the truth. The fight was definitely happening. Up on the moon, Violet and the giant Varro were in a brutal fight. Varro was relentless and Violet was stuck on the defensive. Varro taunted her, calling her a mediocre servant infected with Zombie's virus. He told her that compared to absolute power, her strength was a joke. Violet was getting scared, realizing how terrifyingly strong he was. Even with her high-tech nano gear, she couldn't even scratch the monster Varro had summoned. She tried to come up with a plan, but she couldn't think straight under the pressure. Suddenly, Dawn's voice came through her earpiece, telling her to stop tangling with the monster. Violet snapped back that it was easy for her to say and that she couldn't shake the thing off. Dawn told her she had to get some distance because the moon's defense system was locked on. Once she was clear, they could blast it. Violet realized she had to go for broke and decided to fully activate Zombie's genes. She knew forcing them to multiply in her body was risky, but she only needed a few seconds to get away. As the enhancement kicked in, she started looking way more like a zombie. Varro noticed and growled, realizing she wasn't just infected but actually carried Zombie's DNA. He charged up an energy orb, telling her he wanted to let her go out painlessly, but since she chose to dance with the devil, the deal was off. He chanted about the blood moon stealing fire to make ice, and the monster began sucking in solar energy. It fired a massive beam at the moon, causing a huge explosion. Violet charged through the falling rocks, determined to stop him, but as soon as she hit that brilliant light, she was totally overpowered and sent flying. Down on Earth, people watched in horror as a sixth of the moon was just gone. The special agency reported that the moon prison's defenses were completely trashed. Dawn was frantic, calling out for Violet. Then Agu and Fur rushed in looking worried. Agu asked Blackie what was going on, noting an energy blast just punched through 1,000 kilometers of nanometal. Blackie stayed calm, telling everyone to chill since the moon was still in one piece. Meanwhile, inside the prison, the inmates were looking out at a literal sea of fire. Believe it or not, the prison was actually still standing. As the dust settled, everyone was floored to see Zombie in his handsome third form, already outside the walls holding a badly injured Violet. She warned him to be careful because the guy was seriously strong. Zombie gently set her down and told her to go rest, promising that he'd handle the kid himself. Right as he said that, Zombie's hair instantly grew out, and he shifted straight into his beastly fourth form. Violet was so stunned she barely dared to breathe. Seeing Zombie like this brought back thousands of years of memories for Varro. His people had been forced to leave their home because of Zombie, starting a never-ending journey through the stars. During that trip, they'd seen things humans couldn't imagine and learned how to turn thoughts into reality, which became the whole vibe of their divine era. Varro was convinced their tech was way beyond anything Zombie could understand. He raised his arm, making his guardian spirit release massive amounts of heat that started roasting the moon. He taunted Zombie, saying if he wanted to be locked in a moon prison, he could just burn to ash inside it. Down on Earth, people watched the moon catch fire and absolutely panicked, realizing an alien invasion was actually happening. In seconds, the moon's surface was scorched, and huge chunks of rock started falling toward Earth. Varro's guardian cranked up the heat even more, aiming for the center of the prison. Inside, the inmates were screaming, thinking they were toasted and wishing they'd just been given the death penalty on Earth. But Violet wasn't giving up. She grabbed a camera and ordered the crew to keep the live feed going, telling them to point every satellite at Zombie. She wanted the whole world to see him fighting for humanity. Earth's news anchors immediately started reporting a global crisis, telling everyone that Zombie was facing a powerful invader alone in an epic showdown. Just then, with a massive bang, Zombie charged into the fire. He dissolved Varro's energy like it was nothing and didn't even slow down. In a heartbeat, he tore straight through Varro's moonbeast and appeared behind Varro himself. Varro felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see that Zombie had literally plucked his heart out. Zombie just stared at him coldly, heart in hand. Varro called him a bloodthirsty devil, but Zombie just casually tossed the heart back, telling him to take it. Varro tried to hide behind his moonbeast again, but Zombie punched right through the creature's head. Before Varro could react, Zombie grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the moon's surface. Meanwhile, in a secret base in Country B, a massive spaceship meant for 30,000 people was ready for the human escape plan. The ancient human prisoner laughed at their efforts, but said he didn't mind helping them upgrade their backward tech. Professor Jamie showed off a drug that would let humans sleep in space while keeping them alive. Not exactly immortality, but close enough. The presidents were celebrating, saying they didn't care if they had to release some lunatics as long as they could escape. They figured they were safe as long as they stayed on Zombie's good side. And since he was just filming a show on the moon, they had time to figure figure out the prisons outside the solar system. But then the twin sisters rushed in with a warning. The space station had just seen a massive flash associated with star destruction, and Zombie had caused it with his bare hands. The president of Country B went silent for a second before sprinting out, shouting that he wasn't staying in this broken solar system for another day. Back in space, Varro's guardian was totally trashed, and Varro was lying motionless on the ground. Zombie let his hair shrink back into his usual dorky, cute style. He looked at the dying Varro and apologized, saying he was in a hurry and went a bit overboard. He turned to head back to the prison to finish the show, but Varro weakly called his name. Zombie turned back, curious. Gasping for air, Varro admitted that he'd studied Zombie's power and forms for thousands of years, but facing him in person made him realize Zombie was way more terrifying than any record could describe. Varro's heart began to grow back and beat again. Zombie sighed, asking if he was ever going to just run away. As he spoke, he noticed moon rocks and energy were swirling into the air, merging Varro and his beast together. Zombie watched as they transformed into a nightmare monster with 6 arms and 7 eyes, looking like a literal demon from hell. Varro roared that he was there to hunt him down. Back at the Special Law Bureau, Blackie and the crew watched the monitors. Since Zombie had let the cat out of the bag about the invaders, the world was in a frenzy. Butterfly mocked the situation, saying the divine messenger wanted her to cause chaos, but it looked like the humans were doing it to themselves. She thought the fear of the gods would make civilization collapse instantly, but humans are a different breed. While some were panic buying, others were actually hyped that the world was ending so they didn't have to go to work anymore. Suddenly, a broadcast announced that Zombie had handled the invasion with one punch in under 3 minutes, and peace was back. Everyone just stood there, confused. They were annoyed that the apocalypse was so short and immediately went back to looking for barbecue or catching a rocket to work. Watching things go back to normal in an instant, Butterfly couldn't believe how fickle humans were. Dawn laughed, saying that with Zombie around, they were used to world-ending events and weren't easily impressed. She wondered if the messenger was really that weak. Ago chimed in, saying the cameras were broken and the screen was just showing red, meaning the real situation was still a mystery. Blackie looked serious, sensing that the fight wasn't over and that a very dangerous aura, one that felt even scarier than zombies, was appearing on the moon. Up on the moon, Varro held his hand toward the sun, pulling strands of energy into his palm while the temperature in the sky behind him hit insane levels. As he chanted, that heat started taking a solid form. A second later, he pulled a terrifying sword made of fire and bone straight out of the sun's energy. He told Zombie that the blade was forged from the sun's surface temperature, 6,000 degrees, and that it was hot enough to melt anything into ions. He claimed that, no matter how strong Zombie's genes were, he couldn't handle that kind of heat before charging in. Zombie instantly shifted into his second form to meet the attack. However, Varro was too fast. He appeared right in front of Zombie and slashed him across the chest. Zombie just gave him a mocking smile, saying things were finally getting interesting, and then he switched into his third form. Varro paused for a beat before using all 6 of his arms to grab Zombie, quickly using the bone sword to hack off Zombie's limbs, but in the blink of an eye, Zombie's arms and legs just grew back. Before he could fully recover, Varro leaped thousands of feet into the air to deliver what he thought was a final blow. Suddenly, Zombie shifted into his fourth form, appeared behind Varro, and landed a massive punch right to his face. Varro lost his balance, and Zombie grabbed him, pulling him back and brutally tearing off 4 of his 6 arms. Within seconds, Varro was down to just 2, seeing how aggressive Zombie had become. Varro panicked and tried to back off, but Zombie was relentless, staying right on his tail. Zombie landed another heavy hit that sent Varro flying toward Earth like a human cannonball. As he hit the atmosphere, Varro's body caught fire, and he crashed into the ocean with enough force to kick up a tsunami thousands of feet high. News reports started blaring that the fight wasn't over and had reached Earth, warning everyone to run because a massive wave was heading for the cities. Varro slowly stood up in the ocean and started chanting, which created a massive tornado around him. Watching the super typhoon form, Zombie narrowed his eyes as if a memory finally clicked, saying he finally remembered who Varro was. Varro didn't wait. He gathered energy in his bone sword and swung it upward, splitting the sea in half with a blast aimed at Zombie. Zombie easily stepped aside, but the moon behind him wasn't so lucky. With a loud crash, the moon took the hit and was literally split in 2. Zombie looked pretty annoyed that his moon was trashed again. Varro, standing on Earth, raised his sword again and summoned a giant eye covered in mouths and tentacles from the sea, which started heading for the moon to devour it. Zombie charged at Varro, and the two started brawling in the air. After a violent clash, Varro was knocked onto some rocks, but the arms Zombie had torn off grew back instantly. Varro sneered, telling Zombie to show his real strength. He claimed Zombie's current power couldn't break his mythic form, and that his fire-forged blade would suppress Zombie's healing abilities. He bragged that he'd spent thousands of years perfecting his skills just to counter Zombie. He kept swinging the bone blade, telling Zombie that his civilization had mastered power that could rival his own. Then he commanded his thousand-faced blood moon monster to start eating everything. In an instant, half of the moon's surface started falling apart. The monster's tentacles wrapped around Zombie, pinning his limbs and dragging him toward that massive eye. Zombie landed on the surface of the eye and sank right in, getting pulled into the inner space of the creature. Varro followed him in, welcoming Zombie to the heart of his spirit. He told Zombie that his powers would be suppressed there, claiming the domain was fueled by human greed and that no one ever left alive. He taunted Zombie, saying he didn't look like the monster that destroyed his people and dared him to show the side of himself that represented hatred and death. Warned everyone to stay inside because moon meteorites were falling everywhere. In Guangzhou, the department head used defense tech to block the big ones, and H City stayed safe thanks to Agu and the others. They were barely keeping the cities together, and they knew that if those two didn't stop, the whole world was finished. Meanwhile, the ground near the moon prison was being lifted into the air. Prisoners started escaping, but some were so terrified they were actually begging the guards to come back and lock them up again. The situation for Violet and the reporters was getting desperate. They told their viewers that the moon was trashed and they were probably going to die. Violet held out hope that Zombie would win, but as the prison got sucked toward the blood moon, everyone started to panic. Just as Violet and the crew were about to be pulled in, Zombie burst out of the monster's inner space with a deafening noise. He punched through the giant eye and grabbed Violet and the reporters by their collars, dragging them to safety. Zombie's body was covered in burning wounds that wouldn't go out. As the blood moon started to reform Varro's body, Varro mocked him for caring about others during a fight and told him he'd pay for that arrogance. Zombie tossed Violet and the others aside and looked at Varro with total annoyance. He told Varro to stop the constant talking and said that since he wanted to see what he was like back in the day, he'd show him. Suddenly, the rocks on the surface of the moon began to rise. Then, while Violet watched in total awe, the tips of Zombie's hair turned white and his whole vibe shifted. He transformed straight into his fifth mechanical form. The nearby news host and her camera guy were floored, their eyes widening as they realized this was the same monster that had almost ended humanity a few months back. A bit of backstory: a few months ago, deep in space, there was a massive city built on top of a giant monster's head. In a grand hall there, Varro was kneeling before a high throne. He was being questioned about whether he had really destroyed a planet with over 100 billion people just to level up his spirit. Varro admitted it was true, explaining that he had devoured the fear of all those lives and spent centuries assimilating their souls to evolve his spirit, the thousand-faced blood moon. He told the figure on the throne that he'd spent thousands of years studying Zombie and training to fight him, and he finally felt ready for a rematch. The figure gave him the green light to lead the attack and get his revenge. But back in the present, reality hit Varro pretty hard. Zombie had him by the throat, and Varro looked completely shell-shocked. Zombie told him not to look so surprised, reminding him that he had always been the nightmare of the Divine-era civilization. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run away with their tails between their legs thousands of years ago. Varro told him not to get too cocky, claiming the Divine-era's power had evolved, and he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. As he spoke, Varro's body started swelling up, and the sea of blood inside his monster spirit began to boil. Zombie realized Varro was trying to self-destruct and just chuckled. He squeezed Varro's neck, crushing it instantly, and then landed a massive punch on the blood moon below them. The sound was deafening, and the punch tore straight through the spirit, leaving everyone on Earth watching the sky in total terror. But surprisingly, Varro wasn't finished. Even after his head was crushed, his body started melting into the blood moon, merging with it completely. Suddenly, a bunch of Varro clones popped up everywhere. He bragged that he had linked his life to his spirit, meaning as long as the blood moon was there, he could revive forever. Zombie's response was pretty chill. He basically said that since the people who caused his brother's death and ran away were finally back, he was happy to relive the joy of destroying their civilization all over again. Varro's face went pale as he remembered something. He noted that the history books were right. Zombie still cared most about his brothers. He realized Zombie's current form was actually born back when Varro's people had finished off Zombie's subordinates. Varro claimed Zombie couldn't kill him because he'd already used the blood moon to link the consciousness of a female fighter, Violet, to his own spirit. He knew she had Zombie's genes and figured she was one of his crew. Zombie's eyes went ice cold. He told Varro that using his friend as a threat proved they hadn't learned a thing from the last time he wiped them out. He threw a casual punch that pulverized all the clones in front of him, but another Varro appeared behind him. Varro thought it was interesting that Zombie actually cared about his subordinates and told him he was looking forward to seeing what he'd choose next. Then, he commanded the blood moon to crash straight into Earth. As the sky turned into an apocalyptic nightmare, people on the ground started panicking and running for cover. Varro dared Zombie to finish him off and save the world, knowing that if the blood moon died, Violet's mind would be lost forever in the fear and despair of billions of souls. He taunted Zombie, calling him a devil who only cared about his brother and couldn't possibly care about humans. But before he could even finish, Zombie appeared right in front of the falling blood moon. With a smile, he tightened his fist and punched the monster right in its giant eye. The crash was massive. The blood moon, along with Violet and everyone else, was shattered into pieces. Varro grinned wickedly, telling Zombie he'd just finished off his own friend and asking who he was going to take his revenge out on this time. But Zombie's fifth form actually had two sides, one for total destruction and another for creation and life. Varro couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zombie slowly closed his eyes and reached out to grab a streak of light. Suddenly, countless points of light gathered from the ruins of the blood moon, and a figure started to form. As the light got clearer, Violet and the others appeared right in front of Varro, completely unharmed. Varro's body started to crumble into fragments, unable to pull itself back together. Everything he'd planned for thousands of years, his power, his spirit, everything, was erased by Zombie. With the battle over, the global disaster finally stopped. Zombie didn't just bring Violet and the others back. He actually restored the shattered shattered moon too. When he showed off his godlike powers this time, nobody even panicked. Everyone was so used to the craziness that they just went back to their normal lives. The Prison Idols show ended on a high note, and Zombie became a massive celebrity. Back at the Special Law Bureau, everyone was celebrating the success of the Zombie Idol plan. Fighting for humanity had completely flipped the public's opinion on zombies. Someone joked that they should thank the god Vero for the PR boost, but the prisoner they were talking to just wanted to be left alone. In the middle of the celebration, the department head walked in with some news. Apparently, Country B had sent an official invite to Zombie. Since their former prime minister had run off with a ton of money and all the elites, the country was a mess. They wanted Zombie to come over as a special envoy to help fix things. Queen Elizabeth even asked him to be their new prime minister. People were surprised since Country B used to be so anti-zombie, but it turned out the president of Country A had even said that if Zombie wanted, he'd resign right now and let him take over his job too. This sudden flip had Ago and the team totally lost. They were questioning if humans were actually vibing with their king that much now. Honestly, it's just because the power Zombie flexed was way too scary. The whole world was a mess lately, but between him reviving the dead and fixing the moon with a literal wave of his hand, everyone realized there's just no way to win against him. Now, people everywhere have basically given up on fighting and started standing Zombie instead. This is probably exactly what the king wanted, to live in peace with everyone. Right then, someone asked where Zombie even was. It turns out Violet had some weird side effects from being brought back to life, and Zombie was helping her get through it. Meanwhile, a warship was docked in a certain part of the ocean, and Violet was sprinting forward while attacks were raining down all around her. Zombie had switched into his third form, and was giving Violet some intense special training. While he was launching attacks, he told her to try again, and told her she needed to strengthen her body as much as possible while balancing the mental energy of those billion souls inside her head. Hearing that, Violet stopped and tapped into Zombie's genetic power. As she unlocked more of that DNA, she started feeling a lot more stable physically and mentally. Suddenly, a third eye opened on her forehead, weapons materialized around her, and she lunged at Zombie. In a heartbeat, she was right in front of him, swinging her sword. Zombie dodged and told her it still wasn't enough. He said she needed to unlock even more of his genetic power to beef up her body so it could actually handle all that mental energy. Violet tried to go all out and fully unlock the genes, but a second later, her mask started cracking, and she looked like she was in a lot of pain. Zombie noted it looked like another fail. Right as he said it, Violet exploded with power and started swinging wildly at him. When she jumped up for a final strike, Zombie caught her blade with his bare hands. He told her that since she'd lost control and was just mindlessly attacking, they had to call it a day. He crushed the blade in his hand, switched to his fourth form in a flash, and gave Violet a karate chop that sent her straight into the water. Later, at the Special Law Bureau, Zombie told Dawn that the treatment was over and asked her to handle Violet's injuries. In the medical room, they talked about how it was another failure. Violet complained that every time she tried to enhance her body with Zombie's genes, her physical form started to fall apart because it couldn't hold the mental power. Zombie explained to the group that when he revived Violet, the mental energy of those hundreds of billions of people Varro left behind merged with her consciousness, and they're currently stuck together. He warned that if she couldn't get her body as strong as a boss-level zombie, the mental pressure would eventually make her, and maybe the whole Earth, explode into the shape of a donut. When they heard that, the staff started begging Violet to try harder for the sake of humanity's safety. Violet snapped back, asking if they were even serious. She pointed out she was getting thrashed by Zombie every single day and told them they should try it if they thought it was so easy. Just then, someone suggested that if physical training wasn't working, they should try the old-school psychic control from the Divine Era. Zombie mentioned he'd seen their methods before, though it had been so long he barely remembered. He said he could use his own brain to create a dream world and take her back to that era to learn. Everyone stared at him like he was crazy. Zombie was confused, asking if the idea was bad. The others were just shocked that he could basically just use his brain like that. Meanwhile, back at the palace of the Divine Era, Nia was on the run and begging the Lord of the Divine Throne for help. She reported that Butterfly had been captured and she was being hunted. Prince Kai, sitting on the second throne, asked why she was even telling him this and where Varro was. She told him Varro had been beaten by Zombie and his remains were scattered across space. She handed over the battle record, but Prince Kai just sneered, saying that thinking you can beat Zombie just by reading some data is a death wish. He noted that Zombie was still the same and could manifest even crazier forms whenever he needed to. Nia mentioned that based on what she saw, Zombie actually wanted to live in peace with humans. She asked if he was really a threat to the whole realm. The figure on the throne got upset, asking if she really believed that after everything. She asked Zombie, who wasn't there, about the ones he'd abandoned. It turned out that throne was actually Zombie's old seat. Back at the house, Zombie was actually pouring alcohol directly into his own brain to numb it. He told Agu to hurry up with 2 more bottles. Agu was stunned, saying he'd seen people drink, but never like that. Zombie explained that while many of his memories of the Divine Era were fuzzy, drinking too much made his dreams a lot clearer. As he talked, his memories actually started projecting for everyone to see. The group was amazed, asking if he always broadcasted his dreams. Zombie said no, usually he just drinks milk and does some light stretching to make sure he sleeps like a baby. He mentioned he once got too drunk and accidentally blew up a volcano in his sleep. Hearing that, the team started wondering if it was safe to stay. The department head held Violet down, telling her they had to stay to record the info. info. As Zombie poured another bottle in, his brain started bubbling. He explained that each bubble was a memory. Some were about birthdays with his crew, or the time Varmint got drunk and he had to teach him a lesson. Violet and the others were sweating, worried they were seeing things they shouldn't. Suddenly, Zombie found a memory from the Divine Era. Everyone leaned in and saw a total wasteland. Zombies were everywhere, and humans lived in high-walled shelters. Unlike now, the people then weren't physically strong or tech-savvy, but their mental power was insane, and many had supernatural abilities. That era also had some mindless but incredibly strong zombie kings that were trashing the shelters. To fight back, humans formed elite hero teams. Zombie's memory started with him meeting one of these teams. A white-haired kid was running for his life, yelling at his friends to move faster. He reminded them he'd told them the Tyrannosaur Zombie King was dangerous, but they'd insisted on looking for treasure in its territory. His friends yelled back that it was his fault for saying there was treasure in the lab when there was just a zombie with a brain problem instead. Right then, the white-haired boy pointed at something and looked totally shocked. Zombie, who was panting like he'd just run a marathon, asked why they hadn't taken him along when they bolted. He was looking for the zombie they were so worried about, while the team was busy wondering why this random zombie was following them. Just then, the Tyrannosaur Zombie King started charging up a glowing blast in its mouth. The white-haired boy realized they were in trouble and yelled for Ganling to watch out. Before he could even finish, the monster let loose its strongest attack. Ganling turned around and looked completely hopeless as the blast closed in. The explosion was massive, tearing up the entire street and sending the other two flying. Everyone figured Ganling was a goner, but then they heard a loud crash. Something had blocked the hit. As the dust settled, they saw Zombie standing right in front of Ganling, taking the full force of the blast to save her. Everyone was stunned. They'd never seen a zombie protect a human before. Watching his own memory, Zombie looked pretty sentimental, but Violet just noted that he clearly had human friends even in his past lives. Zombie started hyping up the Tyrannosaur Zombie King, remembering him as a super tough opponent. He mentioned that back then he was just one of hundreds of unremarkable zombie kings. Violet and the others were horrified, realizing that if there were hundreds of guys as strong as Zombie, that era must have been a literal living hell. Zombie decided it was time to kick off the real training. Dawn was confused, thinking the dream was already playing, but Zombie explained that Violet couldn't learn to control her mental power just by watching a video. She needed to be fully immersed. He reached into his memory bubbles, and a flash of light pulled Violet's consciousness right into the dream. She landed right behind Zombie and was totally disoriented, but Zombie told her to snap out of it. He explained that he'd put himself back into the dream, and that she was a passerby with special abilities. Right then, the Tyrannosaur Zombie King let out a deafening roar. Zombie warned her not to underestimate it, remembering how his team had barely managed to beat it the first time around. The white-haired boy told his crew he'd distract the monster while they attacked, saying they should just ignore the weird zombie and focus on the king. Zombie rushed forward, excited for a rematch with his old opponent, and threw a punch. But with just that one hit, the Tyrannosaur Zombie King shattered into a million pieces. Everyone was frozen, and even Zombie was confused, wondering where the powerful enemy he remembered went. The team was terrified, wondering what kind of monster could one-shot an S-rank zombie king. Zombie stared at his fist, feeling like something was off. He remembered struggling so much to take that thing down. Violet stepped up and suggested that maybe it wasn't just the memory that changed. Zombie himself had evolved so much that his current power far surpassed anything from that era. Zombie wasn't so sure. He mentioned that while he's gotten stronger, and his personality shifts when he transforms, his base power shouldn't be that different. Meanwhile, a terrified Ganling crawled away, and Violet noticed Zombie's old friends were running away from him as fast as they could. Zombie was left standing there, totally speechless. The team eventually stopped to catch their breath, relieved the monster hadn't followed them. They were still tripping out over how an S-rank king was obliterated so easily. Ganling reminded them that he actually saved her life, but the white-haired boy decided they should just steer clear of him regardless. They decided to set up camp for the night, but the boy ended up doing all the work himself while the others complained about being too tired to move. Zombie and Violet were hiding in the bushes nearby, watching them. Zombie thought they seemed like cool people and really wanted to join the team, but he realized he lacked the experience of fighting alongside them. He knew their mission was to save a nearby fortress and take down the burning flame zombie king, so he decided he'd use that opportunity to help them and prove he was a friend. Violet warned him not to go too hard and scare them off again. Suddenly, the mage on the team sensed something and asked who was there. Zombie and Violet froze in the shadows, barely breathing. The mage told the leader he felt something moving, and the boy dropped his wood as the air suddenly filled with fiery ash. He saw the leaves starting to burn and realized their target, the burning flame zombie king, had found them. He was frustrated because they were already out of energy, and then a massive dark figure loomed right in front of them. And that's where this video comes to an end. If this video hits 5,000 likes, I'll continue and fully complete this manhwa series. So make sure to like the video, drop a comment, and subscribe to the channel so I can see how many of you are interested.